closer, baby. We can talk about it. No need to be mad. Hate to see you sad. Yes, I know I'm crazy, crazy about you, crazy about you.
I know I'm upset sometimes. I know I get drunk some nights. I know I get way too high. I just wanna live it up with you. I know that it might be tough. I know when you've had enough. It's just how I show my love. Darling, can I live it up with you? I'm upset sometimes. I know I get drunk some nights. I know I get way too high. I just wanna live it up with you. Darling, can I live it up with you?
Made a mistake last night. Maybe I can make it right. So I'm closer, baby. We can talk about it.
Made a mistake last night. Maybe I can make it right. Sit down closer, baby. We can talk about it. No need to be mad. Hate to see you sad. Yes, I know I'm crazy, crazy about you, crazy about your love. I know I'm upset sometimes. I know I get drunk some nights. I know I get way too high. I just wanna live it up with you. I know that it might be tough. I know when you've had enough. It's just how I show my love. Darling, can I live it up with you? I'm upset sometimes. I know I get drunk some nights. I know I get way too high. I just wanna live it up with you. Darling, can I live it up I live my life on the run. I say I'm not giving up. I may be living alone, but I still believe in love. In a similar way, I feel I'm losing my conscience. Traveling for days without my knowledge of provenance. Throughout my life, you called me a renegade. Through all my loves, you said we could start again. But I'm a renegade of your love. But I'm a renegade of your love.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the European Pro League Season 15. I'm Michael Bays Defender, your caster and production of the evening. Tonight, we will witness KZ Team versus Yellow Submarine, followed up by KZ and Level Up. We saw these two teams, more specifically Yellow Submarine and Level Up, yesterday during the day. More likely during the evening, where Level Up obtained a very strong victory of 2-0 over their counterparts, but we'll stir up the concoction a bit more with KZ arriving today, which in previous seasons they've had extremely strong group stages. Unfortunately, they haven't been up on stream that much this time around because they've only played one match so far against Klim, but tonight it will be the day to see the evening where we will see how things are gonna venture forth for this team in their appropriate group. So this is Group A that we're looking at so far. So Saib are on the top, followed up by Bait, Yellow Submarine, Level Up, KZ Team, and Klim. And for Group B, we have Team Clay, Atlas Borden, Team Tickles Monte, Navi Jr., and Marsbed in that specific order of standings. And I think we have reached about halfway through the group stages, but things have started off pretty loose. So as next week kicks off, we're going to be having a lot more matches pretty much every single day. Group stages finish on the 22nd of December, and then we will kick off with the playoffs. And speaking of kicking things off, we have Yellow Submarine opening up with Pugna. The good old favorite, Pugna Petrol Station, one of the funnest heroes to play around here. One of the pretty much the most impactful supports you can have during team fights. Great disabler when it comes down to the usage of the Decrepify, Life Drain for the win, and of course a lot of tower push damage. And speaking of tower pushes, Level Up pretty much used that strat in both games yesterday versus Yellow Submarine, where they brought in game 1 the Abaddon-Leshrek combination, and with the improved Diabolic Edict, along with the Curse of Avernus buff that were given during the last patch update, these guys wreaked havoc with that combination in game 1. When in game 2, let me just double check, it was a 3-hero combination which pretty much won them the game. Yeah, more specifically, it was the Luna with the Dev Prophet and the Dragon Knight combination. KZ opening up with a very familiar pick here, Muerta, which is a 2-role hero that we know of from previous patches, more predominantly as a support rather than a carry, but it all comes upon the situation of how this hero will be played off. Personally, I'm always a fan of seeing Muerta being a support because of that shot that she has. It's a skill shot that throws fear back at the heroes, and of course the calling with the Revenants add up to another layer of silence, which I would very much like for KZ maybe to even go with a double down on silence here, as the Death Prophet pretty much proves to be a very interesting hero to be played around. But we will see. We have the second ban phase wrapping itself up, so no Treant, no Phoenix, no Primal Beast, Grimstroke, Morphling, Lone Druid, Slardar, Shadow Demon, Tusk, and Chen. And as far as, I saw you guys pretty much talking a lot about the Satanic play here, but I don't think that Satanic has received any, specific buffs or nerfs, so it's a good old item we know by heart still. But I will double check. I'm still scrolling through the patch notes because it's a very long list, and what isn't long is this pick phase. So we have Centaur Warrunner entering the play for KZ, and for Yellow Submarine, they're adding things up with Lion and Mars. Mars got banned out yesterday, so he didn't show up at all. I think it was by Level Up it got taken down. Let me just double check. Yeah, no, it was actually by Yellow Submarine. They took it away from the equation, but they're gonna be adding this strong hitter and very good crown controller into their draft this time around. So we've pretty much missed out on the arenas. That very nice setup for a very big place. I really do hope they bring in a very fast-paced carry this time around, because that was their main flaw in yesterday's games, getting a slow farming carry who really didn't add up that nicely to the synergy, especially versus level up synergy. When they went for the very fast-paced draft, uh, and hopefully they're not gonna, go greedy upon picking the Faceless Void, as the Morphling got banned out. So they really should be thinking about something ultra fast here. And yeah, KZ pretty much took, well, the second fastest farming carry in the game so far, which is the Luna. And the more unfortunate truth about Luna that we've seen on previous seasons on EPL is she farms extremely fast, she's super strong and very heavy damage dealing, but her durability is where things start falling off. So I always like to see Centaurs picking up some durability items for the team, like the Pipe of Insight, which will definitely be a play here versus the Pugna and the Lion combination, instead of going in for the double, sort of say, retaliates strat with the Blade Mail and throw in a lot of damage back and forth between Yellow Submarine and himself. So I very much look forward to this guy going in for defensive build, just to make sure Luna doesn't get taken down very fast. So KZ, they have Vengeful Spirit with the Luna, and it's gonna be a Terrorblade on the other side. Long time no seen there, buddy. A hero which pretty much plays with his ultimate on level 1, that being the Metamorphosis. We always call it an ultimate mainly because of the long cooldown that ability has, but even so, it's always somewhat difficult to work around two very long cooldown spells. So hopefully Yellow Submarine will find a way to balance things out. But definitely their core play here will be to throw in Terrorblade as soon as possible into the play here. I like this dual support combination that they have, the Lion and the Pugna going on here. But it's always going to be the question whether they utilize it properly. So throwing in the Lion back and forth, especially once he obtains that level 6 Finger of Death, will be detrimental on the Yellow Submarine building up to this early game damage. And, add up to the Terrorblade devastation, especially with the Decrepify aura. Things are going to be omega fun for them as well. So what else can be said here? I like the Vengeful Spirit pick a lot here, because she will pretty much single-handedly pick off somebody and throw them out of the arena whenever it's necessary. And going in for the Scepter build would definitely be crucial to buy herself some more time into buying herself some more survivability. She has obtained a buff actually on the Nether Swap, so the damage has been increased from 50 to 150, 300, and 450 respectively per each upgrade. No longer reduces damage taken, and now gives Vengeful Spirit and allied targets a damage barrier for 10 seconds. Barrier health is equal to the spell's damage value, so that is actually a really cool safety mechanism, which does add up a little bit of a tankiness to this generally squishy hero. We also have some rework on her talent, so the Wave of Terror armor reduction has been increased from 4 to 5. The minus 15 second Nether Swap cooldown has been replaced of Wave of Terror steals 20% of reduced damage and armor, and the level 25 talent is the 40% Nether Swap damage reduction replaced with minus 15 seconds of Nether Swap cooldown. So that's gonna... Well, if Vengeful Spirit is definitely scaling a bit more into the late game, from as far as I can see with these upgrades. We haven't really spoken much about Mars, who has pretty much had all of his spells considered in the last patch. So the Spirit of Mars backswing has been decreased, no longer toggles off Bulwark if cast while Bulwark is active. God's Rebuke critical damage has been increased by 30% at the last level. And also the Bulwark now grants Mars phased movement speed. Active projectile redirection also now protects allies that are up to 200 range in front of Mars. And Area of Blood formation time has been decreased by 0.2 seconds. So that's a lot of reworks for this hero, which I pretty much like. Throws him back into the game, adds a bit more of durability, and of course the utilization Well, that little short 0.2 second formation time for the Arena of Blood definitely could be a game changer, as heroes, especially ones with fast movement speed, can be very easily thrown around and, well, have less chance to stick around before the arena gets activated. Whereas for Terrorblade, what do we have here? So the Demon Zeal and the Terror Wave have been modified. So the Demon Zeal now applies 2 reflection illusions with 50% effectiveness. So Terrorblade seems like a very good anti-Manta style hero now that the reflections focus illusions. Terror Wave now follows Terrorblade and disappears if he's killed. Very interesting. A little modification, but still the good old heavy hitter that we know by heart. As for Storm Spirit, he hasn't obtained anything, if I'm not missing. Oh wait, no, we actually discussed this. There has been a remnant activation time decrease by 0.25 seconds, and a little bit of a talent modification. As for the Luna, we didn't really have much to talk about her, as, yeah, she hasn't been upgraded or rebalanced in any way. And last but not least is the Queen of Pain for Casey, who has had a little bit of a rescaling of her mana cost for Scream of Pain, and the Shadow Strike radius has been decreased. Also, we've had a lot of modifications onto the talents, but even so, as the good old Queen of Pain, we know by heart here. So Casey team versus Yellow Submarine, game 1. Draft-wise, what do I think here? So Casey do have this early game burst damage that they can deliver very nicely. They can also play around with the Muer to Death Shot and the Nether Swap from Spartan. So definitely there will always be, repositioning heroes left and right based on what's needed. But I don't think that they will be scaling that well when it comes down to late game. As for, aside from the Vengeful Spirit, who does become a lot more durable as the game keeps on progressing, I really do think that Casey should be considering ending this game into like 40 or 50 minutes before Yellow Submarine get uber built up, and especially the Terrorblade can get insanely disgusting once he becomes more tankier, and once, the Sunder becomes a lot more effective. Mars, on the other hand, as well, can become very annoying, and Storm Spirit, which I always generally like seeing with a Scepter upgrade to have the AoE Vortex, will especially work very nicely with the Mars Arena. And of course, there's always if things go well for Yellow Submarine, the Lion obtaining a Scepter upgrade as well could definitely be of big help. So, I'm still gonna stick around with KZ if Yellow Submarine have a way to keep things up during the start of the game. They are having very strong chances of survivability as the game keeps on pressing, but given yesterday that they didn't really have much luck versus Level Up, so, and KZ are definitely not a force to be reckoned with, as these guys have had generally a very good history when it comes down to group stages of EPL. Unfortunately, things haven't really been on their side when it comes down to playoffs. So, this team doesn't really shy away from being uber aggressive at the very start, and this draft pretty much allows that to happen. So, Yellow Submarine, I hope you've learned your lesson from last time. You have picked up a lot better heroes this time around. Once again, I'm gonna say I very much like the absolute massive Mars play that could potentially be very good here. But Casey still, once again, they have this advantage of, picking heroes out, taking them out of the team fight very easily with the Nether Swap and the Death Shot, so we'll see. I don't want to, shed some shade onto Yellow Submarine, as they've had very good plays yesterday, not gonna lie, but unfortunately, their team timings and their general reserved type of a playstyle really costed them a lot as the game kept on progressing. But yesterday is yesterday, today is today, and we have KZ team versus Yellow Submarine game 1. Already we're Well, both sides are pretty much chilling on their own respective sides, waiting for the wars to pop up, even though Yellow Submarine are kind of more on the scouting approach here. They've already thrown in this very nice, well, not that deep, but a river ward, as you might call it, to keep things more under vision. Well, it's not gonna survive all the way until minute 6 when things start getting a bit more hasty. But we'll see. Erase, getting it closed. A lot of fire is being thrown out. Nice little double stun there. Astral and Supreme a bit in the danger zone, but Spartan will be on the sides to make sure things are protected. Astral still, he's gonna get the damage from the blood grenade, and first blood will be drawn by Ike for Yellow Submarine. As far as I can see, actually, there has been a little bit of a switcheroo here, as we have Erase from Saib, I think, standing in instead of... What was the name, though? I'm kind of bad with names, as always. For... Actually, yeah, my bad. Erase has moved from Saib to Yellow Submarine, so it does feel kind of awkward that I really didn't notice him yesterday. That's definitely my bad, but yeah, that's why this name does pop up very, like, super familiar. Yes, who did Saib replace? Yeah, they have Riaf on their side, so there's been a little bit of a switcheroo between the mid laners, between these two teams. But even so, I think if memory serves me right, Erase was a very, very good Storm Spirit player, so he can have a lot of good control coming in as the game keeps on progressing. But it's gonna come down always to the rest of the team and how they perform in their in their respectful lanes.
You blew it! I love this part!
So what else can be said here? I mean, aside from the fact that both sides really... I mean, Yellow Submarines more specifically really need to work this time around more as a team and be a lot more aggressive at the very start in order to, well, devastate a lot of the efforts KZ can have as the game keeps on progressing. They kicked off really nicely with this early first blood around the bounty runes. But still, they will definitely need to keep up the pressure if they want to see this draft flourish a bit more. So down bottom, Autechre and Spartan versus Absolute Massive and Rui. Luna, Vengeful Spirit versus Mars and Lion. And that's a very big aggression coming in from Rui and an Absolute Massive. Definitely, it's going to be difficult to... Even though it's a double-ranged combination, it's still not that big of a heavy-hitting combo that they have here. Even though I like the potential aura play that could come up with the Lunar Blessing and the Vengeance aura for the additional damage, still, getting hit like so could result in devastating results. Spartan in danger, and the second kill has been drawn by Yellow Submarine. So yeah, KZ overextending in this bottom lane will definitely add up a lot of pressure towards the Luna, who definitely cannot do much until she gets the level 4 of the Lunar Blessing, and of course later on start scaling up the Moonglaves to start free farming. And yeah, as always, it's a double-edged sword, and the behavior of Luna is very predictable. Once she gets around that level 8, she will draw back into the side lanes and just keep on farming. Spartan, what he needs to do here is be Omega careful, and well, in not to be caught up by the splitter of the Earth Spike, which is gonna connect onto him yet again. And of course, at this point we have the Mana Drain, which adds up with the slow and is gonna make things a lot more difficult, especially that Vengeful Spirit doesn't have a lot of opportunities to throw in the Magic Missile, and will need to be Omega careful on how she sets herself up. Maybe going a bit more into a defensive stance here could lead to better results, but we'll see. Up top, Skylark and Astral versus Kink and Ike. Already we have the Metamorphosis coming up in And the illusion is chasing Skylark for a little while, but not for long. And it's interesting to see this Veil of Discord, well, wish list, let's just call it, is being lined up for Skylark, which is not a combination that we see so often here. But I guess KZ are going in for this aura play for increasing their magical damage output. We'll see how it's gonna go. Astral in the danger, but manages to cross the bridge and run back to safety. Still, Skylark is looking pretty low here, and Ike won't hesitate to throw in some extra shots there. Did have a chance for a double hit off the Nether Blast, but still at level 1 it doesn't really do that much of damage. How is the mid lane looking about? Supreme versus Erase, and where is Erase? There he is. Kinda unfortunately walked on the wrong side to obtain the water rune, and up top Astral will finally be taken down by King. Down bottom, Rui. A bit away from the lane. He's gonna get slightly harassed there. But even so, we're not seeing a lot of aggression anymore here. Even though Spartan does have his eyes on Otakar, they will throw everything they got with the blood grenade. Still, the damage output is still not that strong, even with this dual aura finally kicking in. But it's a level 2 Lunar Blessing with a level 1 Vengeance aura, which in total adds up about like 9. Well, it was 25 in total. Additional damage for Otakar, which unfortunately is not enough versus a tanky boy such as Absolute Massive, who is a hero which is currently chilling at 900 HP. Even though they have pretty much expanded all of the health replenishment resources for Yellow Submarine, still KZ here still need to be careful on how they approach this. I like this double 1 play that they have here. And these charges have slowly been stacking up, maybe for the next possibility to at least strike down Rui here, who's definitely being very effective and very protective of his offlaner. And so far it's a pretty good start for this team. Up on top, how are things looking around here? Skylark slightly left alone to maybe obtain some additional experience, as we have the mid lane rotation. Erase in trouble, Supreme with the jump, they will go in deep under the tower, but the damage is just not enough. Astral once again in the danger zone. Ike will thankfully refocus and not take him down. Rui coming up as well. Spartan keeps up with the heavy hitting, and one right click will be enough. Still Supreme looking pretty low. They will miss with the death shot. Ike is gonna take down the Queen of Pain, but not gonna take Astral in return. It was indeed a double support kill favoring KZ, but they lost their mid laner in the process, so not sure if that's the best price you gotta pay here, as this Queen of Pain is still shying away from her ultimate ability, the Sonic Wave, while Erase has just obtained the Orb. And things are gonna be a lot more easier for this hero to be a bit more mobile. Skylark loses his life in the top lane. A little bit of an unfortunate miss there for Spartan with the magic missile, but they're still dedicated for the kill. Erase keeps up the vortex with the harassment onto the Queen of Pain. Supreme nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, still stuck in the river, and she's gonna go down. Spartan still chilling up on top, really wants to get something in return, and he will take down Erase. Nice play there from the Storm Spirit. Probably there was a slight miscommunication there with the whereabouts of what Supreme was gonna do. Maybe he was hoping to get something more out of it. Attempts are being made by Rui to take the Wizard Rune, which is gonna be successful, but his life is also on the line there. The Stomp will land through. Nice little double spike. Tries to deny himself, but will not do so successfully. So a little bit of a bloodshed. things started to move around a bit more. Heroes started to move around a bit more around the map. Absolute Massive in danger. He's gonna throw the spear to buy himself some distance away from Otakar and will do so successfully. Otakar is still shying away from his level 6, but as we know, Luna doesn't really need to go in for the eclipse very soon. It's time for the Moonglaves to start piling up and leveling up for the additional cleave damage and to start with the fast flash farming. Up top, King has been having the best time so far out of all heroes across the map to use 0-1 so far, pretty much free farming his way around, and now with a visit from Erase they will focus on Skylord. Vortex back, tries to run away with the Stampede, but it's just, oh my god, it's just enough. He runs away with barely 50 HP. Down bottom, they use this momentum to chase onto Absolute Massive, so it was a double usage for this Stampede. Ike in the danger zone. Supreme forces out a little bit of a body block and nice little jump ahead. They will take down the support, equaling the overall score of 6-6 so far.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And this is where KZ are feeling a little more confident here. They have gotten around their core leveling. Well, they have leveled up sufficiently. They can really start moving around with this draft finally, and Spartan does have the nether swap available, but doesn't really need to overextend there. Definitely is gonna change his mind, but Absolute Massive will not. Throws in the arena, nice safety swap there to make sure Otakar doesn't stay into the arena, but Spartan's life is now on the line, tries to run away and hide, but it's not gonna be enough. However, top lane is where things get a little more interesting for KZ, as King was taken down for the first time as a very well welcomed rotation from Supreme arrived. Definitely threw in the Sonic Wave there for the exchange, and the poor old Terrorblade really had nothing to do, as the rest of his team were focused down on trying to claim the life of Otakar, which unfortunately they failed. But they did walk away with a consolation award, which is Spartan. And back into the mid lane, ooh, the first Finger of Death damage has been obtained as Astral takes up all the damage. Supreme in the danger zone. He will be Vortex back, but the Stampede is gonna force him nice forward. Oh, and the Blink as well. Erase doesn't manage to connect at all. Spartan. Nice swap. Survives the onslaught. But still, there's 3 heroes chilling from Yellow Submarine around this mid lane, not willing to give up the pressure. And of course, we do have the Catapult arriving as well to throw in a little bit of an extra damage onto the tier 1 tower. But still, it wasn't a lot.
Radiant are scanning.
Up top, attempts are being made as well for this tier 1 tower. No Stampede is available for another 40 seconds. So it's just gonna be a free tower for the Taken. Rui chilling on the side in hopes for somebody from KZ to arrive. But KZ, they have their eyes on something else, which might be Absolute Massive, as a 4-team effort is around this bottom lane. They don't see where the Mars is, but still, the smoke hasn't been popped. Otakar keeps up the pressure, but the Gleeful Fortification is gonna scare him away. Still, KZ are chilling here on the side. They do show themselves. Right now, Yellow Submarine are completely aware that there is an attempt for a gank here. But they will keep up the pressure, as KZ are determined to open up this map even further. And with that, they claim the first tower of the game for themselves as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
A little bit of pressure coming around the mid lane as well, as right now KZ are rotating around this mid tower, but they're just there for a little bit of lane control, as they do have everything they need to start with some pickoffs. But so far, in this case, they walk away empty-handed. Meanwhile, Yellow Submarine are committing to a double smoke themselves, as the Finger of Death is once more off of cooldown. But who will they find? Unfortunately, the answer is no one. So that's a little bit of a time lost there, while in the mid lane, Ike's life is gonna be taken away simply and easily by the rest of KZ, who have actually managed to push this lane even further onto high ground. And with that, well, it's just a fortification that we're just gonna save the day for a little while. But still, with a second tower under siege and the potential of opening up the map even further, that's gonna allow a lot for Otterker and him finding some additional farming space, not to be locked down around the side lanes. Well, side jungle, side lanes, however you want to call it. Because he will definitely need to try to farm up faster than King can. And King, so far, he's been pretty much chillin', has died only once, but has claimed the lives of two. And he has been pretty much uncontested mid lane once again. KZ are keeping up with the push here. And will take down Rui before he can do anything else. But yeah, eventually, as the game keeps on progressing, the Surblade will become a menace. Things are gonna be a lot more disgusting for KZ. And I'm not really sure that their Luna can pretty much counter it. I like that Skylark has doubled down on the Veil of Discord. He has, I mean, he's adding up a lot to the magic potential and the increased damage from the spells, which is pretty much the rest of the composition from his team. And he's going in for the defensive here with the Shiva's Guard, an offensive / defensive movement slow item here, which is gonna help out a lot on the long run. But still,
Tower is under attack.
let's see how things are gonna turn around. As once again, the Yellow Submarine are going in with the smoke deep into Luna's farming space.
Radiant's bottom
But
tower
unfortunately,
is under
they're
attack.
not gonna find her there. What they could potentially find is Spartan here, who I think he did broke the smoke, yes indeed, and he will be the first person to be attacked, and easy peasy, a second stack has been obtained from the Finger of Death kills. Additional 80 damage for Rui. Still, all in all, King is AFK farming, which hopefully is not gonna be that horrible on the long run. He is getting close. Well, I think he has enough money, well, about 200 gold left for the Manta style. Gonna go in for the Scotty right after, but he will definitely need to show his face sooner than later. Get more engaged into team fights, not wait for the team fights to be brought onto him. I mean, I don't want to be sounding like I'm jinxing, but yesterday's Yellow Submarine performance really did revolve a lot around the presence of their carry player. So if King keeps up AFKing, it's definitely gonna definitely lose their momentum as the game keeps on progressing. But as far as I can see, Yellow Submarine are actively trying to be on the move here, are actively trying to scout out and find KZ, but unfortunately they really don't have the vision play in their favor. They don't really have any intel of where KZ are chilling here.
Under attack.
They do have eyes on Supreme here,
Radiant's middle tower
but
is falling.
that blast there will definitely give away their position, which forces KZ to
Radiant's
withdraw a
bottom
bit
tower
back
is
into
under
their
attack.
own territory.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And there's KZ with a smoke of their own. They are
Radiant's
feeling
are
pretty sure there is something
Radiant's
lurking
bottom
around
tower
in
is under
their
attack.
jungle, but barely miss away on Erase there. Ike has been found. Skylark initiates with the jump, and they make a very easy and fast job off of the Pugnet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And I do think no, actually Luna was not present there. She's still farming up, but now with the Mask of Madness and the Manta style, and of course the level 4 of both of her passives are gonna make things a lot easier for her flash farm, bring her a bit closer to the BKB. I would generally like to see at least one build of a Lincoln Sphere on anybody, just to make sure that the Sunder doesn't get thrown onto the Luna. And speaking of things being thrown onto, it is gonna be another Finger of Death from Rui. And so far this line has been thriving, throwing Finger of Deaths every chance he gets. Nice little Earth Spike there onto Astral, and they will take him down very, very easily. And finally, this is Yellow Submarine being on the move. Manta Style, with Manta Style in the bag and the Dragon Lance, now King is feeling a lot more confident when it comes down to his push potential and his attacks, and the arena will be dropped down, Supreme locked into him. And KZ a bit scattered around here, as this is Yellow Submarine finally kicking things off in their favor. 18 minutes into play, they are going for a second, well, the first tier 2 tower. Otaker going deep out of range of the tower. This could be dangerous. They're gonna throw in the Sunder, and oh, Spartan. This was a very, very greedy move from KZ here. And Yellow Submarine keep up the pressure. Austral throws in Pierce the Veil. They do have Rui, but it's not that good of a trade-off now that both of their heavy hitting cores have been taken down. And this is the unfortunate point of KZ's draft here. They have 4 very high damage dealers, but unfortunately durability and tankiness is definitely not on their side. And they didn't really go in for these early game pickoffs, which has given King and the rest of Yellow Submarine a lot of time for their own pickoffs. It has given them a lot of time for their own microaggressions left and right around the map. Question is, will KZ find an opening to at least obtain some sort of control over Yellow Submarine? Because if things go down the space, Yellow Submarine definitely have a very strong chance to win this game 1. And oh, Otaker, he's gonna be locked on to. No way for this Luna to run and to hide, and they will make an insanely easy job from Otaker, and things are starting to have a pretty devastating turn, as KZ are not playing this as a team. Unfortunately, they really haven't worked around having any type of team engagements. Yellow Submarine are actively keeping up with the push, they're actively keeping up with the farm. The net worth is slowly but surely seeing a bunch of Yellow Submarine players climbing up. And definitely looking at the good old Gibbon graph, things are definitely working around in Yellow Submarine's favor. Skylark got spotted around the woods there, but he still doesn't have a Stampede or anything to commit for the jump.
Stupendous!
And 20 minutes into play, most of Yellow Submarine are going around this bottom part of the map where Roshan is residing in his Radiant home. Will they go for it? Well, definitely King will commit for the jump, and it's something that KZ are aware that's happening, but in the meanwhile, Yellow Submarine are gonna block their path by throwing in on an arena and taking away Skylark, which is for KZ the most important hero that they have here in their draft, because he's the one who's soaking up all the damage incoming from Yellow Submarine. And that nice little play there, taking that core hero out of the equation, is definitely gonna allow them to take Roshan down. And there's definitely nothing that KZ can do to even think of contesting this. Well, they are gonna have an attempt to do so, or maybe reclaim some parts of their area. But no, this smoke bomb was very, very late here. Maybe they can find somebody, get a lock on him. Erase will be spotted. They throw in the Lunar Lucent Beam, but it's just not, they're not gonna connect with the remnants to try to stop Erase, but there's that nice long range jump coming in. Erase, oh, he's gonna run away, still getting some taking damage, but it's not gonna be enough. Nice little orb is gonna save the day. King in danger. He will take the entirety of damage coming in from the Eclipse. He throws in the Sunder as well, but he's not the one who's carrying the Aegis, so definitely it's gonna be a super free kill for KZ there, who will take Ike as well in the process. They're still eyeing out on Rui. Blink Dagger gets him close and personal. They throw in the Dagger with the Mana Drain, but it's just gonna be 3 free kills for KZ. It was a very, very valiant effort, not gonna lie there. But they did wait out on Skylark to come back, and having Skylark was definitely a very important task here. And Erase could have fallen prey there as well, but even so, that's not going to be the case. And I haven't seen this before. Amplified damage instead of having it's usually... Wait, they changed the naming of this? Because it is a double damage rune, but they're calling it amplified damage at this point. I might be confused or something, but that's the first time I'm seeing this. Well, aside from the hero rebalancing and stuff like that, we've obtained some quality of life updates on the game itself, which we can see in various situations, such as the tower, attack damage and range. And speaking of, Rui, once again being jumped upon by Skylark. Arise was attempting to take somebody in the backlines, but he will refocus his efforts onto Skylark. The life drain is gonna be enough to take down the carry, the tanky boy. And Spartan, locked in the arena, is gonna pay the full price with his life supreme. Vortex onto the Queen of Pain. Does she have a blink? Yes, she does. She's gonna run away and pops the BKB to make sure she's not gonna get bursted down. But this allows Yellow Submarine to keep up with the pressure, take down the second tier 2 tower with ease as soon as the Glove of Fortification goes down. Let's just look at the recap. It feels like a lot of damage has been dealt. Yeah, Skylark has dealt a lot of damage, but still, Yellow Submarine pretty much outplayed this team fight. Erase just jumping back and forth ever so nicely with the Storm Spirit. Very lucky that he didn't lose that first life right after the Roche kill. And definitely, that makes things a lot more difficult, as KZ are kind of pressured up here. They lost their tier 2 mid tower, which definitely makes things a lot more easier for Yellow Submarine to have things in control and get some vision going on deep into enemy territory. And with that, whoever controls the supply of farm in this game controls the game. And definitely that's not something that King can complain about this time. He's getting close to the BKB. He's gonna go in for the MKB right afterwards and is just free farming after that. Whereas his carry counterpart Otakurt is still stuck on the BKB. Will be going in for the butterfly right after. Does have the shard already, and he finds Ike there, but it's just he's a bit too much by himself. Another swap a bit too soon, and they will take down Spartan. Rui getting the 5th stack on the Finger of Death. Skylark is gonna commit even further. Otakurt drops the Eclipse, but it doesn't connect that long onto Erase, but still they will take down Ike and the first life of the Storm Spirit. Skylark attempting to land in with the stomp there, but a nice little safety spike coming in from Rui. Still Supreme will stop him right at the edge of the bridge. Absolute massive. With the arena, they will take down the Queen of Pain and Skylark right after.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, it was a 3 lives lost on each side, but thankfully Erase did have the Aghanim Scepter, my bad, the Aegis of the Immortal by his hand, and I mean this is a very good hero overall to give him an additional layer of protection, as he just jumps around back and forth, completely neglecting the entire mobility and control that KZ had with this draft. I really do think that nether swap came in way too early, and it unfortunately I mean, Otakurt was already exposed, but it also exposed Spartan, which allowed for Erase to find a very nice target to take down first. And Yeah, the rest is history. An absolute massive, just putting the cherry on top with that beautiful arena. And of course, we're seeing these finally one of the new items popping up, and that is the Parasma. 45 intel, 50 attack speed, 8 armor, and 300 projectile speed. I think this was composed from the Witchblade, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it does have the passive from the Witchblade, and it has a passive called Magic Corruption, which means that your attacks are reduce the enemy's magic resistance by 200% for 4 seconds. Pretty much, well, I was gonna say pretty much throwing the Veil of Discord into smithereens, but Skylark has sold that item in the meanwhile and goes in for the Shroud instead. It does feel like a loss of resources there for Skylark, as this center has selling an item mid-game is pretty much having a lot of devastating results there. Not sure how things are gonna turn out for KZ on the long run, as Yellow Submarine are gonna go in for another 4-man smoke here. It's gonna take it about another minute for Roche to come back, which means they will need to clean house, make sure things are gonna be nice and easy before they go in to pay Roshan a visit. KZ in the meanwhile going for yet another Tormentor kill, which gives the Queen of Pain the little shard upgrade. And oh, they might see somebody there. It's 3 heroes from KZ chilling in the sidelines, Astro, Skylark, and Supreme, and it doesn't look that nice. Rui will commit to a jump, but he's gonna get locked down to before he lands in the spike, getting caught up in the Remnant and with the Echo Stomp. They will take him down, still Skylark in the danger. Erase is gonna perform a nice Vortex there to keep him back. And this is a very favorable trade-off, favoring Yellow Submarine, once again taking out the Hoof Stomp, my bad. Taking away the frontliner from KZ and giving them a lot of free passage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And KZ. Oh, they have eyes on Erase. Nice little swap, but they don't have a nice lockdown onto Erase. Like, this guy is pretty much playing a lot. I mean, he's playing around insanely, just avoiding every chance he gets. And unfortunately, KZ, even though they did go in for a super greedy draft here, but unfortunately they don't have that many strong of lockdowns to keep things in place. If you take away Skylark, you're pretty much decimating the Hoof Stomp, and that's the second resource that you have here. And Supreme, things are looking ultra omega bad here. Yeah, if you take down Skylark, the rest remaining stun you have in your toolbox is Spartan, and the chance for you to miss a magic missile is pretty goddamn easy. You just gotta pray for the death shot to potentially hit there, but still, Erase can very easily zip-zap around this. Still doesn't even have the BKB going on, and it doesn't feel like he could even potentially need it. And as it was expected, Yellow Submarine are just actively pushing things out. They have claimed 2 towers so far. And King and his free farming are pretty much doing them wonders. He's also claimed the Nemesis Curse here, one of the new items as well, that we can see in the patch. 8% more damage taken from all resources, but when attacking a hero, it does apply a debuff, increasing the damage received by the hero by 12% for 5 seconds. So basically, glass cannon, as it says, in a way. Already has the MKB in his hands. He does have the Scotty for quite some time now, so it's just a damage dealing bonanza. which easily bursts through this Roshan like he's made out of butter. Once again, the Aegis has been given to Erase, so that's gonna make things a lot more easier for him. And rotating on the other side through the Twin Gates, they find Skylark once more, who does have the Shroud this time, manages to pop off the Stampede and attempts to make a run for it, but Erase keeps up the pace. They find him around the trees, Finger of Death, and easy peasy. This guy, Erase, has only died once in the game, already has, I think it was a beyond godlike, or definitely a godlike, if not a beyond godlike streak that he's already having. And he's pretty much, this is a very, very free game for the Storm Spirit. And, yeah. Last resort, what can KZ do here? They're attempting to at least have one lane under control. With Autechre, definitely things are going to be a lot easier when it comes down to the high ground protection, but Autechre is not being summoned for this call, as Yellow Submarine are actively keeping up the chase. King is going to be swapped up on top, but unfortunately Spartan is going to risk his life in the process. Instant buyback from this hero. They will get Supreme into the arena along with Autechre, who's completely stuck there on the wall. Spartan, Magic Missile does not connect through the teleport, and is going to be 1-2 taken down with a buyback. Only for the price of Ike, who had a very, well, brave role there. Kings committed a Sunder onto him, and it was just a defensive move. Still, this tier 3 tower is looking Omega low. They definitely, one more jump there will take it down easily. But still, now KZ are feeling a bit more confident to be on the move. They spout out at Erase, but Skylark does not manage to land the hoof stomp at all. Erase, realizing that he's just at the nick of mana, he's gonna withdraw back into base. And this is one thing that it kind of didn't come across my mind during the drafting stage. But it does, I just realized it was happening now. Like, the amount of support the Yellow Submarine brought in here. They have the Mana Drain, they have the life drain as well. So it's just to double down on the petrol station possibilities to keep anybody, whoever needs whatever they need at any time, up and going. And yeah. You need life, I'm gonna give you life. You need mana, I'm gonna give you mana. No issue whatsoever. There's the Shard Play coming in play. Yeah, it's really fun. And this is where KZ once again lost their momentum, unfortunately. As when Yellow Submarine are not attacking, what they can do is farm to the best of their ability, but unfortunately Skylark will be scouted out yet again. Vortex into submission, tries to survive, forces out a Stampede to make it out alive. Still, Erase is keeping up the pressure. Doesn't have any more mana, so the chase will be over before anything else. So thankfully Skylark will live to see another day there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And by some time for KZ, who have lost their momentum for another minute, for them to try to at least commit a jump or something more out of it. And they're chilling around enemy territory. Supreme will force himself out of it, and Erase finds Autechre. They will throw in the remnants for a little bit of a silence, but it's not looking that nice. Autechre tries to make a run for it, and he will do so. And the very last second, thank Prage that BKB. He did throw in a bunch of damage with the Eclipse, but still. Phew. A little bit of a sweat there. And things have gotten pretty slow. I mean, not sure what can they possibly do more here. Yellow Submarine are just slowly pushing things forward and forward and forward more into enemy territory, and finally Skylark will be found. It does feel awkward, the general playstyle for KZ here. They're actively putting themselves out there and pretty much scattered around, which is definitely easy pickings for Yellow Submarine, who have positioned themselves a lot deeper into enemy territories. Astral will be seen, but a nice little death shot for the protection. which does allow erase. Well, he was willing to commit for a long jump there, but still, they want to go in for the high ground, as they are pretty much aware where Otakar is here. If he goes in, oh, he needs to be really careful here. He could really easily go under sentry range and pretty much be taken down super easily. A lot of efforts are being thrown to keep King in control, enough to enable the backdoor protection to protect the tower. But even so, it's a second tower, incredibly low here on the side of KZ. And things are definitely not looking that splendid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Can you see? Oh my god. They're very much, I mean, it feels like they're very much out of momentum. They do have these plays that they can potentially do, but the amount of times they have missed out on these very good opportunities was just because whatever spell did not land on in the right second. Skylark commits to a high ground jump, which could definitely be punished here. They throw in the Earth Spike with the Finger of Death and land right into the arena, where they grab onto Skylark. Still, nobody has been taken down yet. Supreme runs away with a BKB. Skylark still locked into the arena, and he will lose his life along with Spartans. 2 down, 3 to go for Yellow Submarine. They find Astral hiding in the trees. Spike, spear back, and easy peasy. But yeah, things are growing a lot more awkward for KZ here. They are trying to find some part of the map where they can safely farm, but they're being absolutely devastated every single time they attempt to leave their base. Supreme forced to blink away and TP out.
Radiant's middle barracks.
And with that, the Yellow Submarine have finally found their opening, claiming one set of racks in the mid lane, now that 3 people are out of the line. And they're going in for a second one. That tier 3 got bursted down insanely. With a fortification, buy some time for the bottom racks, and not really sure. Skylark commits to a jump once again just to land into a fissure there. There will throw him back and forth, back and forth. He's gonna take some damage from the Finger of Death, but it's still not gonna be enough even so. It's looking Omega dangerous. Spartan is gonna commit to a jump. They will throw in the arena. Thankfully, a Sonic Wave will manage to burst through King easily. So Absolute Massive blinks, TP's away with a BKB erase. Finally, they get a lock on him, but it's just not gonna be enough. Free of the rain, Eclipse onto Rui, and they will take down at least 2 from the straight off, even though erase was always the main target here. But I like how Yellow Submarine are pacing this. They are fully aware that KZ are always going to be going in for erase, and they're just doubling down onto his protection, throwing in the Earth Spikes as much as possible. They do have, well, they have the Spike and the Spear, which are very, very strong spells, but they're always gonna if something lands onto the Storm Spirit, they're insta gonna counter it. I'm just amazed how Spartan did not lose his life in that defense there. But even so, KZ are definitely running short on possibilities here, as we've gotten around the 40-minute mark here. They're trying to open up the map as much as they can at this point, but it's just not much to go around. Every time they try to go out of their base even further than they're supposed to, Yellow Submarine are there to greet them with a warm welcome and at least take down 3 in the process. 21 to 29, 10k network definitely favoring Yellow Submarine, and it's coming close to Roche time, where KZ are hoping to anticipate and cut Yellow Submarine in their tracks. They will pop the smoke there, but instantly all engagement is going to be thrown onto KZ. A 4-man arena keeps them locked in spot. Spartan is going to lose his life first. Sonic Wave from the sidelines, but they will take him down right afterwards. Erase keeping up the pressure. Skylark looking pretty low. Otakar has been locked onto disarmed Hex and everything, and this Luna is in danger. Skylark commits to a jump to try to protect her at the release, but no, that's not going to be the case. Otakar gets bursted down along with Skylark. Astral in the backlines tries to do something, but the Hex and the lockdown and everything, they take all of them down. And it's definitely a free Roshan for Yellow Submarine. Oh lord. KZ pretty much underestimated their opponents to the maximum. These guys, they brought themselves up to 100. They learned their lessons from yesterday, and now they're just delivering insanely. I'm very, very pleasantly pleased here. They've managed to survive the early game onslaught. They've played this game very, very patiently in contrast to yesterday. And right now they are gonna go in for what could be potentially be the final push here. Absolute massive. Claiming the last barracks in the bottom lane. Securing 2 waves of super creeps. And nobody else to defend us.
You blew it.
But they're still taking this easy. As they are probably waiting for Otakar to come back. Better be safe than sorry. But still, Erase is there. He's chilling, waiting for somebody to show their face. Once again, definitely has eyes on Skylark there. And he's getting ready. He's waiting for Skylark to maybe just get under the stairs, but that's not gonna be the case. Meanwhile, KZ are trying to fortify themselves around this last tier 3 tower that they have. But unfortunately, to no luck. They're just waiting. What else can be done here? This time around, they are gonna give the Terrorblade, aka King, the Aegis of the Immortal, which means Erase will need to reconsider how aggressively he jumps this, but still eyes on Skylark at all times. But instead, no, he's just gonna jump around on the side. Spartan commits with another swap. They're gonna get a lock on him and instantly burst him down. They find the place to land an arena, but unfortunately, without Erase, things are gonna be a lot more difficult. Supreme keeps up the chase. He has Ike's life. Well, he has Ike on division, but still, no lockdown for him to be taken down. And this is where Yellow Submarine definitely did overextend. As KZ are at this point aware of how Yellow Submarine are working things around. They are trying to find some big play here, but they're always going to be throwing Erase first in the front lines. And, well, was somebody found there? Supreme is gonna get scouted out. Nice little stampede there for the protection. And this is a little bit of a breather for KZ. As taking away your race is definitely gonna give them some 40 seconds of breathing time. Otakar with the Satanic already up, so this Luna can have at least some sort of a survivability throughout the next team fight, but definitely I mean KZ, need to have an additional layer of lockdowns. They have gotten a Hex, which is definitely a great item to have versus Erase and prevent him from jumping around left and right. But still, I'm hoping for something more to pop up on their side, as Yellow Submarine have 3 heroes which are gonna lock you down, and they can just connect and chain stun whoever gets found. And that's why Skylark has been taken down so easily so many times. And this is the last line of defense that KZ have here. This tier 3 tower is just clinging on to 95 HP. The Yellow Submarine have grouped up in the lane, waiting to engage. Spartan, oh, he's gonna get caught instantly there. wanted to have the element of surprise there for the nether swap, but it's gonna get completely obliterated. Erase will be taken down as well. King loses his first life. Nice defense here from KZ as they punish Yellow Submarine's aggression here, but King is still gonna get locked down. Remnants are gonna connect one by one. Sunder is still on cooldown, and they will not be able to take him down. Rui and the rest will make it out alive. Still. This is a very, very big overextension coming in from Yellow Submarine. I'm kind of surprised how they're playing this. Yes, they have claimed the last tier 3 tower and have opened up the enemy base completely. But these last team fights, they're slowly falling apart. Even though they still have the net worth advantage and the kill count advantage, still, it doesn't feel like they're playing this fully right. Oh, Arena. They have Spartan locked in it. Dead shot lands right onto Absolute Massive, and they're gonna take away Demars for a little while. Rui in danger. He tries to save himself by draining mana, but still, it's just not gonna be enough. Is it gonna be? No, the taking damage and the Wave of Terror are gonna take him down. He does manage to save the life of Absolute Massive. But still, could that be the case? Skylark, nice little dodge there off the spear. But they're not gonna turn around, they're just gonna keep the pressure up while they can. Because they have 10 seconds remaining till Erase shows itself. And once that's the case, it's gonna be run away.
His bottom tower has fallen.
And finally, they have both lanes under control. Spartan commits with a swarm. They will throw in the Sonic Wave all onto Ike just to take down the Pugna, but Erase and the bike finds an AoE Vortex, takes down Otakar with Supreme, and down they go, melting like butter. And Astral, oof, misses with the death shot, throws himself in to pierce the veil, but it's just not gonna be enough. Gets locked into the trees. And we just get to watch him burn, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the scepter play that I was hoping to see even at the start of the draft there. And this is why I love Storm Spirit so much as a hero. I mean, yes, you do have the coil from Puck, which is gonna bring heroes all together, but the AoE Vortex is just like, I don't know, a potentially a 5-way get over here, harpoons clinging all heroes together. And we saw what happened, like, they got a lock onto Otakar, they got a lock onto Supreme. And with those two down, it's once again safe passage for Yellow Submarine to going on a high ground commitment here. They do have a double buyback, they will use one, get a lock on King, but the Arena is gonna keep Skylark in place. BKB, oh, the Sonic Wave is gonna be used a bit too soon there. Triple buyback coming in from KZ, and they will keep up the chase, try to make these buybacks worthwhile. But no, Yellow Submarine are not gonna give them the pleasure at all. Oh boy. I mean, I love the amount of time that has been given between these plays, but still it does feel like a very, very difficult push forward. Yellow Submarine are allowing KZ to walk away with a lot of free time here, but we're reaching... Are they trying to going for the tier 5s? Probably. I mean, what else could you want here? And this is the item that I was speaking about yesterday, the Rattle Cage. One of the new interesting items that popped up in the last patch. Which is definitely a fun item for initiators, such as the Marts. Do we have anything from the new ones as well? We did talk about the Nemesis Curse already. And we're gonna stop that right here because a big team fight is going on. Skylark is gonna be found. Oh, nice double stun, but Erase once again with the overextension is gonna be taken down first, and it's 90 seconds without the Storm Spirit. Rui in the trees, tries to juke around, but it's just not gonna be enough. Attempts were being made from Yellow Submarine to try to do something about taking down the last set of Rex and going for the Megas, but it's just not gonna be enough. And this is where KZ are making... Well, they're making their plays. Like, this team has been sticking around for such a long time. They know what's up and they can be hyper aggressive about a bunch of things, but still, I guess it took some time for them to wake up. Shake things up, and start moving around the map a bit more. And they have about 40 seconds to do something about it before Erase comes back. Well, or at the very least they can do is fortify their position around the Roche pit. Yep, Roche is definitely up. Yellow Submarine will attempt to try to get around it. Skylar commits with a jump. He will find Ike there. They will commit a Stampede as well for the cause. Pugna is gonna be melted down. A triple ultimate just to take down the Pugna for a second time. He's gonna be away for another 2 minutes, and finally this is gonna be the first Roshan that KZ have a chance to get here. Which is definitely a sight for sore eyes for them. And will definitely enable them to try to keep up with the push. And gotta give them a comment here that KZ are doing a great job. And well, it was looking like a seriously a lost match here. But they have worked their way around Yellow Submarine. They know how, as I said earlier, they know how they're gonna approach this game. They know that they're gonna be throwing in Erase for the jump. And that Skylark will definitely always have a mark on his back as the main target. But even so, it's been enough time for KZ to reassess their strategy here. They have gotten two sets of Scythe of Isis, aka Sheep Sticks, to try to have a little bit more of control over the enemy. And now they have obtained also their Roshan banner, which I think is also one of the new items. I mean, definitely a new item here since last patch. But I will need to do a little double read on it as I'm still unveiling the patch along with you guys. I did see something of what it does, but I didn't really read through it fully. I'll see how things are gonna work out. We do have a refresher shard available, and we have a refresher, a refresher shard and a refresher orb available on the side of KZ, so definitely we will be seeing a double eclipse, a double sonic wave being popped up. As from what we've seen so far from Supreme's playstyle, he's definitely gonna try to utilize the sonic wave for at least once to be sure to take down at least one hero away from the equation. That be it a support, that being somebody else. Definitely it's always gonna be Pugna and aka Ake, his life on the line. This is, I mean, we've spoken about this hero way too many times. He is super versatile, adds up a lot to the team's durability, but he's definitely always gonna be there for the taking first. So this is a Roshan's banner that we saw earlier. So creates a banner anywhere on the map. Lane creeps passing by the banner get a 45-second increase of damage and health. Last 300 seconds can be destroyed. More probably a purchasable item rather than a Roshan drop. And absolute massive got scouted out there. And now that we have the scepter upgrade as well, onto Otakar, he can throw everything he wants anywhere, but a triple, oh, Vortex is gonna get a lock on to 3. Astral bursted down first, Spartan will follow. There's just gonna be the Vengeful Spirit active, first life of Otakar taken down, double arena on the side, but it's gonna get a lock on to his teammates for a little while. Erase once again with the jump and the Vortex. Skylark is gonna commit right afterwards to make sure it doesn't go all the way, but still King is heavy hitting, and this guy is gonna take down Otakar very easily. Skylark is gonna follow. 2 minutes without the Luna, 90 seconds without the supports. 2 people on the defense lines as KZ have been completely obliterated. It just took one more time for Yellow Submarine to reset. And apparently they don't care about the ages, they don't care about anything. For them it's just the pleasure of taking down the Luna twice. And yeah, GG is gonna be called up. After a long and heavy game, 57 minutes into the making. I guess Yellow Submarine definitely set this game on a slow cooking time and were willing to take down KZ. Well, easy, but not that easy. It's still, I mean, definitely their draft was gonna go into the late game for sure. But it felt like a very, very interesting back and forth game. KZ were given, they'd have the chances, not were really given the chance to win this, but they did try to find openings left and right to try to at least compensate a bit more around their devastating situation. And that was the poor unfortunate truth, and this is why I always say things like the Luna is a great carry, but until the time she isn't. She's very good at the start, but afterwards she's gonna be decimated. The Terrorblade pick was definitely insane. Erase did an amazing job playing his hero. And yeah, it was Yellow Submarine setting this game on a 57-minute timer, and they were waiting for KZ to be burned down to smithereens. But without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this was just the first game of the day. We're ready to kick things off with Game 2, once again between KZ and Yellow Submarine, and afterwards we're gonna be seeing KZ once again versus Level Up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Interstellar night space, no one else sees. In the underground, we're living low key. Can give you peace here in your mind. And I found no place in the dead of night to come alive. Life is waiting on the other side. Follow me to the underground. Watch the world changing as the sun goes down. Follow me to the underground. Follow me into the underground. Follow me into the under.
10 seconds remaining.
And ladies and gentlemen, we
5
are
seconds
back
remaining.
with Game 2 between Yellow Submarine and KZ team of the European Pro League Season 15. After that long lasting match, which almost landed into the 60-minute mark long enough for the Tier 5s, Yellow Submarine did obtain a victory over KZ team. So
Dire team back.
it was a very, I mean, not gonna lie, it was a slow and excruciating match to watch, but even so,
10
Yellow
seconds
Submarine did
remaining.
have the superior draft in their hands, with picking out the Storm Spirit for Erase, with picking up the Terrorblade for King, and things worked around very nicely in their fashion. A lot of mistakes were being made by KZ and their draft. Unfortunately, they didn't really have that good of a lockdown for the Storm Spirit more specifically, as Erase was pretty much jumping back and forth around the map, wreaking chaos and havoc at every chance he got. Even though at one point KZ did evaluate the strat of Yellow Submarine and how are they gonna approach that, their team fights in the moments that
10
followed,
seconds remaining.
it was pretty much a bit too late for them to try to
5 seconds remaining.
at least mitigate all the incoming damage from King, which was a way too much. But yeah, the past is in the past. Right now, we're kicking off with Game 2. So there's not going to be a Pugna, which was a great pick for Ike, making sure that everybody's being healed up and up to a maximum every single time they needed to jump in. And KZ are going to make sure that there's not going to be any mana being thrown back and forth as they banned out Lion. So no Slaughter, no Timber Saw, and no Primal Beast.
Seconds remaining.
Hopefully, they will be considering taking away Erase's hero, aka the Storm Spirit, but they seriously need to go in for a bit more of a lockdown strat. They need to,
10 seconds remaining.
you know, it felt like they had a very cheap draft that they were hoping to go for. Maybe have that early game momentum, but unfortunately, that was not the case. They went in with a pretty squishy draft there, which unfortunately paid the price.
Dire team
But this time around, they're bringing in the Lone Druid, so this is probably is a hero that we've seen being played out on Otakar a lot of times. So probably they're gonna be having a lot better chances in having. I mean, definitely they're gonna be having the lanes under, under control a bit more. And with the entangled from the bear, they're gonna be having a lot more better of a lockdown, and of course with the AoE fear.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's just do a quick check for Lone Druid, because this is the first time
5 seconds
we're seeing him being picked up after the new patch update. So what has this hero obtained? So the spirit bear has had an armor decrease, even though it ends up with 6 once again. It starts off with 0, so it's 0, 2, 4, 6 instead of 3, 4, 5, 6. The fetch duration has been increased by 0.25 seconds, and it no longer slows the bear. Savage Roar radius has been decreased by 25, and we have a little bit of a rebalance onto the talents, which is one of them is Spirit Bear armor decreased by 1, and the Savage Roar cooldown reduction has been decreased from 8 to 7. So it's not much, but it's still a general nerf on this hero. But still, in Otakar's hands, I'm feeling a bit confident. However, not that confident now that we're seeing the Tusk coming into play, who's had only a change onto the Walrus Punch, which now deals 50 bonus damage, which is affected by the crit multiplier, and the critical damage has been decreased by 50 overall.
5 seconds remaining.
Whereas for Ancient Apparition,
Dire
he has gotten a little bit of a change when he's about his talents. But KZ are gonna unroll with a very familiar setup. It's gonna be in the Nature's Prophet with the Grimstroke, so they're gonna be having a lot more of global control. They do have a better lockdown now with the Inkswell and the Sprout popping in, which is definitely easy to control if you have a Quelling Blade, but even so, if one doesn't pass by, they definitely have the Inkswell already. Inkswell onto the Spirit Bear. And of course, with the Savage Roar are gonna make things a lot more bearable. But I'm kind of scared of this Dragon Knight, not gonna lie. Yesterday, in the hands of Baranya, this hero was a huge force to be reckoned with, utilizing the Dragon Elder form to the max. And of course, once we have the Scepter upgrade popping up with the level 4 Black Dragon,
5 seconds
it's
remaining.
gonna be towers melting left and right, which still has... It allows room for Abaddon to maybe pop up for that additional tower damage push, if they choose to do so. As already Yellow Submarine do have a very good combo. I mean, Tuskar is super annoying to deal with, generally. You have the Snowball saving people left and right, great for initiation, and of course great for survivability, with and the shards as well to keep things contained. So it's not gonna be a Dragon Knight mid, given the fact that this puck has been picked up. It's gonna be a Dragon Knight safe lane, more likely. And with the puck, of course, in the mid lane, something that Erase will be definitely very happy to tackle, as he is very favorable of these high mobility heroes, as we saw previously with the Storm Spirit. Probably he will be
Dire team
annoying as hell once again. And KZ are bringing in the Templar Assassin, which, I mean, putting on the thinking caps, both Lone Druid and Templar Assassin are viable heroes for mid lane, but it's more likely going to be a Templar Assassin mid with a Lone Druid in safe lane. Maybe, just maybe, there might be even a chance for Lone Druid to be going off lane, but still I'd rather have him, playing as a safe lane in this situation. Templar Assassin, also very fast farming. Once she gets the Side Blades Cleave up and going, definitely gonna be able to decimate anything on the way, and it's a good way to counter the armor that the Dragon Knight has here. But even so, KZ will have a pretty difficult time facing off against the Tuskar, as he will
5
definitely
seconds remaining.
find safe passage to jump onto Grimstroke at any chance he has, and without the Grimstroke, things are gonna be a lot less easier for KZ and a lot less manageable for them to find these things. Well, setups with the Soulbind as well. I am kind of hoping to see another strong single target spell to utilize the Soulbind even further. But we'll see. So definitely Yellow Submarine are considering KZ are going to be going with the last pick off lane based on this draft. What could we have here? I mean, the Underlords is still in play if they want to double down on global presence and just, throw people left and right around the map to find these nice initiations. And of course, it's always good for the armor, for the damage reduction,
Dire team
and to make things a lot more difficult to farm. I love that KZ have pretty much neglected the entire draft that Yellow Submarine had last game. So no Terrorblade, no Storm Spirit, no Lion. Yellow Submarine have taken away the Pugnup, because if they're not taking, they're not gonna be they're not taking it, they're not gonna be giving it away, as well as Mars. Along with those lines, we have the Centaur Warrunner also taken down, and it's gonna be the Night Stalker popping up for KZ. What we do know about the Night Stalker, always a Hunter of the Night, a lot more damage in his favor during that time period, and also we have the AoE Silence,
10
which is
seconds remaining.
super annoying to deal with, especially versus heroes who like to get in close and personal. He has obtained some base mana regen updates from the last patch. The void damage mana cost has also been decreased by 5, and Hunter in the Night, the Aghanim Shard max health restore has been decreased by 5%. So it's a little bit of a rebalance, but he's gonna have a lot more of a comfortable time when it comes down to his mana usage. And last but not least, Yellow Submarine are gonna go with Luna. So, Actually, it's gonna be an offlane DK now that we're seeing this. It feels kind of a greedy draft for Yellow Submarine here, but it's a huge power output indeed. They're going to be super aggressive when it comes down to the tower push. They're going to be super aggressive when it comes down to lane control. The Dragonite with the Moonglaves and the Lunar Blessing popping up. Their teamfight is also very nice. They have a lot of control with Puck and the Tusker. And of course, to top it all off, we're going to be having the Ice Blast from the Ancient Apparition. For KZ, they also do have a very strong damage output. They have very nice control, especially during the night. And of course, that's going to give them some time to keep up with the aggression. But also, they have a greedy draft as well, because Otakar... Okay, Otakar is going to be still sticking around with the Lone Druid in, as a carry. Supreme is going to be taking the Templar Assassin in mid, so it's a pretty... Yeah, it's a pretty self-explanatory draft that we're seeing here. But still... They will need to count their resources. Both sides will be super aggressive when it comes down to farm, so map control will definitely be needed on both sides this sooner than later. And we'll see how things unroll, ladies and gentlemen. We're up and ready to go with Game 2 between Yellow Submarine and KZ. Hopefully both teams are going to give us a lot more action at the very start of the game, as both drafts really want to get engaged a lot sooner than later. Of course, things are going to be a lot easier for Yellow Submarine once they get the Dragonite ultimate. Absolute Massive will definitely not hesitate to push this top lane as much as possible. And it's going to be a difficult lane for KZ indeed for them to deal with. And already we have aggression kicking off as Spartan has been locked down. To throws on to the Sprout for a little bit of a defense, but he's still stuck into the shards, tries to run away with his life, and a little bit of a body block from Otakar's Bear will definitely fortify this first blood to be claimed by Yellow Submarine. Same as last game. But could they be going in for more? Nice little observer kill there to make sure things are going to be a lot more manageable around the mid lane. But KZ are taking a stand to go deeper into enemy territory, so Astral and Skylark have resided themselves around this lower triangle. Maybe they will try to intercept somebody who tries to claim the bounty rune. King would be a very big kill here if they have the chance to take him. But most probably it's just going to be a little bit of a contest. The Lucent Beam is up and ready to go, but nothing serious will happen here. Both sides will receive the same amount of bounty runes to kick things off, but it's definitely Yellow Submarine with a better start once again here. And of course, it's a good thing that Erase got the kill indeed, so this Puck is gonna get closer to his bottle. But even so, it's gonna be a little bit of a difficult contest versus the Templar Assassin, who will actively be doing her best to keep up with the harassment with the side blades. And of course, farming is gonna be a lot easier for her indeed. But we'll need to be careful. Thankfully, she's not a high mana-dependent hero in contrast to Erase, but even so, she will need to be careful on when it comes down to positioning, when it comes down to avoiding all of the illusory orbs that Erase has to throw in. But as we can see here already, even if Erase is trying to hide onto high ground, he's gonna be forced away from the lane and be dependable, and he's very highly dependable on the bottle, so until that happens, it's gonna be a lot more manageable for Supreme to keep things intact. Up top, it's Otakar and Spartan versus Rui and Absolute Massive. So what can be said here? Rui with the Ancient Apparition, it's a very aggressive support here, always kicking things off with the Chilling Touch. But still, you have in some sense 3 heroes that you're needing to force yourself around. Down bottom is where the aggression is taking place. Skylark's life is slightly in danger along with Ike, but Astral is still falling pretty low. King keeping up with the aggression. A couple of more hits are needed to take down the Night Stalker, but that's not going to be a case. Spartan arrives to the rescue with the teleport. They will connect onto 2 with the Stroke of Faith, but a nice Fairy Fire is going to save the day, as everybody is looking ultra low here in the bottom lane. Actually, no, it was not the Fairy Fire, it was actually the magic one being used up, my bad there. But even so, a lot of effort has been placed to claim the life of Luna, and that's not going to be the case. Otakar, the bear, is going to be taken down. 300 gold already in absolute massive favor, which is going to bring him closer to his boots. Down bottom once again, the aggression is up onto Astral, but they need to be careful around this one, as King is also pretty low. Ake without any mana at his disposal, pretty much rendering him useless for any further aggressions. As Skylark is pretty much 100% on both at resources needed. And he can just keep up with the heavy hitting, already starting off with the Void, and he has reserved a second point to level up on something that he needs in the next team fight, more preferably. Oh, a little bit of a contest here between Erase and Spartan. They're keeping up the fight. Fairy Fire used up on both sides. They're still fighting this up, and oh, Spartan is gonna claim the kill, surviving barely at 6 HP, and will self-deny to make sure he goes back into base a lot faster. Holy moly, that was a very big kill, just claimed by a support there. And it's definitely gonna make things a lot easier for Supreme, who is taking all the advantage he can to even go for a little bit of a push onto the tower. And that's a lot of experience advantage he claims during Erase's absence. And yeah, definitely as things come by, the Templar Assassin will definitely be a force to be reckoned with. And Erase cannot really take any more excursions like that, as anytime he gets out of the lane, he will definitely be scouted out and taken down. And this is always where the Nature's Prophet comes in play. Already has the teleport sprout up and running and ready to intervene wherever he can. And when he's not doing that, he's just helping out with a little bit of a camp pull. King in danger. Even without him, Skylark is gonna claim the life of Luna. And of course, it's gonna be a nice breather here in the bottom lane, favoring KZ. So far, 2 lanes are slightly under control here. But still, KZ will need to be really patient about this. They really need to count their efforts. And of course, make the right plays at the right times. Even so, Absolute Massive has been completely unaddressed here. He's been pretty much free farming this, and even he's forcing himself onto the bear. Nice little summon back. They will get Rui locked into the tree. Sprout damage is helping out, but still not gonna be enough, as the Fairy Fire will be used up. Still, unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough, as Otakar and Spartan will keep up with the pressure and take down the Ancient Apparition, leaving Absolute Massive to force himself out of the lane for a little while and just risk away his farm for a little bit. Still closing in onto the level 4, 2 levels behind the Elder form. But of course, things are always going to be difficult when you have 2 heroes on the map. Down bottom, Astral, Skylark are going in for the deep dive. They even call in Rui here for the help, and Astral will lose his life. Ike will follow. Skylark a bit in the danger zone there, but really doesn't care. Already has the bracers, getting close to completing his boots. And a kill is a kill. Still, both offlaners are free farming a lot, and this is still something that is reminiscing of the previous patch, where a lot of emphasis is being placed out on how the off lanes played rather than and their farm rather than the safe lanes. What else can we say here? I mean, a good defense is always as good as your offense in a way. And Skylar getting close to his Dark Ascension and having a lot more control into how the team fights are gonna go is definitely gonna keep KZ up and give them a bunch of momentum. Minute 7, unrolling Sprout. Oh, they're expecting Spartan, and he's gonna manage to steal the Wisdom Rune, but definitely will pay with his life. And a little bit of an overextension there by Erase for throwing in the coil. But definitely a lot of space will be created. And of course, the double Wisdom Rune for KZ is a very, very welcome addition to the start of the game. Back in mid, Supreme. He's not gonna be the lock for the snowball, but Supreme is pretty much free farming at this point, already an entire level above Erase. Down bottom, Skylark throws in the Void with the Dark Ascension just to take down Rui, who is silenced all along, and it's an easy kill. And to top it all off, he wants to go in for the tier 1, but maybe a bit later the glyph will be used up. Rest of Yellow Submarine are fortifying themselves around King's farming. Spartan is gonna rotate, catch Erase for a little while in the Sprout. Ike still locked into the river, tries to protect himself with shards, but it's just not gonna be enough. King doesn't find, Skylark doesn't find anybody in the backlines, but does find 2 juicy couriers to add up for about 100 gold each for his team. So a lot of money is going in KZ ways, a lot of experience as well so far. And that's a very nice kicking off dominance on their side. So how are we looking in terms of levels? Let's just see. So they have 4 level 6s available. Last one remaining is the Soulbind from Astral, but already at level 8 they've claimed 2 towers. Well, one was denied, but definitely the map is opened up a bit more. Supreme a bit silenced up, tried to overextend there. Oh, it's just not gonna be enough. The Wrath is gonna clip him at the very end there. Astral coming in from behind. And no, Spartan coming in from behind. Astral losing his life. King is pretty low there, but Spartan don't overextend. He will easily lose his life there. And that was... it was as good as it was bad. KZ did almost claim the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, but even so they lost a lot. Supreme coming back to the lane and will manage to burst down King with the trap. Now Ike really wants to get onto him, jukes around the trees. Trap is gonna... no, actually it's not gonna miss. He will hit, slows down his enemy, doesn't have any mana, and boom! Double kill. Down bottom, I can see some movement there as well. Skylark will keep up the pressure. And I thought this tier 1 tower was completely gone, but that's actually not. The second silence will be used up by Skylark to claim the life of Rui. Erase is gonna avenge his buddy easily and claim a very nice dominating streak there. But we're not gonna be seeing a second deny here of the bottom tower, so finally it's gonna be 2 towers claimed by KZ, and it's the very least they can do here before Yellow Submarine start kicking things off. And speaking of the way that they can kick things off is Absolute Massive, who already has the Dragon form available, and he will not hesitate to use it, even only on Autechre. But it's feeling a bit anticlimactic. He will just try to farm as much as he can. Nobody from Yellow Submarine is in the vicinity to try to at least get a hold on to Autechre. And it's just gonna be a little bit of an attempt for the tower push, but it's still... without a lane, without any teammates to help you out, it's just a lot of waste of effort. And Skylark in the backlines throws in the Dark Ascension with the silence. They will get a lock on him and make a very easy job out of Absolute Massive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They did see... well, they were thinking that they have seen somebody crossing through the twin portals, but that's not definitely the case.
Radiant's top
As this was a very, very nice attempt to control Yellow Submarine. As definitely, I mean, as the game keeps on progressing, it's gonna be a lot more difficult. Supreme, Icon... well, he will TP away back to safety.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh, but up top is where the action's at. Coil, holds on to 3, but still Erase will be taken down. Autechre is gonna follow right after. Skylark tries to make it out there alive. It's gonna be stunned out for a little bit. Snowball going all the way the long distance onto high ground, right into Astral's grasp. He will throw in the silence, and he will join his friend into the fountain. Absolute Massive still being haunted. Will throw in the stun, but he's gonna be slowed down by the trap. Stroke of Fate. Slow down. And another one in the bag for KZ. So far, 8 on to 13, favoring KZ with a 3k net worth difference. And all tier 1 towers already claimed, in contrast to Yellow Submarine who have none, and they're still missing out on one more ultimate ability, which is the Walrus Punch. Still, Tuskar plays are generally there for the positioning to keep things in control during team fights. However, unfortunately, well, finally he's, due to the jungle camp kill there, he will claim
Radiant are scanning.
the level 6 he's needing.
Radiant's middle tower is under
But even
attack.
so, a lot of passive plays coming in from Yellow Submarine, as this time around their draft is, well, pretty much neck to neck with KZ. And this is something that I think that Yellow Submarine are not very comfortable about dealing with. As KZ are actively on the move, they will connect with the Inkswell and the Void and everything. I mean, it's a crippling fear with the Void. The Void already being at level 4. And they take down Absolute Massive for yet another time. At mid, Chilling Touch with the Dream Coil will be thrown on to Spartan, but that's enough time for the rest of KZ to come and pay Erase a little bit of a visit, who's gonna be chain stunned, locked down, silenced, and everything. And oh, the Void will latch on to Rui right at the end of that TP, adding 2 more kills in their name. So yeah, and this is an interesting thing, like, it's a pattern that is definitely present, especially in EPL games. If a team is winning, who is not doing that well during the group stages, when they're facing off a stronger team, they're gonna throw all in onto game 1, but that's gonna be enough time for the other team to evaluate what they're going up against. And definitely KZ have measured up to how Erase is gonna behave, how the rest of the team is gonna behave, and this is basically the time where this Night Stalker is here to shine. With the Crippling Fear, with the Void, he definitely is one of the most core players that the KZ could have picked up to have everything under control. And with multiple heroes that have a lockdown, we have the Inkswell, we have the Fear, my bad, the Savage Roar, not the Fear. It's a lot more manageable, but still, Yellow Submarine are trying to make sure that's not the case. They will find Autechre farming around the trees. KZ are not going to intervene about this. But yeah, maybe I have spoken a bit too soon about this. But yeah, even so, my case in point is when during a game 1 we have a long game where one of the teams wins, there's definitely a higher chance for the other team to take the other 2 games in a lot faster fashion, as they're pretty much the other team has thrown all of their cards on the table, and the other team knows what they're up against. And up top, Skylark, they find Ike, and they make a very easy job off of this Tuskar. And yeah, in contrast to last game, KZ do have a stronger lockdown. They have the Crippling Fear, they have the Silence, they have the Sprout, they have the Inkswell, they have the traps for the slowdown, and they have the Savage Roar. So basically they have 5 heroes that can just chain stun one spell after the other. And definitely it's gonna be difficult for Erase to try to counter that, who has been spotted out once again. The Crippling Fear will be thrown out with the Inkswell, and before any of them can go off, Erase is gonna be taken down to 0. And in the meanwhile, this is allowing a lot of safe passage for Supreme to free farm his heart out. Desolator coming in soon. Up top, do we have something? Otaker, oh, is actually turning things around now that the bear has the Diffusal Blade. It's a lot more manageable for him to take down Absolute Massive. They will throw the Dark Ascension as well. Snowball onto Skylark, who doesn't have any mana available, but they don't really need anything more out of it. The long range hit is gonna take down Absolute Massive. Ike will follow. King keeps up the pressure onto Spartans. Skylark survives the onslaught. Now King's life is on the line. Will they have anything against it? And they're not gonna stop the TP, but it's gonna be enough damage to take down the Luna. Once again, they do lose Otaker in the process. But it's one small victim for the life of 3. And it's definitely a trade-off that KZ are willing to do here. Yeah, let's just give a little bit of a check onto the items. So, yeah, Skylark has hit the items he really wants to have here. There's the Blink Dagger with the Echo Saber. Getting in close and personal with an additional second hit. Of course, Supreme as well has the Blink Dagger. A double Blink Dagger is also available on the side of Yellow Submarine, but if they're not ready to be... If they're not aware that there's a jump coming up, they really don't have a chance to use them, as we're seeing right now. Skylark insta jumps onto Absolute Massive. Even though he's an Elder form, nothing can save him from this crippling fear. And it's just still chilling at level 1, because that's all you need. Just build up the passive, the Hunter and the Knight a bit more, and when the Knight comes, naturally or not, this guy is in hunting mode. Erase kinda got scouted out there, lands right into Otaker's bear, but
Radiant's bottom tower is
we're just gonna play a little bit of a vision game here. Have Yellow Submarine under control a bit more, as we want other objectives, and we just want to take your farm now that the 19-minute mark has gotten off, and maybe your tier 2 tower along with it.
is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Easy peasy. A little bit of a push up top thanks to King. How is he doing, by the way? This Luna is definitely climbing up slowly but surely up on the net worth with the Manta and the Mask of Madness, but still definitely shying away from having any type of a teamfight presence. And speaking of teamfights, KZ are once again willing to bring it into enemy territory, but unfortunately they're gonna stroll away in the wrong direction as Yellow Submarine are chilling on the other side. Erase. Still a little bit of a jump forward, back and forth is gonna be enough for Skylark to detect this puck. Well, he's gonna be melted down before he does anything. Soulbind a tad too late, but it's still gonna do enough. Astral will lose his life. They're gonna take down 3 in the process. A bit of an overextension. Still, Erase forces out a buyback. He's silenced into the trap, and this... Oh, it's gonna be a big mistake. Still, Supreme is being seen. Forced out by 3. That was a really, really big trade-off, as Yellow Submarine are gonna try to keep up with the pressure, but Otaker is gonna say no. I'm gonna savage roar you guys away. And seriously, that was a super, super deep dive coming in from KZ. Completely throwing... what's his face? Skylark into enemy hands without a BKB or anything of that sorts. I mean, it's still a great and strong, powerful play, but going in right under the tower is just way too much. And now they're trying to turn the tide of war yet again. Absolute Massive without the Elder form. They're gonna get a lock on him. No mana available for you, dude. And down you go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it's time for the first Roche. 21 minutes into the play, Spartan and Supreme joined forces to claim the life of Roshan. Now that we have the Deso up and ready to go, Ice Blast will definitely see what's up. But still, it's not gonna be enough time for Yellow Submarine to respond to this. Maybe there were some hopes for Yellow Submarine to try to claim a kill at some low-level HP hero, but that's not gonna be the case. Supreme is granted with the Aegis of the Immortal, 5 minutes with the second life, and definitely that's something scary for Yellow Submarine, because KZ are definitely not backing off with aggression in this game. A lot of resources are being used up by Yellow Submarine to try to have at least some control of their jungle, or at the very least some part of the territory they still have. As with the taking down of 4 towers, it's definitely making KZ's life a lot easier when they... I mean, especially for the farming. TA needs to farm her heart out. Goes in for the Tormentor kill. Will she make it? Or die trying? Yeah, she's gonna give up. Not really willing to embarrass herself like that. Even though it's a TA we're talking about. One more item is needed for a solo Tormentor kill. Or maybe one more player for the additional soak. Oh, Skylark once again scouted out. Well, Absolute Massive once again scouted out by Skylark. I mean, Skylark is all around the map with this hero. Still doesn't have the BKB up and running, but is just committing for the small kills left and right, throws into Dark Ascension. And this Dragon Knight is being kept under control at all times. King, is he spotted? The answer is no. But if that were the chance, definitely KZ wouldn't have reconsidered, and Otakar is just the bear with a very, very easy kill over the Tuskar. And it's free reigning at this point now that we have the Scepter upgrade. This bear can run around everywhere at once around the map and add up another layer of control. It's just about control, push around, keep control of the woods, keep control of the lanes, and just farm your heart out. Take everything you can away from King, take everything you can over Absolute Massive, who is still shying away from his BKB. Does have the high hand of Midas to get some extra gold every now and then, but it's still not that good enough, unfortunately. King is free farming his heart out, but this Luna is being... well, she's not being super passive. Already has claimed 6 kills in the process, but has lost her life 3 times. And maybe Yellow Submarine do have a chance to turn this around. They do see where Supreme is. They know exactly where the TA is chilling, but they really need to be careful. If they jump in too close and personal... Skylark, well, doesn't have the Dark Ascension available, but it's nighttime anyways, so nighttime is definitely not the favorable time you want to go in and try to take down KZ at this point. So at the very least, Yellow Submarine are using the smoke to try to farm and be a bit more careful around their position. Supreme does have his eyes on Absolute Massive. Otakar, the bear, is basically being a 6-player support here. And pretty much decimating all type of vision that Yellow Submarine have placed anywhere. And now it's KZ on the move with the Dark Ascension once again available. They are gonna attempt to go in for a deep dive here. They don't see where King is, but Yellow Submarine are alerted that there's something lurking in their triangle. Another tier 2 for the Taken. And attempts are being made to at least cut the lane or something like that for this last tier 2 tower, which will definitely even further open up the map for KZ. Yellow Submarine, I was kind of hoping that this draft is gonna start scaling a bit sooner and start being a bit more aggressive, at least for objective Taken. At least take some towers left and right, but unfortunately that's not the case. It's KZ dictating the tempo this time around. And they're not giving... like, loosening their pressure in any way. They just want to get more and more out of this map as much as possible. Rui is gonna get spotted out. Crippling Fear with the Inkswell, rinse and repeat, and burst. No Ice Blast, no long range, extra damage. And definitely that's gonna scare off Yellow Submarine, as without their long range support, things are gonna be a lot more difficult to try to protect themselves.
Top tower is under
And during that time, this lane was pushed out all the way to the tower. Even with the Aegis advantage lost,
Radiant's middle tower.
KZ are still have still placed themselves deep into enemy territory, and they are still in the hunting mood. The night is still up. The night is, well, maybe not so young, but they still have this advantage that they are definitely using to the max. And they're just waiting for somebody from Yellow Submarine to show their face and insta jump, maybe land into a trap or something like that. But Yellow Submarine are going to be careful about this. They are going to throw in a smoke. Skylark is going to expose it. They're aware that there's something going on. Absolute Massive committing to a jump. They will claim the life of Astral, but Skylark is in the backlines. Will take Rui in return, and along with his Gem of True Sight. And that's I mean, you really don't want to use your Gem of True Sight here, as it's definitely a detrimental item to have the TA's traps under control, to at least don't walk around blindly. And Skylar commits to a long-range high ground jump once again. This time Blink Dagger BKB is available, so he's not gonna be stunned out and taken down that easily. Still, the pressure is up there, going in all the way under tower here, just to try to claim the life of Absolute Massive. Coil will connect on to two. It's just the Bear and Spartan. Nice Ogre Totem forward. Race was almost stunned there, but still King is now out in the open. Nice Manta style to push him out of the Sprout there. And he's gonna live to see another day. On to 16. 11k net worth favoring KZ. And once again, they're on the move. They find Rui. And it feels like this is a rinse and repeat scenario. Every single time this ancient apparition is being scouted out, his life is being claimed easily.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yellow Submarine were aware that the Skylark was there, and attempts were made to some extent to try to take him down, but unfortunately the TP was a bit too fast. Absolute Massive is kind of spotted out here, but instead they're gonna refocus onto your race, keep him up with the silence and the stun. And it's, yeah, this puck pretty much landed into their hands easily. Daytime is up. A little bit of a breathing space for Yellow Submarine to try to farm, but not sure how long that's gonna last for, as Skylark is once again on the move. Spartan, they will throw themselves into the upper triangle. And they have eyes on Nike. Crippling Fear. Down he goes. Who do we have next? Absolute Massive in the back lines. Silenced up for a little while. Forces out a BKB to make sure he arrives to the high ground. But now Skylark is flying in closer. Wants to at least cut somebody from getting closer to this tower. King, gotta be careful there, mate. If you go out too far too soon, it's gonna be very difficult. And is it time for Roche? I think it's time for Roche. Possibly, maybe. Roshan is in his Radiant home. And the twin portals are going to be used up by Supreme. Already placing himself. And throwing in the traps to try to fortify the position around Roche, because this is definitely where both sides will try attempt to contest themselves. And oh, absolute massive with the deep dive, goes in deep into enemy territory where Otakar and Skylark are ready to intervene. Rui runs away with the TP. Supreme, snowball away, throws in a trap right at the right spot. Still Ike will connect there, but 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. It's gonna be enough to take down Tuskar. And there it is. Now that they have claimed 2 lives, it's gonna be a lot more safer for KZ to go in for the Roche kill. MKB up and running. Desolator has been running for a little while, and it's interesting enough that Supreme has prolonged the BKB for a very, very long time. It doesn't feel like he even needs it at this point, as there's nothing that Skylark cannot take down at this point, and then for him to cleave off anybody who shows up. And oh, King in the danger zone. They will even throw in the Dark Ascension. Nice BKB there to save his butt for a little while. They will miss it. Miss Skylark with the Chilling Touch. With the Ice Blast, my bad. Still, the rest of Yellow Submarine, they're finally gonna find Skylark here. Erase will reclaim the gem here. Astral in danger. Rinse and repeat. Buys himself a little bit of time with the Solar Crest and the Lotus, but it's still not gonna be enough. Yellow Submarine do manage to find 2 very juicy kills, and did they? No, it's actually the still gem just being thrown around back and forth. And they are willing to go in for more. Spartan in the trees, doesn't have a TP available, gonna get chain stunned and taken down. And yeah, as I was saying, Yellow Submarine are aware that KZ are gonna be taking this time to at least try to farm up a little bit more and use up the Aegis advantage. But still, that was once again a little bit of a throw from KZ, as they did overextend there just for the attempt to claim the life of King, but that BKB was popped at the very best second. And it's fresh from the shop, still at 8 seconds. So it does still means a lot. Supreme, oh lord, he's gonna find Tusk and reclaim the gem once more in his favor. And take it back for safekeeping in the fountain. And now that Absolute Massive does have the Scepter upgrade, things are gonna be a lot easier for the pushing, but still, we're 35 minutes into the play, and Yellow Submarine have only claimed 2 towers, 2 tier 1s so far. In case, Supreme's gotta be careful here. If he overextends, definitely this Templar Assassin could be losing her life, not once, but twice most probably. But still, Astral, Otakar are in the backlines. At least the bear from Otakar is here. If they want to go in for the deep dives. Or at least try to control this lane and push it even further into enemy territory. And once again, we've gotten around a standstill point of the game where both teams are trying to salvage whatever resources they can around the map. We still have, I mean, it's a triple blink on one side, it's a double blink on the other, and KZ have finally pushed the lane up towards enemy territory. Still, they gotta lock on to Supreme. The first life is in danger, yes indeed, but Skylark finds this as an opening, will commit with a jump to try to force somebody out of it, but he's still looking pretty low. TA is gonna lose her life for yet another time. Skylark moved very far away from his teammate in an attempt to try to take somebody down, but this is where Yellow Submarine have anticipated this move. Astral, also in danger, tries to Ogre Totem away. It's just not gonna be enough. Nice play there from Yellow Submarine. A little bit of a unfocused play here from KZ, who were trying maybe to find a pick off onto Erase here. But it didn't really go well on the long run, as it was TA on the main focus for Yellow Submarine, and they claimed her life once, they claimed her life twice with ease. And KZ, well, I mean, this is the one thing that's always problematic when you, especially when you have a Luna on the other side. She will be waiting for you on the high ground. She will hunt you down, she will take you down, and if you land into her face, she's not gonna hesitate. Skylark with the double damage and will finally take down Erase, but still, Rui and King are there. He's gonna miss out on the Ice Blast and is gotta run there, gotta hide. He will do so, thankfully successfully. On the other side, Spartan is gonna latch on to Rui. The Treants did a lot of damage, but unfortunately it's not gonna be enough. The Wrath of Nature is unfortunately on cooldown, so Rui is gonna make it out alive. Still, oh, absolute mass. Skylark, stop doing this alone. You're gonna throw the game. Don't do it. It's not smart at all. Not smart indeed. No, that's just the bear. And 300 gold in the bag. A very scattered play from KZ, not gonna lie. Even though they do have the advantage, still, they need to be careful of how they assess this. Yes, you really wanted to take down King. You really need to take down Erase. Absolute Massive, he is indeed a threat. But if you chain lock him, chain stun him, and anything before he pops the BKB, definitely he's gonna be an easy target. But that might not be the case anytime soon, because we are seeing an Assault Cuirass being put into the wish list, and once that happens, he's gonna be a lot more tankier, and things are gonna get a little bit more ugly. And with that, definitely Yellow Submarine are gonna fortify their position a bit more. This Luna is feeling, I mean, she's not only a heavy hitter as per usual, she does have the BKB, she does have the Butterfly for the additional evasion, and also the Hurricane Pike to try to buy herself a little bit more distance, and also going in for the Blink Dagger so she can jump into action anytime needed. And speaking of jumping into action, it's KZ once again going in with a full team smoke. Who will they find? Where will they go? Skylark? Yep, no gem there. And oh, King is definitely scouted out. They will jump right before... Oh, but the BKB is still gonna go off in time. They get a lock on to Supreme. A little bit in the danger zone, still caught into the shards. He will survive for a little bit, but not for long. Ike will be taken down. King Hex, silence. BKB is no longer available, and down goes the Luna. 100 seconds without her. Do they want to go for more? Spartan throws in the Sprout with the Treants. But they're not gonna go in for more. They're gonna go in for more heroes down around the bottom lane. Absolute Massive keeping up the pressure onto Skylark. Tries to run away. Inkswell, it's not gonna connect. It's just there for the defensive. As they really wanted to go in for... Oh, but Erase will go in for the long range jump. Finds Skylark lurking in the trees. Astral Life is in danger. Otakar is still keeping up the pressure. Really wants to take down Rui and go in for the last set of racks here. One down, second one. A lot of effort is being placed on to claiming the life of this bear, but he's gonna make it out. At least of the base, not sure if alive. Absolute Massive is still keeping up the pressure. Wall or Sponge into the air, and 300 gold once again. Yellow Submarine once again hanging on a thread there, but they deliver yet again another juicy defense.
Radiant's courier has been
How long will it last? KZ are somehow running short on resources at this point. Even though Otakar is the one who's topping the net worth at this point, the bear is looking super strong and is gonna get an Abyssal Blade
Radiant's
sooner than later.
under attack.
Where's the bear, by the way? I mean, it was gone for a little while. And that's kind of awkward. Like, you can see where... I mean, the Lone Druid, yes, it's important, but it's a lot more important what the bear is doing at this point. And you cannot really see. I mean, Valve really need to rework this, or I really cannot find what items the bear has if it's not on the map, which is kind of a shame.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And then is it time for Roshan? Probably yes. Chilling once again in the Radiant home, and Skylark Supreme will need to be Omega fast about this. Even though Yellow Submarine are not really focused around this, they really want to take some objectives in return, at least push out one lane back into enemy territory. And Spartan is gonna go for a rat move here and claim the last barracks. Even though he lost his life in the process, still Megas are gonna be secured for Casey.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they do have the chance to go in for one last final push. Even without Spartan on the line, they did find this really nice window where they were aware that
Is under attack.
Yellow Submarine are going in for the mid push. But even so, this is what Nature's Prophet does at one moment.
Dire's
And I kind of miss this. I
fallen.
really, to some extent, miss Nature's Prophets going in his position once and building up to these high defense, high damage items, and just throwing himself left and right and being Omega annoying. But this is, I mean, this is where, at this point, the turning point begins for the Nature's Prophet to try to deliver onto that role. He does have the level 4 treants available. He does have the Curse of the Old Growth. And of course the upgraded Wrath of Nature with the Entangle. So he is slowly turning from the support to this support carry in a way. But we'll see. It's definitely going to be a lot more difficult for Yellow Submarine to exit their base at this point. They still have, I mean, the unstoppable power and heavy hitting of the Luna. But unfortunately, she is down to 6 seconds of the Black King bar. If Casey managed to bait it out sooner than later, definitely they will make an easy job out of the Luna for sure. Ike, there's the Scepter upgrade for him, so it's gonna be a kick and a punch on his side. Definitely, it's gonna make things a lot more manageable to keep Casey under control, or at least try to have a little bit more control over the bear. And we're just in the waiting game. Casey are hoping for somebody to leave the base for them to secure at least one kill as an advantage. Erase playing a very dangerous game here on the side, but engagement is gonna be on to Absolute Massive, who will throw in a BKB to try to melt through Skylark. Still, it's just not gonna be enough. Dark Ascension is popped up. It's dark. It's even darker for Yellow Submarine, who will toss in, however, the bear to keep at least something under control. And they're not actually gonna summon him back. The bear is, well, it's available now at this point. And they will throw it back. They used up 2 big spells for this one. Absolute Massive. Still in dragon form for a little while. Still, they will throw in the bear for the initiation. Skylark commits with the long range jump. Will take down Ike, but still they're looking pretty low there. Nobody else to help them out. King with the heavy hitting. They will take down Skylark eventually. Supreme in the danger zone. Tries to run off and hide. Does have 2 minutes remaining on. Oh, but the Ice Blast connects onto 3. They will lose the Aegis in the process. Shards will be thrown to make sure he stays there. And oof. It's gonna be Erase committing on to Astral. Ike. Actually, it's gonna be Ike committing on to Astral. They will take down 2 in the process. They still have eyes on Erase if they wish to commit more for a gem, but without Skylark, things are definitely gonna be a lot more difficult. Once again, KZ are kind of overextending this. They didn't have King for the Taken, who just slowly but surely building up on these big items. Even has claimed the Ancient Guardian with the additional 50 damage and the passive. And I mean, this is a great item for farming. It does feel kind of late, but still, even if there's a team fight around the Ancients, and there's no Ancient camps around here. That would have been really cool if there was an Ancient camp close to Roshan. Then this item would have been even more OP. 46 minutes into the game. Uh-oh, Supreme has been found. They will not connect with the Ice Blast though. But definitely they're gonna scare off the Templar Assassin away from the Tormentor. There's an Assault Cuirass on both sides actually, so they're pretty much evened out. A Nullifier has been available for some time onto Skylark as well, but it's all coming down to momentum. Skylark is committing for these deep dives, and they're using the bear as much as possible to try to at least expose whoever they can. But there's a lot of damage output that Yellow Submarine have with this draft, and they're not scared to show it off at all. And they're gonna go in on the move here. Astral, uh-oh, TP's at the worst possible place at the worst possible time. They will throw in 2 big ultimates for him, but he's gonna throw in the Soulbind at the very last second before he dies. Supreme will use this to his advantage. They're gonna keep King under check. BKB is up for the Templar Assassin. He really wants to take down, but no, the Satanic is gonna go off and take down Supreme in return. At the backlines, it's Skylark. He will find both supports, one of them on the dieback. And now King, without any defensive remaining, no Satanic, no Eclipse, no BKB available, only has the Butterfly to make sure he's safe and sound, but that's not enough versus Skylark, who really wants to go in for more. Erase keeps up the pressure, wants to take Spartan. Will orb a bit further. No, actually, it was a bait. They will get a lock on him. Entangle with the Silence and the Hags looking pretty low, and they finally will take down the pesky Puck. That was a very, very back and forth fight. They did take the life of the Templar Assassin, and this damage output was huge, but man, once again, and damn it, they don't even show, like, probably the bear did a lot of damage because I cannot explain. Okay, yeah, I mean, the math does add up, but I think there was a little bit more to go about thanks to that bear. Double buyback, King and Rui. One last tier 4 is dividing KZ from the Ancient, and it's gonna be gone completely. Wrath of Nature is gonna entangle the King. Autechre keeps up the pressure, harpoons himself close and personal, but they want Absolute Massive to be taken down first, Root and everything. They will commit to a toss, but it's not gonna be enough. Skylark kicked and punched back and forth. Finally, they will claim his life. And without that, KZ are going to be forced on the run. Astral throws in the Soulbind to try to do something about it. They will get a lock on to 2, but there's no heavy hitting still on the side of KZ, and they definitely need to make a run for it. Autechre is just the bear. Ike, a little bit in danger, but still he will survive through everything. Is there anybody else joining the fight? Autechre still keeps Absolute Massive on lockdown. It's just the supports trying to claim the life of this DK before anybody else from KZ shows up. Ice Blast, it's gonna connect. Oh, just in seconds. Did it connect though? Yes, it did actually, but it was enough for the Nature's Prophet to go back into the fountain. Astral is still gonna be taken down. Autechre's bear is still pretty low, but will be able to claim the life of Ike. And it's gonna be a run back for Yellow Submarine as their Ancient is under siege. The Mega Creeps are doing their heavy lifting. Still 30 seconds remain till Skylark shows up, and it's definitely gonna be the last push if KZ play this out right. Yellow Submarine completely locked into their base at this point. King going in for the Divine Rapier. I mean, as much as you like the Divine Rapier for the additional damage, it's always a very big risk for you to lose it. I mean, King is delivering a lot here. He did manage to survive everything. Popping the Satanic at the very right moment is definitely detrimental to keep him up.
Interesting.
And a little bit of a pause, so I can take a little bit of a breather. Thanks, guys. But even so, King has obtained the Divine Rapier. And this Luna hits for 800 damage per hit, and that thing bounces, and it cleaves, and it does a lot. Meanwhile, KZ are gonna be claiming another Roshan with the barrier and the refresher. A late scout, not gonna lie, is gonna freeze time for a little while. But Supreme is gonna have 2 lives this time around. All BKBs... Well, actually, it's just 1 BKB available. Oh no, actually no, it's the second one. Why am I acting so surprised? But they're both down to 6 seconds. Actually, wait, this is a fresh BKB? This late? Oh, damn. No. Oh, actually, it was wrong, because here it shows as if it were 9 seconds. Here it shows as if it were 6 seconds, so that's kind of awkward. Like, got me confused there for a sec, because I know that Skylark had a BKB for quite a long time, and he has used it multiple times. And, oh, that's a very nice double damage rune there. That could be used up, and yep, and the bear will claim it. And they pop the Dark Ascension, going in for the last and final push, going in from the side. Absolute Massive will be the first one to be spotted. Supreme insta initiates. They will throw everything they have onto this TA. But what KZ won here is the Ancient. They throw in the last Glyph of Fortification. Otakar loses the bear. TA loses her life for the first time, but it's ticking seconds until the Glyph goes down. And as the bear attempting to find an entry once again, Skylark just keeps up with the hit. They're not willing to fight as they won the Ancient just, and it's looking pretty low, but they're losing people left and right, but eventually the Ancient will be claimed. I mean, KZ were like, guys, we're not fighting this whatsoever. We're just gonna go in for the Ancient push, and that's it. Because, I mean, King was completely overpowered at that point, and they knew that they cannot be facing that, so it's just one objective. We have the Ancient, we just go for it, and in 52 minutes, once again, this was a very, very long game, which I thought it was gonna last a lot. I mean, it's gonna end a lot sooner, but that was not the case. It was just, oh man. This time, KZ were the winner of this game too. Put themselves onto slow cooking. Still, Luna did farm up insanely high, and she was definitely a force to be reckoned with. But still, even with a little bit of a even with a little bit of a back and forth between both teams, eventually it was KZ winning this fight, this game, and we're going forth with a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. The decisive match is upon us. Afterwards, we're gonna be seeing KZ facing off versus Level Up, so it's gonna be KZ all night long. So yeah, see you later.
I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head, you lied to my mother, you lied to my friends, you said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost and never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes are funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes are funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding.
Radiant team ban.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the decisive Game 3 between Yellow Submarine and KZ team of the European Pro League Season 15 group stage. So we're ready to see the end of this journey, the end of this match, not the end of the, not the final game of today, as we will, as I said earlier, we're going to be having KZ facing off level up, my bad, in the match that follows after this one, but definitely this is gonna be the end of the line of this onslaught we've seen so far. 2 games, about 50 minutes each between Yellow Submarine and KZ. And what we're not gonna see is Otterker's all-time favorite Lone Druid. We're not gonna be seeing Pugna, we're not gonna be seeing Primal Beast, Slaughter, and Lion. It was a very last-second match where KZ throw in all or nothing versus their opponents. And yeah, what else can be said? Like, it was really interesting to see how this game played off. It was at least at the turning point where Yellow Submarine could have had some chance to turn this game around very easily, as the Luna got uber farmed. She had the Divine Rapier, she had everything in her arsenal she needed to deliver a lot of heavy hitting. And KZ, they knew that they couldn't face this anymore. They just literally went in for the jump, claimed the Ancient, as it was pretty much allowed by the Megas to control the lanes. And now they're gonna be deciding what will be the end of this Game 3. So no Train Protector as well. It was the final ban of, Endless Shrek of this first ban phase, but we do have a Phoenix being popped up. A little bit of a double-edged sword support here. I mean, it's very difficult. It's difficult. It's very difficult for Phoenix during the laning stage, generally because of the fire spirits mostly. So he claims his life to deal some extra damage. But as soon as we have the shard upgrade, the Supernova is just gonna be rays being thrown around left and right for the defense and for the offense, as it's a great spell for a lot of heavy healing and a lot of heavy bursting. But we'll see how they're gonna utilize it. I really do hope that we're not gonna be seeing a Faceless Void or something like that, because usually Phoenixes do come along with that strat. It would be interesting to see something like a Legion Commander or something of that sorts coming in from KZ, just to have an additional lockdown, at least during the duration of the Supernova and of the race, for at least one hero. Thankfully, we're not gonna be seeing a Luna or a Morphling. I'm kind of pleased with Luna being banned out, because this hero does tend to prolong the game a lot. It does set one hero, and there's not gonna be a Faceless Void as well, so yes. Actually really happy about this one indeed. Yellow Submarine are gonna be taking Tuskar as well, and Ike was doing an amazing job at this hero for the time being, throwing in snowballs left and right, throwing in shards as much as possible, and once we got the kick and the punch going on, it was just basically throwing around players throughout the team fight wherever they are needed. So what else can we say here? I mean, aside from everything that needed to be said was said in the last match. It's just coming down to how these two teams are gonna face each other's off. KZ have a lot more to play today, so they really need to, be efficient regarding how much energy they have here if they want to face off Level Up, who have been holding on pretty strong during the group stage. Even though they are at the 4th position, they have already won against Yellow Submarine. They have lost, unfortunately, against Bait, but they still have 3 more matches until the end of the group stage, one which we will see today. And KZ will be the ones who will be giving Yellow Submarine a little bit of a taste of their own medicine by bringing in Erase's favorite hero, the Storm Spirit, into play, along with Grimstroke. So they have this very powerful setup already kicking off. The Inkswell with the Ball Lightning jumping into enemies left and right. They will definitely have a very easy job controlling the Shadow Demon. But with the puck as well. So getting a coil onto the Storm Spirit will be detrimental to try to keep him under control, to try to keep him leashed for a little while. But we do have the mini Aghanim Scepter Vortex possibly popping into play with the Soulbind. 2 targets will definitely be easier for the claiming rather than 1. And I think, same as game 1, Yellow Submarine are opting in for the Mars play, which pretty much proved to be very, very impactful into keeping things into control, but it's the Doombringer for KZ. Have there been any significant changes for this guy? Just gotta check real quick. So, improved base movement by 5, Devour neutral abilities now level up automatically at a time when the neutral abilities would scale, which is pretty cool. Infernal Blade cooldown decreased, so it's starting off 3 seconds earlier, but then it goes down to 4 seconds as well. And Doom no longer makes a hero deniable, so if a Doom goes off, you'd better run and hide and pray to survive. And that's a very good synergy that the Phoenix and the Doom here have. Throwing in the Doom will definitely make things a lot easier with the Sun Rays and the Supernova blasting around. And of course, with the long-range jumps potentially coming in from Storm Spirit, it will be detrimental for KZ to try to avoid jumping into the arena at most times.
10 seconds.
And I was gonna say Spectre would be very interesting here to add up with some sort of a global presence and a very assassin-type-like play. Which, it's one of the best heroes that can get activated at any point of time and then just roll back to keep on farming as much as possible. But what else is left here? It would be interesting to see a Juggernaut maybe popping into play to try to play around the Mars Arena a little bit more cautiously. And that's something we've spoken of with Joe XD Tribe, but that was it a bit before the patch? Yeah, it was before the patch. But even so, I don't think we're going to be seeing this hero in a while. Maybe a Gyrocopter could also be interesting for KZ to take here, to try to have a little bit more of burst, but Gyrocopter has rolled back a bit more in a supportive, in a sort of a support-like play, so maybe that's also not an option. I still root for the Legion Commander, but it's gonna be difficult against the Shadow Demon and against the Tusker, so it feels kind of awkward. As for Yellow Submarine, what else could be interesting to utilize within the Mars Arena? I would like to see some hero like maybe the Monkey King popping up. But maybe even for KZ, Naga Siren could be an interesting option here. For Yellow Submarine, definitely not that they have the Phoenix and the Storm Spirit available. Night Stalker hasn't been banned out, so maybe KZ could utilize it. And now, with the Anti-Mage ban, could this be a Medusa play probably for KZ? I'm not sure. Maybe. It's gonna be a Naga indeed, so the fastest farming carries in the game. I think she's still holding on very strong. Even though she has had a strength decrease by 0.2, and the Riptide damage has been decreased by 5 at level as the level 10 talent. She is still super strong, really fast farming. Of course, we have the net here coming into play, which will definitely keep pesky heroes as the puck under control. KZ have pretty much worked around their issues back from game 1. So game 2 and game game 2 definitely we saw how it ended, but this game 3 definitely they have the strongest lockdown potential that they have, especially with the Doom and his best spell of the same name. Definitely is gonna keep Erase's puck under control, but you also need to have Tusker under control. Always you have the Song of Siren available, and Yellow Submarine are opting in for the Muerta as the last carry pick, which could be interesting. However, it does feel a bit awkward having her picked up against the Storm Spirit, because even though Pierce the Veil is great against avoiding all incoming physical damage, and her power output is very big, especially when she scales up to level 4 of the Gunslinger, it does leave her vulnerable to the aggression of the Storm Spirit, and of course from the Phoenix as well. So definitely the Supernova, the Egg, and the Song of the Siren play will be detrimental of how KZ set things up. I do like their draft a lot more because it's all about control and it's all about a huge damage output. Yellow Submarine have also very good lockdowns from themselves, but it's still gonna be their damage is not that strong. They have the avoidance, they can jump around as much as they can, but yeah, it does feel like a difficult matchup indeed. What they can possibly do here is try to rotate very, very soon into the game and maybe try to force out at the Naga to fight the Naga before she gets so mega annoying. But I will see if KZ give them that chance. We will see. It's game 3, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of this set. Who will walk away with a 2-1 victory and who will go home? Not go home permanently, but go back to the drawing board and reevaluate their decisions for the rest of the group phase. As we do still have a lot more matches to go about. Yellow Submarine will be... wait, this is the last match that they're having. Yeah, from the group stage. They are looking strong at position 3 of their group so far. Whereas KZ have... well, they have 1, 2, 3, and along with this one, 4 matches left remaining. So that's why they're still looking pretty low at the table currently. And yeah, I'm generally really scared of Nagas, not gonna lie. Super strong farming. And this is, the one thing that I like about carries like this is they do have a disengage mechanism, and they do have a somewhat of a stun available for them to nitpick their targets a lot easier. And uh-oh, Astral in the danger zone walks right into 3 heroes who are smoked up. King ready to land that death shot is gonna miss, unfortunately, but the disruption is gonna hold him into place long enough for Yellow Submarine to claim a first blood.
You have my respect.
Once again, a strong starter for Yellow Submarine. Let's see if they manage to keep things up. By the time the timer goes off, Astral will be back into the play, and he's not gonna miss out on any valuable time away from the laning phase. But even so, Supreme is being scouted out. His observer ward has been removed, so he's a bit in the danger zone. Absolute Massive throws in the first spear onto Otterker, gets him away from claiming the bounty rune. But even so, it's gonna be a 2-2 distribution. Skylark, the death shot lands in his face. King is dealing a lot, well, not a lot of damage, but is just keeping up with the aggression. Throws in a couple of shots onto Astral as well, just for a little bit of a scare off. Nothing too serious this second time around. Still, Spartan is quite in danger. Rui, 5 seconds away from the disruption, but he's gonna give it all up. Doesn't really want to overextend here. Up top, Otakar already multiplying himself to try to farm up as much as possible. The good thing Absolute Massive has here is that he can easily burst through the illusions with no problem, but Otakar, I'm pretty sure this guy will start multiplying sooner than later. And then sneak in as much as farm as possible. The good counterpoint here as well is Rui, with his disruption, he can turn a couple of illusions back into Naga's face and at least try to have some sort of good control over her. But still, both sides need to be careful about how they approach this. Is once Otakar gets the Diffusal Blade or something like that, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Down bottom, Astral loses his life once again, but Skylark, he will claim the life of Ike with the Scorched Turf. A little bit of burn damage. And he's already queued up the Veil of Discord along with the Shiva's Guard, which is very interesting to see. So he's just gonna build up on additional, well, aggressive, so to say, items to try to increase the magic damage output for KZ. Which means Yellow Submarine, I mean, as per usual, it will be detrimental for them to get BKBs, and Remnants with the Dutch shot will claim the life of Astral yet again. Skylark still locked into Chain Silences one by one. Will manage to pop the Scorched Serve, but will need to make a run for it, as his life is on the line as well. Up top, Otakar a bit in the danger zone, as the Poison Touch damage is stacking up to 3. Spartan tries to buy some distance and he will manage to do so successfully still. Otakar being forced out of the lane robs him of those much needed last hits. And of course, the early game experience. How are things looking in mid? Erase is pulling the wave back into his to try to at least free farm as much as possible versus Supreme, who's definitely not satisfied about this, will go all the other way around between the towers to try to harass or erase a little bit more with the Remnants. And a lot of damage is being thrown as well, but still, Supreme still doesn't have that additional mobility to try to harass Erase as much as possible. Erase is throwing a couple of return punches as well, as he does have the illusory orb available. I think I'm saying it right, yeah. Very difficult to say words that have an L and an R and an S all together for non-native speakers. But it is what it is. This lane is pretty easy for Yellow Submarine here, as they're already picking up the aggression yet again, throwing in the shards onto Skylark, but Skylark is not taking it already with the Scorched Turf. Nice little dead shot to keep Astral away, and he's looking low once again. Then it's very, very easy to lane against the Phoenix, as I mean, he's pretty squishy, and as I said earlier, back into the drafting, he is very dependent on his health rather than his mana, so if he wants to be effective, he will need to burn a lot of health to try to stay relevant, and that's something that Ike and King can definitely abuse here. Still no snowball available, but even so, they do have the tag team to try to burst themselves a bit more forwards to close in. However, up top, I think that there was some danger going on. Absolute Massive and Rui cutting the lanes from the back. They will try to draw away as much as they can away from Otakar. Even though this is something that Otakar, I mean, he doesn't have illusions available right now, but he is definitely going to be happy about obtaining a lot of this solo XP and getting some of those additional last hits. Even so, both sides are doing their best when it comes down to having some sort of lane control, some sort of control of the resources. Down bottom, once again, the Remnants will be thrown onto Skylark. He's looking pretty low here. They're not going to connect with yet another one, but Ike is still keeping up the pressure. Dive, burning, ticking. It's going to be enough. And this is the very least that KZ can have here. It's a lot of this burn damage, which is finally starting to show. We also have the Devour up and running. So it could be something, but these long-range dead shots are definitely providing a lot of distance for KZ, for King to try, well, to pretty much free farm as much as possible, and he's looking pretty well so far. Compared to Otaker, who is by, you know, theoretically the better farmer in this situation, but it's gonna take some time until he becomes effective. Still very dependent on his illusions, and he's somewhat left alone as Spartan does rotate to the mid lane. Minute 6, of course, the never-ending struggle starts off there. They will claim the life of Rui. Attempts were being made to claim the life of Erase, but he's gonna have to take the long way back into the fountain. And of course, with the absence from Spartan, Otaker, well, he's gonna go into the side lanes to farm up as much as possible, but at level 6 is gonna come sooner than later. And going down bottom, Supreme will commit, and they will take down King for a first time. Attempts were being made by Ike to snowball him down, but it's just not gonna be enough as KZ are on the move.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So yeah, this is the one thing that KZ have here. As soon as the Storm Spirit hits that level 6, he's gonna be super annoying and pretty much all over the place. We saw how things turned out when Erase picked up this hero, and it was mega fun to watch. Still, Erase is not having this hero this time around, so he's pretty much there for the setup. Really needs to go... Well, he really needs to find the right momentum to throw in the coil. But it's pretty much dependent on the rest of the team and when they will be able to contribute towards those team fights. Meanwhile, Otaker is just resorting back to the backlines to try to quietly farm as much as possible. Likewise is King. At this point, the Gunslinger is also toggleable, so it's available when it's needing to farm, it's available for team fights, and in mid lane, there's the first coil being dropped down. Erase trying to take down Spartan, but Supreme is dancing around, throwing the remnants back and forth. And still Erase is keeping up the chase. Supreme manages to reach the Arcane Rune in time. And there's the burn coming in, the Sunray. Oh, they will not manage to connect onto Ike in the meantime, but they will force out the Snowball to go back to the river. And at least, at the very least, manage to take him Erase. He's gonna get a Vortex back, but the very nicely timed phase shift is gonna make sure he stays alive. Absolute massive with the spear. Oh, that was a really juicy setup. And I guess this is what you can do with a split-second decision into throwing into the arena. And right now, I mean, how much was it? It was 0.2 seconds. A less time needed for the arena to go up so he can throw in the spear. Down bottom, Skylark has thrown the Doom onto King, tries to claim the life out to Muerto one more time, but he is risking his own in the process. But oh, the Sunlight is gonna be a tad too late, still at level 1. Still, King, it's a good trade-off, even though Skylark is still, I mean, what I spoke of earlier, having the offlane plays, and they're a lot more impactful at the very start of the game, but still taking control onto King is definitely important because he's gonna be a lot more annoying on the long run. And finally, Otaker has reached the culmination of the Naga farm potential, and he's ready to go in whatever he needs to just to take everything he wants, and gonna go in for the Midas to add up a bit more pain before he goes in for any more serious items. Muerta, on the other hand, she's gonna go in for the standard Maelstrom build. Already has the Falcon Blade up and running, so it's just about building up damage and building up additional help for her to kick off the farm. Still a very easy target for KZ to take down, but Yellow Submarine might be turning the tide of that. Skylark, he's gonna be snowballed, kicked up, thrown into the remnants, veered back, and they're even gonna top it all off with the Pierce the Veil, which feels like a little bit of an overextension, but better safe than sorry. They don't really know where KZ are lying around this timer. So they gotta be careful. As it is, as I said, last game. Game 3 between these two. And they've been fighting off like all day long. 2 50-minute matches. I'm pretty sure they might be going in for a third one as well. Because this game is not very fast. And there's a smoke bomb being popped off. Erase is gonna take a stroll down the bottom lane as the coil is up and ready to go. Still no Blink Dagger, still no Witchblade available, but the very least he can do is provide some sort of a setup. Maybe for King to get these early kills. Skylark, they have eyes on him once again. They throw in the shards with the coil, with the revenants and everything. The death shot as well. He's gonna survive through all of that somehow. Supreme is gonna commit to a jump, realizing the King doesn't have anything else to expand here, and he keeps it up, but he's just gonna land into the arena, speared to the wall, and he loses his life in the process. Yes, Yellow Submarine were kind of hoping to claim the life of Skylark here, but they walked away with a better price, which pretty much landed in their hands there. But without their big ultimates available, they will go on the run. Rui? That might have been seen there, but still, KZ are gonna be careful about this. As even so, they do have their reassurance that nothing is gonna jump onto them. They really need to be careful of how they're gonna approach this, because Yellow Submarine showed that they really don't have any mercy. They will jump at any given chance. Yeah, it's just gonna be a little bit of a tower pressure, not a full-blown push. And Otaker going back to the farming lane. Absolute Massive has been doing a very, very good job when it comes down to these arena spears. I mean, I don't think I've seen that sort of a pixel perfect arena spear into an arena throw before this patch. And it's really, really satisfying to see. And now it's KZ on the move with Supreme and Spartan, venturing deep into enemy territory. They really want to take down King here. But Astral? He's not willing to venture forth too much. Spartan, yep. He will be exposed, drops the Observer at the first chance he can, but Supreme is gonna connect with the Vortex. That shot, attempts were made to protect his body, but it's just not gonna be enough. King throws in the Revenants to try to protect himself from the TP, and he will do so successfully. Even so, the Vortex was still on cooldown, so there's nothing KZ would have done about that, but at the very least, they have granted themselves a tower kill in the process. So it is something. We wanted a big kill, we got a smaller kill, and a tower as well. And this is a time potentially when Yellow Submarine can try to fight here, as they do have the arena available. And yep, they might be taking that chance. Rui and Erase smoking up on top, attempting to find a kill, and they do have eyes on Supreme, who is farming by himself. They will throw in the coil, silence for a little while. He's not gonna make it out of there alive. Don't even need an arena for that kill. Keep him locked down as much as possible, throw in the Waning Rift for the silence, and pretty much you get a hold off the Storm Spirit with ease. This is a very, an interesting thing that it happens every now and then. If you pick a hero versus a player who really knows how he has proven himself to play that hero very well, you're about to have a very bad time, because every single exploit that hero can do, this guy has already done and pretty much knows how to counter it. So It does feel like a little bit of a bad decision for Supreme to snatch the Storm Spirit, and because Erase will be aware and will be anticipating every single move that he can make and pretty much counter it in his tracks. If he tries to go in for a jump, he can jump in right after, throwing the Winning Rift and the coil as well, and that's pretty much enough time, at least at this point of the game, to take down the Storm Spirit. But KZ are willing to turn this around ever so slightly. They are gonna commit towards this tier 1 mid lane push, but they will find a pretty big target in the process. It's two of them actually. It's Erase and Ike. Vortex back into the Inkswell, Sun Ray, and oh, the arena is gonna be a tad too late. Astral doing God's work from the side. He will save both of his buddies. Spartan might have fallen apart. Yeah, he will fall apart there, thanks to the Shadow Poison, and also I think, well, yeah, the Demonic Purge was also dropped in the process to make sure at least one target goes down. But even so, KZ will claim 2 kills in the process. They will go in for the tier 1 tower push, finally, even after the Glyph of Fortification has been used up. And this was a very nice play coming in from Astral, just staying outside of that arena range and staying at a close, safe proximity away from your team players. Is pretty much doing God's work and throwing it in the Sun Rays as much as possible. He didn't even commit the Supernova into that team fight. I mean, already at level 4, the Sun Rays, I mean, they're already available for the buying, and we have the shard already queued up. And oh, up in the upper triangle, Spartan fighting off with Supreme. He will redirect the snowball away from himself, and it's gonna allow for safe passage to find Absolute Massive, but it's gonna be Skylark being thrown in the back, Silent Stop locked into the trees. Dream Coil will be taken off, but Ike, oh, they're gonna find him dead shot for a little while, but Astral once again with the Sun Ray will manage to burn through Ike. Audakar coming in to say hi. He will throw in the Siren Song. They get a lock on to King as well with the Supernova. Arena is gonna go off just for a tad while the disruption is just gonna prolong the inevitable. Supreme gets out of it, keeps up the chase onto Absolute Massive, throws in the Vortex, and they will claim his life as well. Erase throwing an orb, knowing that Supreme is insanely low, but he will not be able to take down this hero in return. So it's gonna be 2 heroes on the price of none. Actually, yeah, 3 heroes. I thought it was just 2. Or was it? Yeah, Ike died way too early into that team fight. And finally, Audakar has shown his face outside of the jungle. Now that the Manta is available to in the play, things are gonna be a lot more easier. It did feel like the song came a bit too early and they didn't really utilize the entire Supernova damage, but better be safe than sorry. That egg being taken down, it would have been very, very difficult for KZ to take the 3 heroes throughout that last team fight. And now it's back into farming the jungle as we have our tier tokens up and running, but not for mid lane as Supreme, he's in the danger zone. King will be traded off on the other side though. Still, they will lose Supreme in the process, who will be coiled down and bashed down to nothing.
Come and fight me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And a little bit of a fight. Uh-oh. Skylark pushed himself forward right into Rui's disruption. Still, Absolute Massive will not be able to throw in the arena due to that silence. Still, KZ are while chilling very much into enemy territory. Skylark is gonna be thrown up into, right into the arena. But they're not gonna keep him there for long as Supreme goes in with a long range jump just to take down Rui. Oh, and I hear the song. Audakar, cutting in from behind. There's a Supernova being dropped up against Skylark. They will try to land in with the Inkswell. The puck manages to run away, but they get a lock on to King and to Ike. The dead shot is gonna miss out completely and to go down. Supreme commits with a long range jump and a Vortex to try to find the race, but he will survive the onslaught, get a return kill onto the Storm Spirit instead. Once again, it's a 3-for-1 trade-off favoring KZ.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they're just keeping the pressure up. 19 on to 11. 6k net worth in their favor. And the last tier 1 tower for the Taken. Minute 21. Third Wisdom Runes popping up. Rui will be able to snatch it right under Skylark's nose, but he will push himself forward, throw the Doom with the Shiva's Guard. And he's not even gonna commit all the way to chasing him. And attempts are being made for denial. Will it go through? Ooh, he did. Actually, he freaking did. What a guy. That was actually amazing. For real. Even though you cannot deny yourself from the Doom. But still.
Dire's bottom
Oh my god.
is under
That was actually a very fun play, but meanwhile, uh-oh, Absolute Massive is in danger. He tries to protect himself with the Bulwark, but that's not gonna be enough versus Otakar and his illusions. And this is a slow farm. I mean, it's not a slow farming Naga. It's Naga doing her best. Just, you know, farming left and right, getting close to the heart of Tarask. One last component is needed, which is pretty much gonna be done with the claiming of this bounty rune. And things are definitely gonna be a lot more difficult when it comes down to her. King, on the other hand, does have the Mjolnir available. And yeah, he's just gonna need to farm. He does have the additional damage output he needs, but still, you can see even like with these two camps, he does have a little bit of a struggle keeping himself up, which is something that KZ definitely can abuse. The only thing that gives you some additional life is the Pierce the Veil. But even so, you cannot just jump in and face anybody from KZ unless you have the rest of your team. Erase tries to run away. There's the jump. Oh, but a little bit too short there from Supreme. He did have the Vortex available, but I guess he didn't have enough mana to commit both spells. And that was a very nice escape from Erase. And I mean, as I've said earlier, this guy is a hero, is a player who really knows how to utilize his mobility heroes to the max. And he doesn't fail to deliver every single time. Skylark slightly eyed out by a Yellow Submarine here, as he's also slow farming, having a very nice chill. He does get the Eternal Shroud available. Yep, it was a bit of an upgrade. Yeah, that's a pretty long list of things that happened for the Eternal Shroud, not gonna lie.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just bring this item back into the game. I thought it was gonna... It's completely gone missing.
Dire's bottom tower has
And for... Well, second tower will be claimed thanks to Erase in the name of Yellow Submarine, but KZ are gonna try to go in for a tier 2 now. At the very least, they have pushed the wave in. Ike is there to try to at least buy some time for it. I mean, it's not gonna be a full-blown team effort, as KZ are trying to scout out somebody for the kill. Erase does show his face, jumps in with the Dream Coil, but the Sunray is there for the rescue. Skylark leading the charge, gonna be used up for a little while, but that's enough for Supreme to find safe passage, land in the Vortex. He's gonna be stopped for a little while with the Death Shot, but the Soulbind on the side with a double silence. They will find more targets to kill, one support after the other, and easy peasy. We might not have gotten Erase in the process, but we claimed 2 along with a tier 2 mid tower instead, possibly. A glyph is gonna be thrown out, but the wave is coming in as well, so they're not gonna be able to save it at all.
is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Things are once again reminiscing somewhat of game 1. Yellow Submarine are forcing out their carry to farm as much as possible, but it could lead to positive results as the game keeps on going. But this time around, you're facing off against the Naga, who's definitely farming a lot faster. I mean, looking at the net worth, she's 5,000 net worth away from the Muerta
Radiant's top tower
and going in for a butterfly right afterwards. So, and unlike the Luna, she is a very, very good when it comes down to pushing. She has like, what can I say here? She doesn't really need
Radiant's top
to
tower
wait for
is
the
under
rest of the
attack.
team at this point. She can just single-handedly take down the entire team. Maybe even once she gets a BKB or something to make a run for it if things get uber hasty, but
Scanning.
definitely
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
not the lone druid who is solely dependent on the bear, and he's a long time offline. And Yellow Submarine do know that. They are attempting to find somebody. But KZ are coming in from the side as well.
Top tower
Yep, it is indeed 26 minutes into the game, and it's time to Roche. Skylark throws in the Shiva's Guard, absolute massive. They will get a lock on him. Cancels the TP just to make sure he's in the middle of the fight. Throws in the arena as well, but right into the Supernova, and he's slowly but surely getting burned down right in his own field. Will they find more? Song of the Siren stops Rui in the middle of his TP and make that 3 actually. Erase makes it out of there alive, but with 3 down, it's definitely gonna be Roche time for KZ here. And down bottom, there's something going on. It's a face-off between King and Skylark. Skylark will find a Doom to land onto him. Pierce the Veil buys some time over, and Erase comes here to contribute towards the kill. Attempts are being made. Skylar, will he be able to deny himself? A little bit of a throw forward, and it's not gonna be enough for the Blink Dagger. Still, Skylark will take down King and dances around Erase for a little while. He will lose his life in the process, but space created, distraction has been made for the rest of KZ to claim the Aegis onto Supreme. And keep up with the pressure as much as they can.
Radiant are scanning.
Level 3 items up and ready to go. Yeah. And it's gonna be a Paladin Sword. An additional spell lifesteal with general lifesteal. So it's something that definitely... I mean, it's not something that is gonna change the life a lot for Otakar, that now that he already has the Heart of the Tarrasque and the Butterfly, but it's still gonna make things a lot more annoying for sure. And going in for a Scotty right after. Oh, Erase a bit spotted out. Illusory Orb is gonna go off, but a nice blink forward is gonna buy him some time. Otakar is pretty fast, but I guess not fast enough, and with 10 seconds remaining on the cooldown of the Song of the Siren, he's not gonna be able to stop Erase in his tracks.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let us fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You know? Oh, absolute massive. He's gonna be found. A disruption will hold off for a little while, but still, it's not looking that positive. Pops the BKB and makes the run for it. A split-second decision between life and death. Definitely gonna make things a lot more difficult for the next jump and the next arena.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And still, things are looking kind of scary. 2.5 minutes remaining on the Aegis timer for KZ here.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It feels like Yellow Submarine are kind of scattered all over the place here, not knowing where to go, what to do. They're trying to make the best of it with their heroes, but it doesn't feel like they have the best plans here. Erase is playing his heart out, which is great, and he's keeping a lot of things under control. But them all together as a team, it looks very difficult. Absolute Massive finds the arena, but just right into the Song of the Siren. They will take down Spartan and Ike, but they will not be taking Otaker today. A big arena for a pretty small hero. Oh, and a Psychic Hairband has been found by Phoenix, so, but still Erase is gonna drop the coil right into his face, keeps him leashed up for a little while, but that's enough for Skylark to try to jump in as well and to protect his buddy. At least scare him off. Oh, last second duels before the doom. Still, he keeps up the pressure back and forth, like, this guy is super annoying. Doom doesn't even have the chance to find a Doom. If he managed to do so, Erase would have been dead there for sure, but it's like, I'm gonna come at you, I'm not gonna come at you. I'm gonna jump in, no, I'm gonna run, no, I'm gonna hide, no, I'm gonna be aggressive about this. And it's, I mean, it's pretty difficult to make a call for it. Even so, the life of the Phoenix was spared in that last fight, but they really want to go for King there. And he's gonna pop a BKB and make a run for it. Thankfully, it's the first BKB usage, and it's being put to a great cause. And with 30 seconds remaining on the Aegis timer, KZ are feeling confident, like they want to go in for the push, taking the top lane all the way to enemy territory, and Otaker leading the charge with the illusion. Song of the Siren is available again if things get hasty, but it's gonna be Supreme committing to the jump, finding Rui in the backlines and instantly deleting him on the spot. 20 seconds remaining, he really needs to be careful around this. If they hear the song going off, it's gonna be Supreme losing his life once instead of twice. And he's just chilling on the sides, trying to find a Dream Coil jump there. But they're counting seconds, 10 seconds. They break the coil with the leash, Erase commits to the jump, Supreme looking pretty low, but it's gonna be 2 seconds remaining and he's gonna get healed up fully to the max. In the backlines is Skylar committing with a jump. Oh, but Absolute Massive is gonna be found there right before he throws in the arena, slowly bursting through and melting down. No arenas will be thrown on his side. One set of rags down, second set exposed, then they're going down sooner than later. And Yellow Submarine are locked in the same position they were once again. King in the bottom will manage to pierce the veil, but he's gonna be doomed down, soulbound, silenced up. Once again, Supreme commits with the jump, looking pretty ultra low there. Ike will find the punch with the snowball, but still King, the main target, will be taken down. Forces out a buyback. Otaker keeps up the pressure with the Inkswell. They will manage to take him down. Silenced up for a little while, but Skylark is gonna make a run for it. Song of the Siren goes off, and Otaker makes a home run. Spartan as well. 2 sets of racks deleted. And with only 2 casualties to spare, but forcing out a buyback on the Muerta. And 3 lives along with her. And I mean, pretty much sweeping half of the base was pretty good. And what can Yellow Submarine do here? That's the big question. They have Erase pretty much scouting all around the map, being ultra annoying, but Otaker has been completely, you know, unchallenged in this entire game. Erase does manage to find Spartan, hexes him down, but still he is deep into enemy territory and he could be paying with his life for it. Channels himself away with the orb, lands into the river. Oh no, he stays behind for the TP, but they will not be able to cancel it, so he manages to take to live to see another day. But yeah, pretty much going back to the previous point, Otaker has been completely uncontested throughout this game. Going in for the defusal at this point along with the disperser, adding up a little bit more evasion and of course some mana burn to make things a lot easier to take down Erase in the process. I mean, it's looking quite devastating, not gonna lie. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit. It's been 2 very long games. It's been excitement a bit, but things. I mean, generally, when a new patch unrolls, both sides are trying to keep things very safe. They're trying to add up to their momentum instead of, you know, finding these very big jumps beforehand. And there's the snowball landing onto Skylark. They're gonna kick him away, but now King has used up the BKB and pierced the veil, so there's nothing on her repertoire to survive. The coil will be used up only for Spartan, but still Autechre is more focused on the bottom lane. Song of the Siren will be popped, and they're gonna kick her back, where she can find two more on to lock on to Skylark. There's the jump right into the arena. They will get a lock on to Autechre, but Rui will be bursted down. The Sunray once again from the side into the Supernova. They will get a stun onto Erase, and two kings down, two heroes down the line, including King. And with the barracks to top it all up, Ike once again commits a kick, throws Skylark into the backlines, but that keeps things observed up for KZ. He will try to TP out. The disruption didn't land onto him, it landed on Erase instead. Skylark is in danger, but still, actually no. Call an ambulance, but not for me. They will burn through Ike. They will play around with Erase, but GG will eventually be called up as KZ walk away with a 2-1 victory over Yellow Submarine. Not gonna lie, I'm actually happy that this wasn't another 15-minute match, but it was a satisfying match nevertheless. KZ pretty much outmeasured up their opponent. After game 1, I'm pretty sure they were aware what they were up against. They were aware of what they were facing off against, what were Yellow Submarine strats and combinations, and they pretty much fought them off in a relentless style. I mean, this Naga Siren farmed her heart out, got a 707 score at the very end. Oops, my bad. And yeah, with that, I think we can call it game 3. I'm just gonna turn it off for a little while. But yeah, game 3 has been completed. I kind of messed up the end screen because you cannot really go back once you mess things up. But even so, KZ walked away in an amazing fashion versus Yellow Submarine, and they will proceed with yet another match versus Level Up, so don't go anywhere, guys. I will see you later.
You don't need to think things come into me. I just need this to be real. I don't need no fairy tale. You don't need a killer dragon for me. Ooh, I don't need no fairy tale. I don't need no.
responsible.
Let the animals
Looking past my reflection, thinking about what you mentioned. You were supposed to be the one to take every last pain away. Nothing on our loving, maybe time told us that we were different. Did it break you down? Staring at the ceiling, fighting off a feeling. One more minute, 'cause I just don't wanna come down, don't wanna go.
we go, losing self-control. I keep telling myself, but I don't wanna let you know. Is this what we become? Strangers on the run, looking for something, chasing the sun. All those days trying to find a place, a place where you make them just belong, belong. All those nights lying by your side, like it's a bright, feeling it shine under your spotlight.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down. All around this empty town, I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the whole closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. My love, I'm gone. I need to be strong. The darkness had tried to swallow me. Some things I fall, but I hear your call. I pray I don't hit the ground. Gravity. 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 I'm just enough to make you smile, and you need me to hold you close, and all your fears that you dream of will disappear and flutter on. Whoa, hold on just a little. We'll meet right here in the middle ground is where we'll stand. Let go of the riddle, 'cause you'll find life is a riddle that we're not meant to understand. But I'm stuck. But I'm stuck. Just look on, and I'll look down, and all your fears have run aground. Then you sin. All I ever wanted was to love like this. All I ever needed was to feel like something more than a closed door flat on the floor. I can offer so much more. All I ever wanted was to feel at ease. All I ever needed was to get up off my feet. 'Cause I believe hold on just a little. We'll meet right here in the middle ground is where we'll stand. Let go of the brittle, 'cause you'll find life is a riddle that we're not meant to unravel.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have the last and final match for today, Level Up versus KZ team of the European Pro League Season 15. The second and final game for today. It's between two teams that I kind of favor the most, not gonna lie. Level Up have proven themselves to be stronger than Yellow Submarine in a very, very strong fashion, as they have these very aggressive, fast-paced drafts that you can very easily work
Radiant
around with.
team ban.
Whereas KZ, they didn't really do that well versus Yellow Submarine. I thought they were going to be having a bit faster paced type of play that they were going to deliver, but it was a very back and forth. My bad, just a sec. Sorry, I didn't know that my voice was gonna get locked down like that when I'm usually at the most hype part of, you know, calling out the players and the teams, but it is what it is. But yeah, even so, two of my personal favorites are colliding versus against each other, so it's gonna be my emotions running rampant for sure. Already kicking off with a Slaughter, Pugna, Lone Druid, and Grimstroke ban, followed up with Lion, Tree, and Protector, and one last pending before we kick off with the small pig face. What will it be? What will they choose? Level Up do have, at least from yesterday, yep, I was just gonna say about the Abandoned Leshrac combination that they brought up versus Yellow Submarine, which is something that KZ have obviously taken a note of, and they really don't want to be facing off that combo. They brought in two very heavy hitters, which delivered a lot of tower damage, and they were bursting through towers like they were made out of butter.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
they do have a secondary strat that they used up, which was the Death Prophet
Radiant
Pugna
team pick.
combination,
Stare your
along
death
with
in the face.
who was it? If I'm not mistaken, it was a Dragon Knight as well, along with a Luna. And it was a very, very... I mean, when it comes down to fast playing, these guys are definitely not backing off, and they're gonna be having the chance to pick up Leshrac once again here versus KZ's Muerta.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So yeah, for sure they're gonna be bringing about that combination as well, which means that
Dire team
the
ban.
Dragon Knight's ban might be in order here, which is something that Borania was playing out last night, and it was very, very
Radiant
fun to
team
see.
ban.
But they're actually gonna opt in for taking away the Pango instead. So definitely it does feel like they're overlooking that possible strat that Level Up can bring in,
10
but
seconds
maybe
remaining.
there's a
Radiant
chance
team
for them
pick.
to try to find a different approach. Maybe they're willing to circumvent the big tower pushes by bringing in tower pushes by themselves.
Dire
But even
team
so, we'll see what we're up against. So it's gonna be Earthshaker entering the play. It was also, I think it was game 1 that Level Up brought this hero in play, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just do a quick
10
little bit of a
seconds
double
remaining.
check. Yes, indeed, that was the case. So the first draft that Level Up brought against Yellow Submarine was the Leshrac Abaddon combo with Hoodwink, Pango, and Earthshaker, but the Earthshaker did manage to fall through, to pass through this time around. And we're gonna be seeing Fishers jumping off left and right with the Enchanting Totem, and that's a lot of early damage that can be dealt with, and a very strong interrupt combination with the Leshrac. As for KZ, they had a very long and fun run versus Yellow Submarine. They really, pretty much, I mean, it was 3 games, first 2 lasting about 55 minutes on average, last one ended up in about 36. Where KZ did bring in a lot more of a stable combo. They got in the Naga Siren, which was a super strong contender and a very heavy pusher. This time around, they're going to be having the Nature's Prophet, who does eventually scale up to start being a pushing hero, but for the time being at the very start, he's going to be supporting left and right, and oh, we're having an Invoker in play. The biggest spell dealer in the entirety of Dota. Let's just have a quick check if there's anything. I mean, he just had a base damage increase by 1 and a strength gain increase by 0.2, which is not much, so it's the same hero we know by heart. And also Bad Rider. It's been a long time since I've seen this guy. It's definitely gonna be fun to bring in targets close in and personal, and especially to draw somebody out from... I mean, especially to draw out the Muerta, or if anybody is into the Revenant AoE, along with Nature's Prophet Sprout. Let's just do a quick double check for Bat Rider as well. So yeah, this guy has actually had some modifications. So the Flame Break movement slow has been increased by 5% respectively per each level, along with the projectile speed increased by 200. Firefly cooldown has been decreased, so that's gonna be very fun to see. So it's 52 scaling down to 34 previously, and now it's 45 scaling down to 30. And Flaming Lasso added an AoE indicator for secondary grab with Aghanim Scepter, so things are gonna be a lot more precise for this hero upon his upgrade, and the good old Vengeful Spirit, which is gonna be hurling heroes back and forth, which definitely for level up, they have a very, very interesting setup that they can work around with, which leaves remaining... I mean, assume that Leshrac was being played out by Focus last time around, so they had a carry Leshrac, which could migrate to mid lane. It could reserve that spot once again, but we'll see. It's still an open option. As for KZ, it was kind of more predictable regarding the Invoker play that Faithless Void was gonna pop up. And yeah, I mean, the Chronos plays will definitely need to pop up a lot sooner to try to utilize as much as possible around the Invoker spells, and of course around the calling from Muerta.
10 seconds remaining.
But I would like to see something more coming out of KZ to try to find these plays a lot more. Maybe get an Underlord or something like that, as the offlane is still available for the taken. Whereas for level up, they did roll the Earthshaker into position 3, if I'm not mistaken, last time around. I'll just need to do a quick double check on that one, because it's both are viable. So yeah, it was actually, no, my bad. It was a position 4 Earthshaker, so it was an offlaning support taken by Desire. So left remaining is definitely gonna be their carry play here. So what could it be actually? I mean, now I'm thinking between Leshrac and Batrider, which one of them is more likely to be going in and on mid? I do point my finger onto the Batrider as given to previous experiences that Leshrac was being taken by focus and scaling up the Leshrac through kills rather than through soul experience turned out to be a little bit of a better combination for them.
10 seconds remaining.
But we'll see. KZ are a bit more.
5 seconds.
Well, they're
remaining.
considering that Level Up might be leaving the last spot for their safe lane,
Dire team pick.
so they've taken away the two fastest farmers in the game away from the equation. It's a very smart move to keep the Faceless Void relevant, as he will need to. He's generally a hero that engages a lot later into the game.
10 seconds remaining.
So what else could be an option? I'm still sticking around with the Underlord being a good
5
option to
seconds
try to
remaining.
also not only double down on the global presence, but to try to utilize a lot more damage being thrown into Chronosphere before Faceless Void can do it by himself. Whereas for Level Up, maybe... Well, also, I mean, the Underlord is a viable option for them if they are keeping up the offlane as their last option. Maybe Tidehunter could be an interesting combination here. Mars was taken out
Radiant team
already, so it's gonna be the Magnus to try to clutter things all together for KZ, which will be a matter of pacing. So definitely the RP and spellcasting from Invoker will come into play sooner than the Chronosphere play as soon as Faceless Void is ready.
10 seconds
But it
remaining.
could be a bit awkward. So, and timing will be very important during the
5
team fights,
seconds
because
remaining.
you have the Skewer, you have the Sprout, you have the Deadshot, you have a lot of spells which are flinging heroes back and
You may
forth.
now select your heroes.
But in the end, it seems like Level Up will definitely be revealing their carry at last. So Borania is going to be taking the Leshrac in mid lane. Focus is going to take Lifestealer down bottom on safe lane. It's going to be a offlaning Batrider by Vazia and Lupicione and Desire with their respectable supports. On the other side, we have Astral rolling back Demware into a support position, in contrast to what we've seen earlier today with King taking her as a carry. Supreme, of course, on the Invoker, Autaker with Faceless Void, and it's gonna be most probably along with Spartan to keep things little bit more safer for this guy. No, actually, was it Astral going in position 5? I think so, actually. Better be safe than sorry. No, yeah, actually I was right. So Spartan is position 5 for KZ. Astral is going to be going in along with Skylark up top. And this is a very favorable hero for Skylark indeed. He really does like these types of heroes that are going to be dictating the team fights as they go on by. But versus Level Up, they do have the face-based strat once again, and they could be having a little bit more of a close combat infest bombs. Maybe have like this very dirty combination with the Nether Swap Vengeful Spirit jumping into the fight and throwing the Lifestealer as a surprise gift out of nowhere. In contrast to these long-range infest bombs that we have seen with Spirit Breaker. And it does portray Level Up's aggressive playstyle a lot. So, KZ, I hope you guys haven't been exhausted from the last 2 matches, and I hope you guys can deliver a very fun fight, game 1 between yourselves and Level Up. But it's, once again, a slow charging draft. It's gonna need some time for them to work around the Faceless Void. And of course, the one thing that I'm always scared of is these long duration cooldowns that might be counterintuitive in contrast to the fast-paced combinations that Level Up have, with the exception of the Echo Slam, but that's basically, in a way, sort of a last resort team fight spell that they're going to be using up the rest of the heroes that Level Up have in their repertoire are a lot more fast-paced, and they are definitely gonna be rotating around, grabbing somebody, throwing them into the spikes, into the split earth. It's gonna be fissures left and right, and of course, to top it all off, it's gonna be Focus throwing himself with the infast bombs. That's pretty much the most likely scenario that they can be going for. Try to control Faceless Void as much as possible. Usurp the attempts to try to find good RPs left and right, so... And they're already showing themselves without any hesitation. Vazia throwing himself onto Autokar, Desire cutting it close. He does have the Fissure available, but they're gonna allow Autokar to walk. Supreme is gonna be the one who's gonna be locked out. They will throw everything they got and top it all off with a Blood Grenade and secure themselves with a First Blood. And this is basically level up at their finest. And will they try to go in for more? Yep, they find Astral Lupicione with Borania, and he barely makes it onto high ground. Lupicione getting a very, very juicy double kill at the very start. So basically, this is all the farm your support is gonna need for the next 10 minutes. But jokes aside, these guys are super, super aggressive. They're definitely not gonna be allowing any chances to slide in any way. Okay, that was a little bit of an awkward short-range teleport coming in from Spartan. I'm pretty sure I just see him like chilling over here and then jumping in hopes to avoid the fissure, but it's gonna be 45 seconds without him intervening the lanes. The good thing that Batrider has here, in contrast to any other conventional offlaning hero, is that he can throw in a lot of damage and be super annoying. Once he gets the the sticky napalm with the flame break combination, of course, with the firefly right afterwards, it's gonna, you know, stun and melt whatever you find in your path, which could most presumably be Spartan here, and who can be drawn out of the sprout later on at level 6, but most probably you will be looking for Autokar here to try to make sure the Faceless Void doesn't get farmed up, as later on in the game he does not get he becomes a huge menace and cannot really be contested anymore. Down bottom, it's Focus along with his buddy Lupicione. It's a Vengeful Spirit and Lifestealer combination. And they get a lock on to Muerta once again. The Terror Wave with the Magic Missile is gonna do a lot of heavy damage just by Lupicione alone. Meanwhile, Astral is just trying to get Focus away from his farm, which is not really scaring him off. This guy is not flinching. But meanwhile, top lane, Vazia and Desire have their eyes on Spartan. Fissure is up and ready to go. They're trying to draw them out away from the tower, and they're getting pretty close there. Still, Vazia is more focused on to getting his very, very juicy farm, rather than fighting off and getting this entire lane to cut in with the one that's gonna come up here in any second. And with that, they can at the very least establish a bit more control over Autokar's farm. Down bottom, things are a bit slower, as it's just Lupicione playing around with Skylark and Astral, who are probably trying to find an opening to focus down Focus, all puns intended. But they really need to be careful. And oh, mid lane is where the party has started, as Spartan rotates just to take down Borania, right? So Supreme can have a little bit of a breather in his favor. And that's the very least thing you can do here. Even though, I mean, it obviously feels like Borania is being a menace onto Supreme. This guy really doesn't back off when it comes down to mid place, and down bottom, Lupicione in the danger zone. And Skylark is not gonna shy away from throwing in a little bit of a friendly banter in his face. And once again, Spartan rotating in the mid lane in hopes of getting Borania, but this is what Desire has been expecting, and throws in a last second Fisher, locks in onto Spartan, and Lupicione arrives as well to finish off the kill. So no pesky plays coming in from KZ this time around to try to keep Borania under control. And even so, with the absence of Lupicione, Focus does feel pretty comfortable farming around. With the modified Corrosion Orb, he is definitely not gonna shy away from dealing a lot of damage, and already has the rage going on if things get ugly, and woohoo, he evades the skewer in a very, very easy fashion. Back in mid lane, Lupicione catches Astral red-handed, attempting to intervene here, but he's gonna throw in the dash shot at the very last second to protect his life, even though Lupicione is definitely also not shying away from being ultra aggressive onto his position 4 counterpart. Of course, the Wave of Terror and Magic Missile are doing a lot of damage, but it's up top where things get ultra hasty for level up indeed, as Vazia was being taken down by the likes of Spartan. Still, Otakar and himself are looking pretty low, as probably Desire walked away a bit too far away from his support and allowed for that free kill to walk away. And we've pretty much spoken a bit passively about mid lane, but it doesn't look so well for this Invoker so far. I mean, he was taken down once, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he was indeed. But he will try to fix that. Lupicione, Astral, and Spartan are keeping up the charge. They will throw everything they got just to claim the life of Lupicione. So yeah, easy pickings at the very least, but it does mean that this guy abandoned his lane, which means that Borania will try to farm up as much as possible, and even though he's present in the lane very, very nicely, he's also been finding these very nice side jungle stacks, and that's a very juicy advantage that mid laners on the Radiant side have here, and is this easy passage, because the closest camp that you have, well, there used to be camp over here, but now it's pretty much locked over here. It's a long road for you to try to get those stacks going off, and with that you're just focused on how things are gonna be working out in lane, whereas for the Leshrac, it's not that big of a hustle, and he, now with the Pulse Nova available, he can pretty much be Omega annoying and get that farm up sooner than later. And yeah, I'm just gonna flip back real quick to the last hits. Yeah, those stacks pretty much propelled him all the way to the top. Down bottom, things are looking a bit ugly for Focus, who will be claimed by that last hit from Spartan, even though they missed out on the Sunstrike. Still, they're calling all enforcements down on bottom just to claim the lives of this entire offlane, and Desire is gonna TP himself in the worst possible position and pretty much allow for a free kill to go by. And these are very, very nice rotations coming from KZ. They are... I was kind of feeling slightly fearful that they're gonna miss out on this open window at the very start of the game to try to get level up under control, but they're playing this very nicely, and even throwing the first Chronosphere just for Vazia alone, and Otakar obtains a very juicy solo kill, which is definitely a very, very welcome start for this Faceless Void. Not gonna lie, I mean, I'm gonna say it again. They're doing a very, very decent job. Even though Level Up can be a bit more on the reserve side when it comes down to their aggressions to pick up, but seeing how things are unrolling here, it's a very big team effort that KZ are throwing in just to take these kills, which may or may not allow Level Up to burst up with the passive advantage they're gaining on it, but still they're getting the right heroes down. They have gotten Focus down, they have gotten Vazia down, and that little overextension down on bottom pretty much costed them a lot as well. But even so, Level Up still haven't fought altogether. They're just responding to what KZ have to bring in, and we'll see how things unroll. I mean, they still don't have the Echo Slam available. They do have the damage output up and going. Still no Nether Swap, so the experience gained from the much needed supports is still not present. Vazia, on the other hand, does have the Flaming Lasso up and going, but he still needs somebody else to help out with the pickoffs. But the main focus is still on mid lane, where Astral will spot Lupizione trying to get in a side entrance onto to try to latch on to Supreme here, but they're just gonna be noticed and they're gonna need to run away from that one. So it's back to the passive train for a level up. But they do have the infest up and going if they want to go for more. And now they've managed to engage Supreme to get him to focus up onto high ground, where they will finally, well, they will lose Lupicione in the process, but they're not even gonna get the lasso off as Vazia landed into the remnants. Still, Spartan will be taken down. Otakar, getting in close and personal, will be stopped by Baranya. Still focus. He wants more out of this, but don't overextend. Maybe bait out Astral to show his face a little bit more into the river. But it's just a little bit of a back and forth between these two.
Radiant's bottom tower is
It
under
was
attack.
a support for a support trade-off in a lot of fire traded. I mean, there's been a lot of spells being thrown out, but it was basically the Muerta doing a lot of heavy lifting here, throwing in the Remnant right in the middle of that teleport and preventing the lasso from going through that soon. And given the fact that Batriders have been super absent from the game, I like the fact that they're kicking things off with the Mage Slayer. Usually we do see the Blink Daggers being popped up soon, and then getting something more out of it. Oh, the Fisher went on the wrong side there for a little bit.
Is under attack.
But still, Vazia is still keeping up the pressure. They're gonna throw Supreme up on into the camp there. It does feel like level up are missing out on opportunities, but nevertheless, the itemization of Vazia is really, really interesting here, going in for the Mage Slayer first. So it's gonna be the Oblivion Staff with the Cloak coming by. And a lot of juicy stacks here
Is under attack.
to just farm up freely. Meanwhile, down bottom,
Structures are
KZ are trying to focus this tier 1 tower down. Focus is gonna try to stop that from happening alongside with the glyph. And they're still lacking on that one more ultimate they need to commit for a full-blown jump, which is still leaving Focus vulnerable as Otakar is popping down on the other side. There's the Chronosphere with the Sunstrike and the Death Shot, and boom, down he goes Lupicione. In the bit unfortunate spot as well. He will TP into right in the middle of that team fight,
Radiant's bottom tower.
and with that, KZ are gonna claim his life easily.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And these are once again very meaningful kills for Otakar, who's definitely not thrown into the sidelines just to passively farm. He is being actively participating into the fights, getting him closer to the Maelstrom, so it's just a couple of gold needed for the Mithril Hammer. Supreme tries to initiate onto Borania, throws in the Tornado, but it's not gonna connect onto anybody. They see a TP coming, but it's just gonna get insta-cancel. With the Diabolic Edict, the top tier 1 tower is gonna be claimed, and this is the first one for level up already. They might have been hoping to find something more there, but a tower's a tower. Heroes' lives are temporary, but towers are taken down forever. And Supreme is not seen here, as this sentry is actually favoring KZ a lot, but a nice little Fisher there is gonna prevent Supreme from keeping up the aggression onto Baranya. And speaking of, also he has the Yule Scepter of Divinity. That's also gonna buy him some time if things get ultra messy. And it's just farming back and forth, Skylark, providing a lot for his carry to get these juicy ancient stacks. And of course now with the Maelstrom up and running, it's gonna be a lot more easier for them to get farmed up, bringing him one step closer to the Mjolnir. And this is one of the fastest farming Faceless Voids I've seen so far in EPL, which is a great indicator so far. But there's the Nether Swap coming in from the Vengeful Spirit. Is gonna be drawing Supreme back into the lane, but with a little bit of a tornado back, and the Remnants doing their heavy lifting. They're gonna buy a lot of time for the Invoker, but unfortunately it's not gonna be enough. Lasso committed onto Astral. They're gonna throw in the Blood Grenade, a little bit of a body block from Focused, and 2 targets. Not so easy for the taking, but eventually their lives will be claimed. And Level Up are willing to go in for more, putting their pushing power up to the maximum, and willing to go in for a second tier 1 tower. And I think this is at the point where Level Up are feeling a bit more comfortable with their draft here. They got everything that they needed to try to commit for these big team fights, even though they are definitely losing Luciana here. But it's a little bit of a distraction while the rest of the teams are trying to claim objectives themselves. And now it's KZ on the move here. They do have their 2 big ultimates, and they are willing to fight somebody, and that somebody is indeed Audiker, who will receive the Chronosphere on top of his head, along with a very juicy Sunstrike. Meanwhile, the rest of Level Up are focused on getting Supreme, who throws a safety tornado once more. Skylark landing in for the RP. He is not going to be able to connect it, as he will be bursted. Well, not bursted, he will burst down both of the targets he was willing to take down, Lupiciona and Vazia. But it is what it is. 3 clean kills all across the map. KZ are very much dominating with this draft. I mean, where were they with this type of play last game around? It feels like a Yellow Submarine were a lot more of a difficult bite for them to chew on. And it looks like they're making a very, very easy job of Level Up so far. Who are placed in this unfortunate situation for the time being. And once again, I'm gonna say it, in contrast to how Faceless Voids have survived throughout this tournament, this one has been by far the most utilized, and this draft very much allows for that to happen. Supreme is doing God's work by throwing in these juicy tornadoes left and right, throwing in the Sunstrikes every time they're needed. Even though it's still, I mean, it's not an Exert build. It's been ages since we've seen a full-blown Exert build, not gonna lie. It's only Quasflex for the win. But even so, it does allow for these very nice setups for the rest of the team to find the kills for the Faceless Void. And they still haven't used up the RP, which might be the chance right now. They throw in a tornado, find Vazia, throw him into the fear, get a lock on him with the silence. EMP is gonna get out of range by a very little, but on the other side, they're picking off Borania and Desire. They're gonna throw in the Echo Slam, get a lock on to Spartan, who tries to run away and hide, but that's not gonna be the case. Meanwhile, easy. They're gonna take down Vazia very easily here, and they still have eyes for more. Audiker, 20 seconds away from the Chronosphere, and whoa, where did that came from? The death shot went pretty much all... I didn't even see where Astral was chilling, but he did manage to land the death shot where it was needed, and a little bit of a miscommunication between the Fisher and the Splitter there does allow for Skylark to make it out alive, who still hasn't used his RP. And now Audiker has gotten the Chronosphere up and ready to go. A lot of scattered play coming in from Level Up, which is not very much in their playstyle, and Spartan does find a target. It is Borania, who's gonna get locked in the Sprout, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Any backup coming in, and lands him right into the Chronosphere. He's gonna get obliterated to pieces. Nether Swap has been used up, tries to protect the life of Vazia, but they still know... Well, they do know where this Batrider is chilling. Harpoon Skewer back into a... That was so disgusting. Right into the Meteor. And a long-range torpedo. My bad. Tornado doesn't find anybody, but they do find Focus as well. Holy moly. These guys got warmed up, and they chose aggression, man. Definitely, they know this opponent a lot better in contrast to the previous one, and they know how to play around Level Up, and god damn, they're delivering. It's amazing to see. I mean, As I said, my feelings are hurt because these two are both of my favorite teams within the tournament. And I don't want to see either side here lose, but damn, this is some heavy punishing that Level Up are receiving from KZ. But Level Up, could they try to turn this around? Borania does see where Astral is, but he's just gonna keep up with the farm. This Leshraik has been... well... has had a very, very difficult time farming up. Like, he's been uber targeted so far. Hasn't really had the good chance to find any good pickoffs. I mean, this draft should have been finding pickoffs like 10 minutes ago. And KZ are just finding brilliant opportunities to stop those from happening. I mean, I kind of did not believe it, mainly because of the Faceless Void. I mean, that's me being biased about this hero. But even so, it's a very, very fun play to see. And a very dedicated one indeed. I mean, this is how you're supposed to be playing around the Faceless Void, not allow him to free farm for 25 minutes and then bring him online. You just rinse and repeat, get him up every single time you get a Chronosphere, make the best out of it, and just keep up the pressure. And of course, as I said earlier, everything in KZ's ensemble does allow this to happen. And Skylark has been farming his heart out. The offlane play from this guy is always impeccable. Has the harpoon up and going, goes in for the BKB right after. And what else can we say? Like, he's pretty much will be ready to go every single time he has the RP afterwards. Maybe get a refresher to make things uglier sooner than later.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And also we do have a very interesting, like, a double solar crest to make sure things are gonna be fine and dandy for
Radiant
KZ
are
here.
soaring.
I love the double protection
Radiant's top
combination
tower
that
is under
these
attack.
guys have brought up to make things a lot easier. Of course, there's a Spirit Vessel coming in for the Invoker as well to double down on durability, and Vazia's life is in danger. He's gonna be cold snaps, stopped in his tracks, and bursted down. This is very impeccable control coming in from KZ, and also they have these very nice deep wards all around the map to control Level Up as much as possible. Even though they could be seeing this sentry here, but it's a very nice indicator. If that thing is seen, definitely KZ know what's up. Who are currently focusing on to claiming the first Roche of this game in the 22nd minute of the game. Slowly but surely, completely undetected. Even though Skylark is the one who's seen the second he snatches that Invis rune. But could this allow for a setup? Well, no, it's an instant jump, Infest Bomb into the splitter. Spartan intercepts from the backlines, RP them both into a Sunstrike. Otaker still up, willing to keep up the pressure, but they're gonna skewer through Focused and through Lupicione like easy peasy. Not even allowing Level Up to hit double digits on their kill counter. KZ are acting mercilessly against their counterparts. And with that, they have safe passage to keep up the pressure, going for this tier 2 and maybe even commit for the tier 3, knowing that there's no Echo Slam available, there's no nothing for them to be stopped. I mean, Level Up, their main team fight does revolve around the Echo Slam, and you cannot really commit all of that effort onto one hero. Yes, you do have the setup for the Infest Bomb, but maybe, you know, just be a taxi service, throw this guy into the face of danger and do something more about it later on with the Echo Slam. But there's this... ooh, the Chronosphere with the Cataclysm bursting through Borania, bursting through Lupicione. And Otaker still hasn't lost his first life. This is insane play. And it keeps adding up and it keeps on giving. Yeah, there's the Scepter already. I didn't even see when it came up. I'm gonna look at the graph later on to see. I mean, this is a very, very fast Scepter. I mean, it was just... I mean, yeah, you already had the Midas with the Spirit Vessel being built up a tad earlier, and oh, Fazia almost got seen there. But they do know that the Invoker was lurking in the bottom lane. And Skylark makes it out alive with the haste rune. 10 seconds remaining for the RP. And that's something that Level Up may or may not be considering. They're focused more on Otaker, who still has 2 lives available. Double smoke is gonna be popped. Both teams are willing to go in for the fight. Otaker is choosing this very slowly. He's gonna get stunned out once and twice. They're melting through him, but on the backlines, this DRP once again. Desire is gonna be bursted into smithereens. Also, Focus is in the center of the dead zone. He keeps up the chase onto Spartan, and he will not be able to claim him for a little while. Deadshot throws him away. First life has been lost onto Otaker, but Desire, oh, they're finally gonna take down Skylark with the splitter. Focus still on the run, really wants to get his hands on to the Nature's Prophet to get those ticking seconds from the Radiant's damage, and it's gonna be enough. Deadshot completely misses. Vazia keeps up the pressure onto Austral. They're not gonna get anybody into the Revenant's. Otaker 30 seconds away from the Kernel Sphere, but is able to do some heavy hitting with the BKB. Barania locked out. Focus still keeping up the pressure once more out of this. They're gonna lose the Lishrak as well, and Focus right afterwards. Now Otaker turns the tide of war, keeps up the chase. Desire, does he have anywhere to run? Does he have anywhere to hide? 2 seconds away from the Bling Dagger, but it's not gonna be enough. Throws the Fisher in as well. Tries to make a run for it. Otaker keeps like, oh, almost kept it canceled for one more time. And he makes it out alive. Are things gonna be fine for Lupicione though? Astral finds him and oof, misses out with the death shot. What a fight. Level Up tried to turn this around. They did have a very slight chance there, but I guess it was not enough. Lupicione reveals himself a bit too soon there. Vazia locked in the Sprout. Otaker, he will throw in the Chronosphere just for himself, and boom, with the Sunstrike, he will go down. Skylark, oof, interrupted right in the middle of that Harpoon. He's gonna get thrown in into the Splitter. And a little bit of a throw. Nice double Fisher. Focus is completely locked out. Cannot keep up the pressure anymore. And Borania left alone to try to hunt the rest of KZ. Is this gonna be a smart idea? 2 seconds left until the RP, man. Don't keep it up, man. You're gonna be jumping into a trap. Borania is gonna get locked in. Otaker keeps up the pressure, has the BKB available on time. Focus is gonna explode right in their face, but right into the RP as well. They go down one by one. Focus left by himself, and he's gonna get bashed up and obliterated. GG is gonna be called. Level Up have had it enough. What a fast-paced victory coming in from KZ. This was pretty much insane. They brought in fire to the chill zone, not gonna lie. I mean, in contrast to the last 2 games, this was something which, I mean, it woke me up as well. It was all action all around. And yeah, I thought that Level Up were gonna bring up the aggression with the same pace they brought it on to Yellow Submarine yesterday, but apparently that's not the case, as KZ had this opponent measured up, and they are willing to take this into Game 2 with a very strong opening. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Silence fades into the night. Coyotes sing at the moonlight. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Feel the wind touch our face. Let's take a spin to a foreign place. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape, let's escape. Let's escape. Let's escape. I'll hold you close through the night. I won't let go until the sunrise. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Wave goodbye to your city life. Say hello to the desert sky. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape, let's escape. Let's escape. Let's escape.
started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk.
pair of jeans, a shirt or two. We didn't pack as if we weren't going back. It doesn't matter if it's true. I've got a feeling love will give us what we lack. The world is waiting up.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with game 2 between KZ and Level Up. After that game 1, I'm actually presently surprised by KZ delivering an insanely fun game 1. I mean, in contrast to what we saw earlier today versus Yellow Submarine, that match was a freaking blast. I mean, let's see what Level Up have to bring in store this time around, because they're usually the team that pulls in the aggressive moves during the plays, but pretty much I assume that they got measured up by KZ and they know what they were up against, so hopefully this second match is not gonna I mean, I do hope we're gonna prolong this one as well to get all the way to game 3, because I mean, these guys are bringing a lot of fire and they have a lot of burning passion between them, and yeah, what's no better way to end all things until the very, very end. And what are we seeing from the bands? No Abaddon once again, so Level Up have been robbed from their favorite hero once again. No Lion, no Treant Protector, no Luna, no Lone Druid, no Pugna, and no Slardar. And Level Up are once again... I mean, were they the ones who got the Nature's Prophet last time around? I kind of think so. But it's gonna be Casey. Oh my god, opening up with the Faceless Void. That is super brutal already. Like, okay, this is our statement hero. We know that we can outperform these guys with Autechre. So, better be ready. You better be ready and, you know, count your prayers. And Level Up are gonna take this personally. They're gonna take away the Invoker, who actually built up the Aghanim Scepter at around minute 23, and 3 minutes later the game was over. And yeah, once you have the Cataclysm coming into play, those Chronospheres become a lot more juicier. And with that being considered, they're gonna take away the Phoenix as well, which is a great hero to add up to the Chronosphere damage. KZ are gonna take away once again the fast farming carries from the draft, that being the Luna and the Naga Siren.
10 seconds remaining.
Which this leaves a lot of chances for Level Up to try to counter this Faceless Void easily. But let's see if that will be the case. KZ are bringing in the Grimstroke, which is definitely gonna keep 2 heroes all together for them to land in a Chronosphere a lot more easily. But they will need to find another hero to keep things all together. The Magnus was a great addition the last time around. Maybe we could see, I mean, I would very, very much like to see Enigma being picked up, just to add a little bit more fuel to the fire. And I'm kind of gonna bite my words from last game. Like, I'm generally feeling very fearful when it comes down to players picking heroes with long cooldown ultimates, high impact ultimates as well, and them being locked into playing and resetting at very long intervals. And Level Up are gonna bring in the Doombringer into the play, so it's gonna make things a tad more difficult for the Faceless Void for sure. But we still haven't seen Skylark's hero, so I'm kind of scared, not gonna lie. We do have the Primal Beast still available, but he's always definitely gonna be a target for the Doom to throw in his signature spell onto him to stop the Pulverize in place. But Level Up will need to consider having this chain lockdown hero combination they can work around with. Leshrac is still viable into the picture, but still they really need to find, yeah, Earthshaker definitely will be a better hero to be picked up from last game as well. And they need to find these better Echo Slams this time around, so they're not going to be throwing themselves onto one hero at a time, because this hero definitely thrives on multiple targets at one point rather than a single one. but they do need more. They I hate to say this, but if KZ pick Faceless Void for Otaker, they definitely know what they're going up against. They really have a strat in their heads. They really know how to work things all together. They're not gonna leave this Faceless Void to be hanging in the sidelines and just farming until he's needed around 25 minutes into play. This guy is gonna end the game in 25 minutes, so level up, maybe get a Tide Hunter for sure. Maybe even, I mean, I'm still rooting for the Underlord, which hasn't been considered. Hello, I want to see this guy. He's definitely gonna be a great play to stop the play into the Chronosphere. Just throw in the Pit of Malice right in the middle of it, and this guy will not be able to run through and hit everybody who gets caught in it. But yeah, we still have 5 picks remaining, 4 bans as well to consider. What could it be? What could we see? That's the question. KZ are definitely favoring the Muerta picks, not gonna lie, which could work out very interestingly with the Grimstroke, but instead they're gonna opt in for the good old Rubik, which is gonna add another layer of stuns, another layer of avoidance. Definitely you're gonna be looking to steal some big spells like the Doom. Of course the Fissure is gonna be an easy spell to steal at any point, but they're gonna bring in the Brood Mother. I haven't seen this Spider Lady in ages as well, so let's just give it a little bit of a check. So Brood Mother hasn't been addressed in the last patch, so she hasn't been nerfed, she hasn't been buffed. As the same old Spider Lady being Omega annoying. So is this gonna be Skylark's pick in this game? That's gonna be interesting. Offlaning Brood Mother. It feels like something that Team Liquid Zaya would pick up rather than KZ, but it's I mean, this is why I like new patches generally. We're still having a lot of question marks about what works, what doesn't work. So there's a lot of these interesting combinations rotating back and forth. And Level Up are gonna add the Keeper of the Light to their repertoires, which means that it's a mid hero that we're gonna be seeing here. Definitely gonna help out a lot with the Blinding Light to try to throw heroes away from the team fight a lot more easily. And it does still leave open room for the Magnus to be picked up, not gonna lie. And maybe like throwing in the Magnus in the mid lane with the Skewer and throwing the Keeper of the Light back and forth. But it does feel a bit counterintuitive because he will definitely be throwing heroes away thanks to the Blinding Light. Very self-sufficient, always has mana available for everything he needs. Let's just do a quick double check if he has had any changes in the last patch, which is, the answer is yes. So Will-O-the-Wisp now deals 75 damage per flicker, and the Recall now also casts Chakra Magic on Keeper of the Light and Ally upon teleporting, which is really interesting, but these are his upgrade spells, which means that Level Up, if they want to utilize this Keeper of the Light a bit more, they will need to drag this game out into the late game. And also we've had a lot of changes talent-wise, which means that the level 10 talent Blinding Light miss has been increased by 10%, which is very, very strong. Chakra Magic dispels replaced with a 1.5 second Solar Blind stun when target is fully slowed, which, I mean,
10 seconds.
This feels like it used to be the case for Keeper of the Light. I'm not really sure about that. It feels like we had this missing out, and now it's back into the play. But correct me if I'm wrong. I do recall that there was something about that for the Keeper of the Light, but now it feels like it's been given back. And of course, we have the level 25 talents, which one of them is an increase by 20 for the Illuminate damage, and the second talent has been modified with instead of 1.2 seconds plus on the Blinding Light stun, replaced with Chakra Magic Strong Dispels. and Level Up are gonna wrap up their draft with the good old Alchemist, who has had a mana cost decrease of the Acid Spray by 10 and the Corrosive Weaponry debuff duration increase from 3.5 to 4 seconds. So this guy has received a buff. And definitely it's gonna be useful to throw in the Acid Spray in the middle of the Chronosphere. And of course, it's gonna be a lot of throwings back and forth in favor of Level Up. So they do have a way to counter the Faceless Void. However, Casey still haven't revealed everything about their draft. They do have a very strong combination revolving around the Rubik Grimstroke and the Broodmother. So for sure, they are going to be throwing in the Inkswells with the time lapse to land in a lot better kills. The Broodmother is going to be Omega annoying by creeping in left and right, having a lot of map control, and of course the Spiderlings are going to be soaking in, are going to be throwing in a lot of damage, and they're going to wrap things up with the Puck. It does feel like KZ have a pretty stable draft once again. Level Up have responded in some way of keeping Odegar in check. It's once again gonna come down to how aggressive they're gonna be about this, because if they're not gonna be, it's gonna be once again game 1 all over again. So if Level Up pick up the pace, and I mean they had a little bit of a scatter play last time around, so they were missing out on these good opportunities. Vazia has a better offlaner this time around, which is great to see in contrast to the Batrider, who opted in for a very weird itemization in last game. So we didn't see the Blink Dagger, maybe even a Force Staff combination to utilize the Flaming Glasses a bit more, so it was basically just running around mindlessly. This time around, once we get the level 6 Doom up and going, it's gonna definitely be a big menace for the Puck, which is gonna disable Supreme from jumping around back and forth and being ultra annoying about things. However, you do have your safeties, which again, I'm gonna say is the Rubik and the, what's his face? The Grimstroke combination, which is definitely gonna keep things nice and easy. But even so, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to proceed with Game 2 between KZ team and Level Up. KZ already kicking things off with a 5-man smoke, while Lupicione is going in for the deep teleports into enemy territory to try to throw in these nice deep wards to have some sort of a control during the laning stage. They obviously want to have better control over Skylark, who definitely can grow into an insanely big raid boss. The one modification that I've always very much liked is the switch between the Hunger and the Spiderlings, and Desire is gonna be caught red-handed. KZ keeping up the pressure, they're gonna teleport him back, Blood Grenade on top, right-click, and done and easy.
A fascinating substance.
Yes, indeed, it's a fascinating substance for Supreme, already kicking off with a kill, which is gonna help him out complete the magic wand very early into the game and get him one step closer to the bottle, which is definitely gonna make things a lot more easier when trying to mana contest versus Borania, who has pretty much a built-in mana replenishment spell in his spellbook.
The battle begins.
I mean, definitely for Level Up, the play here is to drag this game out as late as they can to try to utilize the Keeper of the Light a lot sooner, but it does feel quite counterintuitive, as KZ have proven that they can use the Faceless Void a lot sooner than intended, and once the Keeper of the Light gets better, he's gonna get a lot better, and he's gonna deliver a lot of heavy hitting, so they need to be careful for sure. The one good thing that Level Up have here as an advantage is Keeper of the Light is a very, very aggressive laner. Unfortunately, this time around, he's not having this sneaky little cam to farm around with, so he needs to be careful on how he approaches this. Pushing the lane too far could lead to devastating results. Pushing the wave, not pushing the wave enough will definitely allow for the Puck to claim a lot more last hits. And a lot of aggression is being thrown around the lanes already. Spartan looking pretty low there. As this time around, it's Vazia and Desire on a little bit of a double madness combination. Desire will definitely try to throw in Fissures. I mean, Otakar is not gonna be your target as he can easily avoid things, but at least the very least you can do is keep him under control and expend his mana as much as possible, which is the same issue that Desire has here, even though he does have a clarity available if things get uber bad. The one good thing that Vazia has here is the Devour, so he can sneak in some extra neutral spells to try to make things a lot easier during his laning stage. And Spartan, keeping things up aggressive with the Inkswell, is gonna keep on harassing Desire to the maximum. Up top, Lupicione versus Enfocus versus Astral and Skylark. The Broodmother, the Spider Lady, is definitely gonna be having a pretty decent time when it comes down to farming and keeping things aggressive, but there's the teleport. No, they're just gonna change their mind. I thought that Lupicione was gonna start TPing up on the other side to claim a bit more advantage. And it's a little bit of... I mean, the one thing you cannot really do here is the Nature's Prophet is throwing in the Sprouts onto Skylark, as he does have the web advantage, which allows him to move through the Sprouts. No Quelling Blade necessary. I'm just gonna run through this with no problems whatsoever, which does also lose the momentum that Focus might have here to throw in the Acid Spill as well. And now Focus a bit in the danger zone. They will telekinesis him up, charging up the stun, looking pretty bad. He will pretty much commit suicide there. Lupicione didn't really think that through very much with the teleports, and did allow his friend to die in a pretty gruesome fashion. Mid lane, it's once again Supreme versus Borania. Unfortunately, Supreme did take the entire damage from what's his face, the Illuminates. But he's still under very good control. He does have the bottle already, which got him close thanks to that early kill. But still, KZ do have the chance to bring in some reinforcements if things get ugly. And down bottom, Spartan endangered. He will connect with the Inkswell, but does not give up the pressure from Vazia, who will take him down thanks to the Scorched Earth. And along with it is going to be Otakar's Courier up on top. Skylark and Astral will take down Lupicione, who might have gotten a bit too far away there in attempts maybe to claim the Lotus. Or maybe not, he was just trying to maybe scout around there, get some extra vision going on. But definitely, KZ will not back up to try to punish once again. Down on bottom, once again, the aggression does not subside. Spartan is gonna throw in the Inkswell. Lupicione there as well to help things out for his buddies, and down goes the Grimstroke.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now, one good thing that Level Up potentially have here, should they survive this early drafting laning stage, is, I mean, it does feel like an underlooked thing here that they did pick the Broodmother into an Earthshaker, and if they manage to prolong the Echo Slam for a long time, they could have a very good fighting chance with the Broodmother. But if that's not the case, this Broodmother could be falling prey. And Focus in danger, they will throw him back, but no, Borania is there to save things and illuminate Astral down to the ground. But yeah, it just reminded me of this meme from ages ago from Dota, what the fuck, where there was an anime reference between Broodmother and the Earthshaker with Komugi and whatever. I'm not really sure what anime was that from, but they had paused. They, Earthshaker and Broodmother met themselves right over here at the staircase, or the staircase in many patches ago, and basically it was seconds before demise. as we're seeing Spartan facing that destiny himself. They will throw in the Sprout, tries to buy himself some time, but it's just not gonna be enough. The sheer might and power of the Enchant Totem will manage to take Spartan down to 0.
Dire's bottom tower
But yeah,
is
even
under
so,
attack.
having the Spiderlings around and having the Earthshaker on the other side could definitely have some decimating results, if not accounted for. But it's so far, Supreme being on the rise, Borania keeps up the chase, fights on Astral, they will melt him down into the Sprout and secure the kill once again. And it's good to see that Level Up are on the move finally, as definitely leaving some heroes unattended will have decimating results. Coil onto Borania, tries to run around not to get leashed and stunned up, but he's gonna take the Inkswell damage and the stun as well, but it's not gonna be enough as Desire decides to rotate in and take down Spartan for yet another time. Supreme is gonna pop the regeneration to run back to safety. Lupicione uses the last seconds he has of the teleport to try to go in and snatch the Wisdom Rune, which he will do so successfully before Astral has any way to respond to this. And the bottom lane has been loosened up along with the top lane, so Autaker, Vazia, Skylark, and Focus pretty much are free farming at this moment, as all Havoc is focused on the side lanes. Level Up do manage to secure both Wisdom Runes, so it's a very nice experience gain on their side. And slowly and surely they are claiming a little bit more of an advantage here in contrast to last game. I really do hope they're gonna keep it up, but Skylark has obtained the Spiderlings. He can become a lot nastier at this point and keeps up the pressure onto Focus, which Borania is there to stop in his tracks. He finds Astral yet again, slows him down. There's the Sprout incoming, Lupicione. They will stun down the Rubik and blast him to smithereens. On the other side, Autaker has claimed the life of Vazia, which is an insanely bigger kill, definitely favoring KZ. And they haven't even used the Chronosphere, which has been available for quite some time. And definitely is gonna give them a lot more help in the upcoming team fights. Desire still shying away from the Echo Slam, but is actively involved into all team fights. Supreme commits a jump with the silence. Is gonna prevent Desire from doing anything more, but there's the Coil along with the Fissure. They're gonna keep them leashed for some time, but Supreme locked into the trees, tries to phase away. He's still there, finds an exit point, but right into Vazia's realm, who will melt through Spartan and throws in the Doom at the very last second, and Supreme will die right after. Autaker, keeping up the pressure onto Desire, does have the Chronosphere, which will be dropped instantaneously and takes down Desire with ease. Was it a 2? No, it was a 2-for-1 trade-off. Slightly favoring Level Up, as they did only lose their support for the costs of Supreme and Spartan instead. However, Autaker is not backing away from keeping up pressure onto Vazia, but changes his mind in the very last second, as he doesn't really want to overextend without the Chronosphere. Up top, things have been a lot more smoother. However, I'm gonna say it again, this Broodmother is completely unattended, and she's pretty much free farming this game, coming in closer to the Orchid Malevolence, which is definitely gonna make things a lot more uglier for Level Up, especially for Vazia and for Borania, who are very much dependent on their spells, not that much on the heavy hitting, and of course you do have Desire, who will be stopped in his tracks when he wishes to land the Echo Slime, which is unfortunately still not available for a little while.
I need this like I need another pair of legs.
That's a very sarcastic voice line from the Broodmother. And down bottom is where things are once again getting ugly. Autaker is a bit in danger here. 1 more minute without the Chronosphere. The Doom is also unavailable, so I guess it's not that big of a danger zone for Autaker. So he can free farm for a little while. Mask of Madness up and available. Maelstrom already queued up and ready to be built. It's just a matter of gold obtained. Meanwhile, rest of KZ, aka Supreme, with Astral are using the catapult advantage to try to pressure the mid lane tower a bit more, which unfortunately Level Up haven't really had the chance to do that at all. And Spartan locked into the trees, into the Sprout. Nice teleport coming in from Lupicione to try to control a lot more. Vazia now in danger. They will drop in the coil. Silence for a little while. Doom is available and won't be thrown as he got bashed out to the smithereens along with Ottaker, who is gonna be taken down thanks to that last second Fissure. Supreme dances around with the orb. He's gonna make it out alive under the tower, but still Borania is keeping him in check. They will throw in the blood grenade. Jumps away. Throws in... Oh, not enough. Oh, but eventually... Oof. He didn't manage to jump away with the orb. He's just gonna phase out at the last second to be struck by the Illuminate. So it was Vazia lost, but Level Up did gain 2 very crucial kills, those being Ottaker and Supreme. Up top, the aggression doesn't subside as Skylark takes a solo kill over Focus. And it's an all-around aggression around the map, same as the last game, but it's just so far level Up having the slighter lead. I mean, kill-wise, yes, but still Skylark is actively farming. Down bottom, uh-oh, it's a little bit of a turn on the tide. Astral is gonna get locked down. Lupicione tries to make it out alive, but it's... No! No, he's not. Both supports are gonna be taken down from Level Up, as KZ are slowly getting themselves back up on their legs. And of course, as I was saying, Skylark is pretty much farming uninterrupted. Already has the Orchid Malevolence in under 13 minutes. And he's not budging. He can just pretty much take down anybody at this point who shows his face. Meanwhile, Supreme is going in for the Bling Dagger to try to get in close and personal, and at least have the orb available for the escape plan. But I got a comment on Borania's place here, who's pretty much having a very nice pacing around the puck's movements. But unfortunately, that's just a 1v1 matchup. It's not the entire team that Level Up are able to get a hold of. And KZ once again on the move. They pop smoke onto 3 to try to scout out. Well, they might be finding Desire here, who is trying to get some stacks going up for his teammates. They won't get him under the scan, but they're definitely aware that there is somebody lurking, and now with this deep wards, they know that somebody was there a couple of seconds ago, and they will find the coil onto Borania. Any backup coming in, Astral manages to steal the Chakram, and they will slowly but surely burst down through Borania. Lupicione will also be taken down into the backlines thanks to Skylark, as the Spider Lady is actively on the move and pretty much being Omega merciless. KZ slowly building up their advantage over Level Up in a very, very aggressive fashion. Focus still still focused on farming up the Radiance, which is a very big drawback as it's one of the core items for the Alchemist, but it does feel like a bit of an overlook. I mean, this is a slower farming carry, which does need a lot more to get engaged. Even though I usually say that about Faceless Void, but this Faceless Void playstyle has been super aggressive, and they are actively keeping up the pressure. Vazia is gonna be found in the trees. He will survive the onslaught. Desire, oh, just misses out with that Echo Slam, possibly just willing to make sure he gets the Ancients. But the Ancients are gonna claim the life of Astral. Skylark finds Borania. The charge is coming up. Focus will need to throw that stun before it gets lashed onto him. And this is gonna be an opening for KZ to keep up the pressure. Fissure is gonna keep focus on the other side. Oh, Ottaker is gonna land in the Chronosphere onto Vazia, who will survive the duration of it, and still it's a runaway ship. They will throw in a stun last second onto Skylark. The Spider Lady has been locked out. Otakar, without the Chronosphere, will be forced to jump out. Fisher is not gonna connect onto the runaway Grimstroke. Now Otakar is trying to make a run for it. They will throw in a split-second stun just to make sure he's locked into place. A nice defense coming in from Level Up, even though they lose. Well, they only lost Boranya in the process. They took the lives of 4 there. Not sure. I mean, I thought they missed out a lot with that Echo Slam, but I think it did deliver, especially around a lot of targets like the Ancients. So it was pretty much worthwhile. As Level Up, they are choosing not to fully fight this, but they are having a very good defense here if they choose to do it that way. But still, they really don't need to be passive anymore. They have the Radiance available for focus. Next up will be the Blink Dagger, so things are gonna get a lot more aggressive on their side. But KZ are still cutting close. They are not allowing Level Up to thrive, even though they are pretty much farming under an Observer there. And it's something that Level Up are willing to abuse. Instantly jumping onto Spartan, they will throw in the Fisher and Illuminate to burst him down. Choosing not to go for Supreme is... Puck is... yeah, it feels like an easy target, but he can always jump around, mess around with you, especially if you don't have a lockdown or something more to get a hold of him. Still no hexes available and no orchids on the side of Level Up, so definitely Supreme with the Puck is gonna be a huge nuance to deal with. But they don't need to overlook that, as Supreme is not backing up on the aggression. Throws in the coil onto Vazia. They will get the Spiderlings as well to pretty much melt through the Doom easily. Yeah, that was a lot of damage, not gonna lie. It was just by this freaking Spiderlings that are omega aggressive.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, focus. This is finally the Alchemist is peaking in terms of farm. He does manage to get the Radiance. The Blink Dagger is also up, but it doesn't really match up much. Oh, but they find... oh god! They baited out Supreme very easily. I thought focus was gonna be Gunners there, but pops the Chemical Rage, finds a nice opening to land in the Echo Slam, and finally this pesky Puck is gonna be punished like hell. Holy moly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Level Up are keeping up the aggression. They will throw themselves onto Spartan. Find Otakar as well, who tried to pop the Chronosphere. He's still locked into a stun and attempted to do that again, but he's gonna be prevented completely from doing so. Boranya, with a full charge Illuminate, will manage to burst through the Faceless Void.
Radiant's middle tower.
And with that, they find an opening to proceed with this tier 1 tower. Astral steals the Devour, which is pretty much not that much worth in his hands, but the aggression is on to Vazia. They will melt through the Spiderlings. And a little bit of a coil still locked in place. They will throw in the Doom onto Skylark and allow the rest to run away freely. And this is the moment where Desire comes into play. The best counters for the Broodmother is something that can easily burst through the Spiderlings, and that is the Fisher with the Echo Slam combination, which they delivered very nicely, because if that were not the case, Vazia would have been obliterated. And that's something which has happened 3 times already, as this Doom hasn't really had a good start. Did manage to build an Eternal Shroud, which is something, but still he's shying away from the Blink Dagger for him to commit to these bigger jumps, to maybe even get onto Supreme. I mean, they did manage to slow the efforts down by dooming Skylark, but it's Supreme that you really want to get here. You really need to silence him, because he's a lot more annoying to deal with before they get anything more out of this, before they get any orchids going on. It's your only way to combat versus the pesky annoyance of the Puck. 20 minutes into the play, I think that both teams are at this point should be considering going in for the Roche. All cooldowns are available on the side of KZ. Level Up are still 40 seconds behind on the Doom, which they definitely will be needing if they want to try to contest this. And I think that KZ are aware of that being the case. They will throw in the scan, realizing that there's nobody still there. They could be considering jumping in to make sure that they claim it before Level Up get fully refreshed and ready to go themselves. But they definitely need to be careful, because as I said, right now Desire is a very big menace. If he finds a nice opening to jump in with the Echo Slime, things are gonna be far from they're gonna be pretty much over with their attempts to claim Roche. And it's Audiker, Supreme, and the rest of the gang proceeding forwards into the pit. Desire going in for this deep wards to make sure he tries to intercept KZ on their way, but KZ are taking a walk through the lane, which is definitely something that Level Up are aware of at this point.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And KZ do manage to find a safe passage into the pit, but that's been pretty much seen and noticed by Level Up, and they keep Skylark onto the high ground to burst through the smokes here. And yeah, Level Up are gonna see this. They will sprout him down, silence him up, stun him down, and illuminate and burst him into its in pieces. With one last target on the horizon, Level Up are willing to proceed even further, and they find Audiker around the twin gates. Skylark is gonna force out a buyback. Focus keeping up the pressure. Desire coming in from the back, throws in a Fisher to burst through, but he will not manage to land the Echo Slam. He will die in a futile attempt to find something more out of it. Vazia, he will find, oh my god, that's a lot of buybacks just for this Roche, and Audiker is still in danger, doesn't manage to pop the Chronosphere just yet, and he is man fighting versus Vazia, manages to time walk away. And Focus throws in the stun, very last second, gets Skylark stunned up for a little while. They Level Up have only lost one in the process, no, two in the process, making a die back onto Desire. And just for this fight for the Roche pit and the fight, oh, the search for Skylark is still up. They are melting him through slowly with the Radiance damage, but he got scouted out and bursted down as well. Vazia, last man standing. Borani is completely on the other side of the map, not willing to fight this at all, and the Doom will be brought to 0 as well. That was a lot of effort for this Roshan, guys. It's only 23 minutes into the game. That's not game over just yet. 3 lives for the price of 5. Where a Keeper of the Light chose not to fight this at all. I really want to get a Hex. I really want to get something more out of this. Does have the E-Blade available for the extra spell damage and for the extra range, but he wants to be more reserved. He will fight when he's ready. He's just not ready yet. But that was, once again, a very, very big effort for a 23-minute Roshan. First one of the game. I don't think I've ever seen so much effort being thrown. I mean, this is the behavior you see 1 hour into the game and the 4th Roshans after. Not the first one, ladies and gentlemen. But even so, there's a lot of competition between these two teams. Something that I didn't really mention. I mean, all of these guys have pretty much entwined between different teams, so they do have this little aggression keeping up, and Focus will find Astral. Rubik on a dieback, Spartan manages to TP out. But yeah, not only that they have fought in the same teams, it's always this friendly aggression, especially between players of the same nationalities. On both sides, we have two players who are Greek, and it's really fun. I mean, we've always seen heroes with the same players, with the same nationalities fighting amongst each other, but they can be a bit more respectful, like they're playing chess and something. When it comes down to this more Balkan mentality, it's just throwing punches left and right, and it's all for good friends' sake. I kinda love it. I mean, it's always great for spectating because the aggression never freaking subsides. They're just gonna keep things up. Yeah, a lot of mistakes could be made, but it's a fun game to watch either way.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No, did they find somebody? Oh, it's gonna be the puck, who is gonna phase in and blink away back to safety or for the long distance save. Still, they do have eyes on him, tries to TP out, they don't see him in the trees. And he's gonna make it out alive. And this is the pesky puck plays that we love to see. Of course, buying a lot of time and being omega annoying in the process. And how many? We have 3 minutes left on the Roshan timer. What Level Up are doing here, they're just trying to farm up and try to buy themselves some time, realizing that KZ are pretty much going to be doing the same. Maybe if they catch a glimpse onto Otakar, maybe they're going to go on to him. Vaziet is aware of this guy's whereabouts, but he does have a Chronosphere available if things get nasty. Well, they go for it. Do they have a smoke or something? It doesn't feel like that's the case. If they want to, well, and they're not even going to commit to it, so they're just going to try to keep the lanes in check. Try to make sure KZ don't find any pesky opening to jump on them during the duration of the Aegis. And Borania is a bit more focused on to claiming the Hex sooner, so getting the Hex will as I said earlier, will definitely be a second way of controlling at least one hero during the team fight. That being Skylark, more preferably being Supreme, because if you get a double lock on him, definitely this puck will be taken down. But still, as long as Otakar is alive, you still have the Chrono available, and you really don't want to do that. You gotta be careful, as both teams are gonna go all in during the next team fight, especially if they go 5v5. Everything is up and ready to go. Well, except for the Spirit form, as Borania is still needing some time to farm up. Probably gonna be away for another minute. Tiara of Salamani is away for about 150 gold with an additional 600 to go soon. He needs about 750 gold to complete the Hex for the next team fight. Another minute for Otakar's Aegis to expire, and that's not something that KZ are willing to wait around for. They are gonna expose Otakar in the mid lane, but the rest of the team are gonna go in from the sides in attempts to find somebody. They do have clear vision onto Borania, who is playing this very safely and doesn't allow to fall prey. As it's always, when you know that when the game is too silent, somebody is preparing an ambush. And Level Up do use this to claim the first Tormentor of the game, giving the shard upgrade to Borania, which is the recall ability. So the recall ability, as we read up earlier, it does provide chakra magic to him and to his allies. When it finishes, I think? Yeah. Upon teleporting. So once it's done, there's gonna be additional mana on the get-go. And now Level Up are gonna pop in a smoke for themselves. Skylark, once again being a human ward, he will instantly get a lock onto Desire and obliterate him before Level Up have any type of initiations to go to. And Vazia will commit a jump, finds the puck, insta-dooms him, they lock him in the Sprout. Otakar takes this as an opportunity, will throw in the Chronosphere, they get a lock with the Soulbind, double silence, and they throw them up, and with a double telekinesis as well. 3 easy kills on both sides, actually. Skylark did a lot of heavy hitting, but it was Borania on the side who did throw in a lot of heavy punches himself. Gandalf on the horse might be looking very nice and cute and everything, but damn, the spellcaster is not holding up his punches as well. And how much was it? Like, it was pretty much even when it comes down to it. Even though it was, of course, the good old alchemist focus that dealt a lot more here, but without... yeah, they do find Skylark yet again here, but the damage output, I guess, was not enough. He will manage to run away home with the BKB. Yeah, I was just gonna say the Echo Slam was not used up in the last team fight, But they almost find an opening to take down Skylark. But a little slacking in the damage department. It would have been a kill if they managed, but Skylark made it out of there alive. And he recently upgraded the Orchid to a Bloodthorn, going in for a Lincoln Sphere right after. So he's definitely not gonna be stunned around for a second time, or doomed. I mean, the Lincoln Sphere is more specifically there for the doom. Do we have any other one? No, we don't. We just have the damage items as per usual. On to Otakar, we have the Sanjin Kaya with the Parasma and with the Bling Dagger for quite some time available for Supreme, as Borania is gonna be found by Supreme himself. Lupicione keeping up the pressure, but to have his eyes on him, and they will take him down to 0. Oh well. The good old tactic of EPL. If nothing is happening, you start reading items, you start looking at things around, and suddenly the action does happen. And the best part is, you're gonna miss half of it. But oh well. It is what it is. Orchid Benevolence is also completed by the Nature's Prophet. Along... Yeah, I mean... I was pretty sure that there was an E-Blade being thrown, and that was Borania specifically, who also has the Hex. So there's the double disable up and available for a level up finally. Unfortunately, they haven't really had the chance to utilize it in a team fight, rather in a more defensive setting for them not to get bursted down. Otakar closing in on the Scotty, about 900 gold away from the ultimate or from the point booster. Supreme is also aiming for the Lincoln Sphere. Glimmer Cape almost complete onto Spartan. One is already up and running onto Astral. And I love this item that popped up, the doubloon, which is a very nice switcheroo between mana to health and the other way around. Which in this case is great. I mean, this rubric is having a lot of surplus of both mana and health, so he can pretty much bounce around whatever is needed. And I really want to see how it works in action. It doesn't have a cooldown, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so you can pretty much easily switch it around when things get super hasty. Basically an armlet for supports without the ticking damage. And we have arrived close to the second Roshan timer, about 30 seconds away. Level Up have already positioned themselves around the Roche pit. KZ are closing themselves. They're gonna pop a smoke to make sure they're gonna find a safer passage towards that. Everybody has everything available. And who's gonna make the first hit? That's the question. Focus might be the first one to be spotted out here. But still, nobody decides to take in the jump. Desire is just jumping in back and forth between the twin gates, as Roshan will pass on the other side in a couple of seconds. Focus already charging up. Otakar throws in the Chronosphere onto 2. He will latch onto Borania, and the Keeper of the Light will be bursted down. Double Soulbind onto Vazia and onto Focus. They will get him locked out for a little while, but Skylark is going to keep up the pressure. Vazia looking low, throwing the Doom at the very last second with the Echo Slam. They will take down 2. Otakar also in danger, still keeping up the pressure. Down on both sides. Astral trying to hide into the Roche pit. They will throw in the Dream Coil onto Focus. The Chemical Rage is being enough for the heal, but not enough for the full devastating might of Supreme, who receives an ultra kill throughout that onslaught. What a fight this was. Actually, it was a full-blown team wipe, as Lupicione did buy back for the occasion, but didn't really have any chance to do anything about it. And yeah, the coil landed there perfectly. They did throw in a very, very nice Echo Slam, but I guess they didn't really find any more targets there to connect for the additional damage. Otakar opened up that fight beautifully with a very nice Chronosphere to take down 2. And Level Up, not sure what you can do there aside from scan. And yeah, confirm KZR, claiming the Roshan. slowly but surely. And is there anything we can do about it? Not really. We need about 45 seconds left for the Echo Slime and for anything else. He will keep up the pressure onto Spartan to get some vision control Lupicione. Teleporting as well, but it's just not gonna be fast enough.
Is under attack.
And with that, KZ have claimed the second Roshan of the game. About 4.5 minutes of solace and about farming up. Otaker is gonna go in for a refresher orb for double Chronosphere, of course. Supreme doesn't have anything lined up now that the Lincoln Sphere is up and complete, and that definitely helps him out into surviving through the Doom. Which did mean that Vazia had a lot of time to, well, to find the right target during that last team fight and throwing in the Doom at the very last second. But this is the moment which is quite problematic for a level up for sure. They did opt in for a very single target situational offlaner here instead of the good old. Well, I mean, same as going on of Skylark, they went in for the greedy Broodmother, but she is a lot more aggressive. She's a lot more durable in this sense. Already has the BKB up and running, and she does have the Bloodthorn by her side. On the other hand, Doom has focused up more onto getting those Shivas and the Eternal Shroud, which is not doing a lot on the long run. His main target is to throw in some damage, throw in the Doom, and aside from that, there's nothing else he can do. Skylark is just heavy hitting everything he finds on his path and just melting through targets with the Spiderlings. Focus, on the other hand, is pretty much farmed up, but looking at how close Otaker is closing in onto the net worth chart, it doesn't feel like it's that good enough. He will get the Abyssal Blade very soon, but we've seen Alchemists being a lot more farmed up and a lot more aggressive than this, so 4 times dead, 4 times kills, 4 kills claimed, 4 times died. It's not the bestest of scores compared to Otaker, who's got a 6-4-10 at this point. And how much more time we have? We have about 2 more minutes remaining on the Aegis timer. Both sides and up and ready to go. Yep, Level Up are definitely aware that KZ are lurking in this bottom triangle. And Otaker is aiming to find the setup here, but instantly Vazia is there to greet him with a warm welcome. They will throw in the Doom, melt down his first life, but it does leave Level Up at a vulnerable position. Will they try to find an opening in the backline? Skylark is chilling. They will take him down thanks to Desire. Finally, the Echo Slime will do its justice. One by one, they have him down. Spartan walks away with the Ogre Totem. Who do they have? They still have eyes on Otaker, who was pretty much focused down on taking down Borania, but a little bit of Hex, time walk forward, he is slowed down, focus is there, they will greet him with the totem, Fisher coming up, leash, and down he goes for yet another time. Spartan is still exposed, but maybe they might let him live as they want bigger targets to take, which is Astral and Supreme, but they're gonna let them walk away as well. Twice the life of Otaker has been claimed. Only once. I mean, Skylark did attempt to try to find a side entrance into that team fight, but it was just greeted by his biggest nemesis, which was indeed Desire, who had the Echo Slam with his name on it and just waiting to deliver. And yeah, indeed, this is the awkward point for the Broodmother indeed, but even... well, the other 2 big heroes have been taken down, which allows for Level Up to find a safe passage onto high ground focus, dealing all the damage she can during the Chemical Rage, which is gonna expire for a little while, but not soon enough for this tier 3 to survive. As thing is gonna be stolen. Oh, it's a spill. Nice little jump coming in from Supreme. They're gonna lock on to 2. Borania in danger, manages to jump forward. Skylark is gonna be taken down yet again. That was a lot of focus just to take down the Keeper of the Light, who pretty much got protected himself in a pretty nice fashion there. Yep, there was the Hex being dropped down with the E-Blade. And of course, with a double Fissure. Actually, no, it was a double Fissure or a double enchant. It was a double enchant. I couldn't recognize the icons, unfortunately. But yeah, 2 enchants, 1 Fissure, no more Spiderlings, and the Spider Lady is easy to take down. And Level Up are still dedicated to keep up the pressure. Smoke Gang, who will they find? Astral is lurking around the lane to try to push it out at least. But they want something better. They're going deep into these side lanes in maybe hopes of finding Otacur, but that's not going to be the case. Astral will be the one who's going to get spotted, instantly jumping with the Hex and the Fissure and the Illuminate, and bye-bye. He goes down. And this is what KZ can do at this point. Try to distract as much as possible. Because without the Aegis and by their side, and yeah, without the Rubik as well, they don't really have that. I mean, they do have a very strong chance of defending this. But even so, with one side completely exposed, and Level Up starting to scale immensely after that last team fight, they do have the chance to turn things around. I mean, even with 2 Roches lost and a very big back and forth game, let me just check the graph. Yeah, it's been jumping up and down for a little while. Level Up still do have the net worth advantage. They do have the kill score advantage going in for, I think, the second Tormentor of the game. Focus is gonna obtain the shard for himself. So a little bit of a Berserk Potion with a little bit of the spell to try to protect his buddies. But even so, Level Up are still a bit better at this point. Finally, this Alchemist is starting to shine a little bit more. Vazia going in for the Scepter upgrade, which definitely is going to help things out. The AoE Doom will decimate everything he finds in his path. And KZ need to try... I mean, they need to defend us. They need to keep up the aggression themselves, even though, as I said, they are not having that big of an Level Up are not having that big of an advantage. Still, KZ, that's why KZ have this good momentum to keep things up and running, and should not really shy away into backing up, because even as the numbers are favoring Level Up, they're pretty close by. But they're focused more onto farming. Another minute and a half till Roche returns. That was actually 2 very close Roshians, 1 by 1. And they're hunting, they're trying to find somebody. But that does not seem to be the case. It's just gonna be a deep ward around these Sween gates to make sure Level Up are not anywhere nearby. Desire, he does see where Spartan is. Oh, almost! Almost, just the second he dropped the Observer ward. And it's something that KZ are definitely aware of. About 45 seconds remaining. I think Roshan is definitely gonna be here on the top side. Yeah, KZ were anticipating him on the other one, and now they realize they really cannot go through the twin portals. They're just gonna keep up with the push with Skylark and try to take the long way towards Roshan, who's gonna be back in about 20 seconds. Oh, and Skylark just got instant deleted. Easy peasy. You think you can keep up the pressure? You think you can, you know, do those nasty rat things? No, you don't. Not under my watch. I have the Echo Slam and it's only just for you, sir. Pretty disgusting. And Roshan is up and about, ready to go. Who's gonna commit for the first jump? Well, so far neither side. Level Up are gonna keep up on the side, as they cannot jump in first definitely, because second they do that, they're gonna be greeted with the Chronosphere right into their face. And Vazia keeping up the pressure. He really wants to throw a Doomin onto somebody. Spartan's gonna get spotted out. Fisher, Supreme running away with the orb right next to the Fisher. Focus, charging up, but he's gonna pretty much burst it onto himself. Skylark buys back for the occasion, but it's gonna be Lupicione caught up as he teleported all the way back behind his enemies, with no additional setup for Level Up to try to fight this, and it's gonna be 100 seconds without the Nature's Prophet, which is kind of bad, but it does allow for KZ to feel a bit more secure regarding their siege onto Roche. And Otaker enters the pit. Vazia chilling on the side. Who will commit to the jump? Desire, does he have the Echo Slam? Another 20 seconds remaining. Vazia will commit with the jump. Nice 3-man Fisher. They will silence up Otaker for a little while. Pops the BKB, but the Doom is gonna keep him silenced up. No Chronospheres available. Focus is gonna be taking down Spartan right afterwards. And oh, Otaker and Astral, one by one, they get bursted down with Vazia in the backlines. Also, another set of buybacks are coming in. Boys, calm down. They're still keeping up the pressure. Skylark tries to hide in the pit, but he's gonna be bounced around back and forth. Echo Slam is gonna be dedicated for him yet again. 2 minutes without the Spider Lady. And Roshan doesn't like this track. He's gonna check out what's going on right outside, and it's just gonna be Supreme being chased up. Lincoln Sphere bursted down, down, Hex down, and down he goes once again. Another one for the round. Another set of buybacks. We're not giving this Roshan that easily. Otaker, finally he comes back to the picture, throws in the Chronosphere just for Vazia, but doesn't get anything out of it. Pops a refresher as well. Maybe he's gonna find something more. Focus is gonna take down Spartan, and there's the second Chronosphere, but can he do anything else about it? Borania forces him back into it, right into enemy hands. Focus, Desire, keeping up the pressure. He tries to get out. Well, he's not. He gets out of it. What the hell was that, guys? Let me see the cap. There was like so many buybacks there. No, let me see it like this. Hold on. Yeah, 1 buyback, 2 buyback, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 buybacks dedicated just for this fight over the Roshan. Holy moly, guys, you really gave us a show, not gonna lie. Oh my god. Third Roshan of the game, 48 minutes into the game. 31-41 with 34k net worth advantage favoring Level Up, of course. That is the Alchemist doing his bidding. But even so, you guys this is why I love these teams so much. You're not backing away from a fight. They're just gonna go in all in 24/7. No takebacks. We just want to fight every single chance we got. And with that, second set of racks are exposed, and therefore declaiming 20 seconds remaining until KZ get their full team up and going. They've used both Chronospheres with the refresher and everything, and they really don't have much to go around here with Astral, but he's still there. There's the acid spray, but it's not something that Level Up are gonna fear. They're just gonna fear the entire team coming back, and they will respectively walk away for at least a little while. And they're gonna go in for the last tier 2 tower. There's the wave coming in to burst through the backdoor protection. And will it be enough? I guess so. It's not gonna pop in anytime soon. Focus there for the cleanup. And this is the last defense for KZ if they want to win this game too. But still, Level Up are definitely not backing down. Focus keeping up the pressure, really wants to go in for the Megas. And KZ are gonna try to enter this from the back here. But Level Up are chilling in the trees, possibly anticipating that move from happening. Spartan drops the observation. Supreme insta jumps there with the Inkswell right onto the Alchemist, but they're gonna be greeted by Vazia with his newly claimed Doom. And pretty much erase Spartan on the spot. Skylar keeps up the pressure. They will be throwing in the coil there to keep them locked up. Otakar keeps up the fight, but he's being doomed up as well, prolonging the Chronosphere for a little while. And a burst back and forth. Desire, what are you doing, my dude? Holy moly, GG is gonna be called up. KZ are willing to give this up. It was just way too much. The second the Doom had claimed the Scepter upgrade, it was pretty much GG for KZ. And 51 minutes into the play, aggression non-stop on all sides. These guys, as I said, they gave us an amazing show, and I'm really happy about this. I'm really happy we're gonna be seeing Game 3 between these two insane forces to be reckoned with. I mean, what else can I say? It was not about pacing. It was not about who had the supreme draft. Both sides had a very good draft going on. They went all in aggressive, like Skylark with the offlane Broodmother. They brought in what was it? The Doombringer as well. It felt super awkward playing Skylark into the Earthshaker, but he found every brilliant opportunity to throw in the Echo Slam, and it was just so freaking nice. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going on a little bit of a short break, and we'll be back with the determinate Game 3 between Level Up and KZ. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Say no more, say no more. I love you, but I can't keep killing me. I look at myself, I wonder why you don't recognize who you traumatize me. Now what do? Pick up the pieces and go.
Let your heart break sometimes. It's better to leave behind. Pieces you lost, you'll find. Let your heart break sometimes. Let your heart break sometimes. Let your heart break sometimes.
I've adored the time I had lived in this fantasy. Now I'm looking for a way to better me, a remedy. I look at myself, wonder why you recognize who traumatized me. Now what do? Pick up the pieces and go.
Pieces you lost, you'll find. Let your heart break sometimes. Let your heart break sometimes.
I wanna see the light. See the light. I wanna see the light. wanna see the light. I wanna see the light. I wanna see the light. I wanna see
Radiant team remaining.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with the last and final game for today. Game 3 between KZ and Level Up of the European Pro League Season 15. This was one of the most exciting games I've seen of the season so far, not gonna lie, at least the ones that I've covered. And I'm not gonna lie, these guys deliver every single freaking time. I can't wait for this game 3 to already kick off. I mean, what we've seen here was pretty much top tier Dota in the most brutal of ways possible. And I really want to see how this game 3 unfolds. So, once again, no Abaddon, no Treant Protector. We're gonna be taking away the Nature's Prophet out of the equation, along with the Luna, Lone Druid, and Pugna. Which means that we might be seeing the Faceless Void once again. I don't know, we have one more ban remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, I still can't get myself together after that game too. I mean, it was a buyback bonanza. Like the amount of dedication these guys had just to claim the life of Roshan. I mean, it was all of or nothing every single time. And I love this type of mentality. It really, I mean, it's a type of Dota I'm a lot more familiar with, and it brings in a lot of excitement as it keeps the action going on all the time, even though we reached how many? It was like a 15-minute game or something. But it was a great watch. It was great fun, and no slaughter to wrap things up with. So Level Up are gonna open up with the Shadow Demon. KZ, will it be a third time Faceless Void here that we're gonna be seeing? There's a chance. There is a chance. I mean, if KZ go for that for 3 times in a row, it's just gonna be insane. Not gonna lie.
5 seconds remaining.
But yeah, what else could be said? Both of these teams are pretty much fighting for their appropriate slot in the European Pro League Group A. And both of them are basically on the edge. Level Up are still in position number 5, which does mean that they are facing elimination here. KZ are looking at the lower bracket, but still they have a lot more games to play. This is gonna be the last one for today, but we will be seeing Level Up facing off versus Sype, KZ as well, and then they have 2 more matches on the 22nd of December, where Level Up will be facing Klim, and Bait will be facing off versus KZ. And I think that's gonna be... No, actually, it's not gonna be an all-around Group A. It's just gonna be the last 2 matches of Group A, which are pretty much 5 days, 6 days from now. And it's gonna be a long run, even so. But it's insanely fun to watch. One team that we still haven't seen on stream so far, it's a Group B team, aka Marsbed. But they're going to be kicking off tomorrow and the day after. And tomorrow is going to be an ultra long day, so we're going to be having 4 matches. Marsbed versus Navi Jr., Team Tickles versus Clay, Sype versus Level Up, and KZ versus Sype. So it's going to be an ultra fun day that we have in store. And next weekend, we're kicking off with the playoffs. So in contrast to previous seasons of EPL, this time around, we're not going to be having playoff seeds. We have changed the format, so there's no one big giant group where there's 2 groups with a lot more eliminations at the very start. But we'll see. We have pretty much... Well, I think we've passed our halfway through the group stage, which means another half to go, and another... We still have some chances to see some teams rise up or fall down in those standings. So, KZ are not going to be opening up with a Faceless Void this time around. They are bringing in the good old Muerta in their draft. No Luna, no Doom, no Lycan. I mean, the Doom play was really fun to see at the very end there. Once he claimed the Scepter upgrade, things definitely became a lot more streamlined for Level Up Esports. Pretty much popping up that AoE Doom stopped everything that KZ had to throw at them, because they had this jumping, so to say, initiation for the team fights. But once you have the Doom on the other side, with the Doom already up and running, you're pretty much jumping into your own demise. And that type of momentum and that type of mentality is something that Level Up very easily abused in that game too. And what else can we say here? I mean, Storm Spirit is gonna be the last one to be banned out. KZ are gonna be bringing in Borania's favorite, aka Keeper of the Light, who I'm not really sure if he got around to getting the Aghanim Scepter upgrade. It was just more of an Octarine Core E-Blade sort of a build that we saw here. So it was a lot of burst damage that he delivered. It was, I mean, the Illuminate was a pretty devastating spell that pretty much shined through random heroes that popped up from KZ and obliterated them on sight. But it does leave, I mean, with the Abaddon ban, definitely level up are not going to be opting in for their familiar tower push strat, even though they still have, well, Pugna is not available, unfortunately. They still have available the Lishrak. If they want to play this dirty, they can bring the Death Prophet yet again. Who else is within their ballpark here? Maybe even the DK could be nice. Earthshaker is not banned out again, so they could give this hero to Desire for yet a third time, which was an insanely good pick. Very unfortunate that KZ opted in for taking the Broodmother, but it's gonna be the good old Pango appearing on their side, which once again does allow for the chance for them to go in for the Earthshaker if they choose to do so.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
And they're putting in a lot of thought in this, as it is, as I said, the last game for today. Definitely these points matter for both teams. 10 seconds remaining. Whoa, come on guys. You have 5 more seconds, what are you thinking about? Yeah, they're gonna go in for the Earthshaker, the good old Desire special. I mean, it works very nicely with the Pango, especially for keeping heroes around the stairs, so the pinball machine can do its bidding. And it's a safe combination. If it's there, why not, and if it's not broken, why not use it?
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team
And KZ. Yep, they're gonna bring in the Grimstroke yet again here. And I mean, it does allow for a good Faceless Void here play yet again. But I don't think they're gonna be pushing it. I hope they're not gonna be pushing it for a third time, because Level Up did definitely have a way to circumvent that hero very easily.
5 seconds remaining.
And of course, with the Shadow Demon being present, he's gonna get a lock on him very easily, as long as he's not caught up into the Chronosphere. If that's, I mean, Level Up have locked in their supports. Oh my god, here we go again. Oh no. I was joking. I was really joking for the Faceless Void. Come on, guys. Well, I was not gonna lie, like for Level Up, it would be a fun idea, but they locked in both of their supports with Shadow Demon and with Earthshaker. I would have been really hoping for a Witch Doctor to pop into play to make things a lot more disgusting here. But I guess that's not gonna be the case. It's gonna be, yeah, the Tidehunter. I was rooting for this hero back in game 2. But this time, Level Up are feeling a lot more secure into getting him into play. And they're gonna ban out the Night Stalker. No, even though he's been a great hero, I think it was claimed by Skylark, if I'm not mistaken, in offlane versus Yellow Submarine. Let me just do a quick double check. Yeah, it was their hero indeedy.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
And yeah, he did brought in a lot of fear and decimation, and the AoE silence is the crippling fear. It was a lot more predominant at the very start. It does allow for these very good solo pickoffs. It does allow for, well, for puck plays to be destroyed very easily. But both sides have pretty much wrapped around their mid plays, one of them being Keeper of the Light, the other one being a Pango. which leaves remaining for KZ to choose their offlaner here. It leaves for level up to choose their the safe lane carry. So no Naga, no TA, no Luna, no flash farming heroes to be seen. What else could be a good option here versus the Faceless Void?
Dire team
Maybe Spectre could be interesting for level up. That could be a good option to try to hunt him down every chance he gets, but they don't really have this good detection play coming in, especially now that the Nature's Prophet was banned out. So what could they opt in for? They have about 15 seconds remaining to make up their mind.
5 seconds remaining.
What could be good here? I hope they're not gonna go in for anti-mage or something like that.
Team pick.
Yep, it is gonna be the good old Spectre. Insane initiation, very present hero. Have there been any? Yep, there have been some modifications with the last patch. So her base health region has been decreased by 1. The dispersion radius has been decreased by 100. Reality now triggers only 1 cast of Spectral Dagger per illusion, and Haunt cooldown has been decreased by 20 seconds, and along with the level 10 talent. And last but not least, KZ are going to be picking Pudge as their offlaner, so this is going to be mega fun to try to get in some targets close and personal. It will definitely be a lot more easier to get somebody in control here, but I'm not really sure how I feel about this. Yeah, the good thing about Pudge is every time he gets a kill, he gets more stats about it, but I mean, it feels kind of awkward. I'm thinking I might just be tired, but I'm not really seeing how this Pudge is gonna work things out. I would have preferred any other hero which is a harpoon user. I do think that Magnus was banned out, so there was chance for us to not to see him, but Pudge? What can you do here? Yes, you're gonna draw somebody in close and personal, but who's your target here? If you hook Desire and if there's, I mean, anybody can pretty much stop him. Yeah, Focus is the best one you can get, but no. Wait, no, who are you gonna get with the Pudge? For the ultimate ability. I mean, yeah, you're gonna lock on to somebody. You pray that being Borania with the Pango, pray that being Tidehunter. But I'm not really sure how this is gonna work out, not gonna lie. I'm feeling a bit conflicted, ladies and gentlemen. How do you see this Pudge here? It doesn't make much sense. It does add up a lot more to the fun, but synergy-wise, I want to see it to believe it. Yeah, you definitely have a good synergy between him and Spartan. Hook somebody into an Inkswell and then double lock onto them. Astral will need to be uber careful about how he lands the dead shots, not to prevent the range from falling apart from the dismember. But it does feel like a very meme plague. Oh god. I haven't seen Pudge in ages. What can we do? What can we say? Only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 between KZ and Level Up. Ignore the score. Something got broken somewhere there, but it's 1-1. We're in game 3, so it's all or nothing for both of these teams. I like where Level Up have a lot more stable draft going on. They do have a very good counter towards the Faceless Void. Even though Faceless Void has a good counter versus the Pango, so it's a little bit of a back and forth that's going on here. I'm not really sure about how KZ are gonna approach this, but we're definitely in for some fun. 2 bounty runes claimed on both sides. Skylark is gonna but the first blood is gonna be drawn onto Desire there. Whoopsies. I was looking to already at the hook shot for the bounty rune, but I completely missed out on that kill. I'm unfortunately sorry guys. I'm still conflicted. I don't know why. I mean, I'm trying to make the best out of it, but I cannot really see it. It's gonna be fun either way. A little bit complicated for down bottom is it's a double melee versus Otaker and Spartan definitely will not hesitate to try to find these early ink swells for the kill. Up top, it's Focus and Lupicione versus Skylark and Astral. And of course, the Muerta being position 4, so definitely there is some sort of a play here. But definitely timing will also be of the essence. Who's gonna throw what first? If you throw the meat hook to get in somebody close and personal, then you will need to find a nice landing for the death shot to keep whichever target you find out in the open. Down bottom, the pressure is already up from Otaker and from Spartan, and mid lane we're seeing Supreme versus Borania. Even the horsey has a hat. This is so freaking cute. Not gonna lie. But yeah, the Coddle versus the Pango. Definitely Borania will get a taste of his own medicine in the mid lane. And up top, Lupicione is not shying away from throwing in the disruptions, that shot into remnants, and down goes the aggressor. I mean, for sure what you have with this Pudge here is somewhat of a control. You do have... it's just a little bit of a hookshot for the creep. But you do have the Rod, which does give you some sort of an extra damage throughout the laning phase. And a little bit more of... I mean, we know what Pudges do here. Hasn't had any changes from the last patch, so it's the good old hero that we know by heart. The one good thing is the hookshot is pure damage, so it's gonna be a lot more easier. Focus is gonna be locked into the remnants, feared into the silence, and down he goes. So this combination definitely works out, but it's not because of Skylark's spots, it's because of Astral and Muerta doing wonders during the early laning stage. And KZ already have claimed 3 lives away from level up, which is a very good start for them already.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Up top, the aggression keeps up. Astral a bit in danger. He's gonna get some damage from the Spectral Dagger, but that's as far as Focus can go here. Cannot really overextend just yet.
Dire's
We're
courier
gonna go in for the Midas up first. Does he have the boots coming up though? Still doesn't have them, so is he just gonna completely skip the brown boots and insta go for Midas here? I mean, this game is already at minute 4 and it's just a lot of memes. Not gonna lie. But it's definitely a fun way to end the day. And up top, there's Disruption coming in once again with Borania as well. They will connect with the Death Shot. Jumping forward, Skylark tries his best to stay alive, but it's just not gonna be enough. Level 2 of the Shield Crash with the Swashbuckle are gonna make sure the Pudge is taken down. Desire taking this time to at least compensate a little bit on the experience lost, but still, it's not enough versus the fast farming pace that the Keeper of the Light has here. Illuminate is an insanely good spell to keep the lane pushed up into enemy territory. But it's, I mean, yeah, you do have the Swashbuckle to counter it, but also Pango is very mana dependent, which is something that Coddle is not. So level 2 already on Chakra available, and the Illuminate, so it's just rinse and repeat, getting closer and closer to that level 6. Oh, that was a pretty nasty land there. right into that damage. And up top, the aggression does not subside yet again. Focus is under fire once more. Luciana tries to buy some time with the disruption, but it's gonna result in no kill from any side. Astral pretty much depleted on mana, but does have the Mongo and the Magic Wand available if he wants to commit even further, but it's gonna be Supreme that commits even further. Focus, gonna get hook shotted right under the tower. Skylar keeps up the rot and the slow, and there will be taking him down. Borania Desire, everybody joins in the fight, want to claim this fight a lot more than they need to. Rolling Boulder, Pinball Machine, Lupiciona is gonna get bursted down with the Illumination. They take Skylark as well as Collateral. Desire runs around, Borania got hit by the death shot, and they're gonna fear him out of the equation. So 2 down, 4 level up, 1 down for KZ. But then again, we do have this big dedication from both sides, and it's something that we're here to see, and it's very fun to see, not gonna lie.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Once again, the bottom lane has been loosened up. Otakar and Vazi are pretty much free farming and racing whoever gets to their ultimate ability sooner. Vazia having a little bit more of a lead here and will be able to cut through the lane and get those much needed kills. And oh my god, he's gonna be intercepted right in the middle of it. Might take Spartan's life as collateral, but with only the Kraken Shell available and 1 spell, it doesn't look like that might be a chance. Does have the magic one, which will be popped up, and boom! Oh, Desire buys some time with the Fisher, but it's just not gonna be enough. Supreme already at minute 7 rushed to the boots of travel and pretty much punished Vazia for trying to steal the lane in his favor and prolonging that level 6 Ravage for a little while.
Radiant is scanning.
So finally, we have obtained the big ultimates on both sides, so finally Vazia can try to enter the play in some way. Spartan's gonna get intercepted, disruption's gonna be thrown up, rolling boulder coming up, dancing around the Inkswell Spartan. He's not gonna connect onto anybody, just being able to silence Lupicione for a little while. Hookshot back, hookshotting Borania back onto Skylark. Lupicione eventually will pay the price. Desire finds Spartan on the other end, dismember, used up. They will get him down pretty low, tries to run away, but he's slowed down and illuminated to 0.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Supreme, he's just gonna get locked out a bit with the Fisher, but it's not gonna last for long. This Keeper of the Light is pretty much free farming heroes and creeps and everything he finds across the map. Vazia might have attempted to throw the Ravage over there, but Otakar will stop him in his tracks with the Chronosphere. Silence for a little while. They throw in the Disruption to buy himself some time, but Otakar is still chilling there, keeping up the pressure. Vazia might not make it out of there alive. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Astral's life in danger. Tries to buy himself some time with the Remnants, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case as well. Nice little streak obtained there by Focus. We'll get a little bit more of an advantage. His life was already claimed twice. Yeah, he didn't actually skip the power threads, but he's still going in for the Midas before he commits later on to the Radiance. Meanwhile, Skylark is just farming up the jungle, going in for the Shiva Blink combination. And the rest of KZ smoked up, ready to go and keep up the pressure. Want to find Borania, who does have the rolling boulder, gonna get instantly silenced up once, twice, 3 times from the Remnants and bursted down with the Illumination. And god damn it. That's a very, very high aggression coming in from KZ, who really want to get a complete lock on to level up. Nice Ravage coming in from Vazia. Focus is gonna go from the other side. Otakar and Supreme will be bursted down, and finally Vazia will Level Up do get some vengeance up and going. They use the Echo Slam, they use the Shadow Step as well to engage focus a bit more into the team fight, and they can breathe a little more easily for the next couple of minutes. Meanwhile, up top, Skylark is actively farming, trying to push out the lane as much as possible. He will TP down to try to have some fun. Vazia keeping up the pressure onto Spartan. They will get him silenced up, ending Swelt, and looking pretty low. He will survive. Lupicione looking like he's in danger as well. Otakar keeping up the chase. Tries to run away with the disruption. Spartan makes it out alive somehow, and everybody is looking pretty well except for Lupicione, who's completely locked out without a TP or anything, and will pay the cost for trying to play around in that team fight. Back in mid, Borania committing a bit more for the tower push during the absence of KZ for the time being. But KZ are using that intel to try to push him away. And yeah, minute 11 on to 6, favoring KZ for the time being, even though the net worth is still 1k difference. Not much, but it's honest and aggressive and brutal work coming in from this team. And they find Lupicione, get a lock on him, double silence one more time. Borania with the rolling boulder tries to make this even. Nice deny of the illusion room there from Supreme. Yeah, this is really insane. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, this is a meme game. It's really fun to watch, and I love the fact that there's aggression all around. Try to stabilize both sides. You need some items to work around with. You need some blink daggers, you need some better initiations. No blink daggers still being built up, even though there are a couple on the horizon to be prepared. Skylark has completed the Shiva's guard, so he's gonna throw in a lot more slows back and forth. It's definitely gonna synergize nicely with the slow coming in from Keeper of the Light. They have KZ utilized the double silence that they have very nicely here. Spartan and Astral pretty much doing God's work here. I mean, this support combo is insanely toxic, where Level Up are pushed on the sidelines a bit more. They're taking a bit more of a reserved approach. Question is for how long. Skylark, hook shot, he will dismember Lupicione, but right into a Ravage still. The Shadow Demon is not gonna survive the onslaught. Focus arriving from the back. He will throw himself onto Spartan just to be Inkswalled for a little while. The Desire, Echo Slam keeps Skylark pretty low, but they're bursting down one by one. Focus looking pretty low. Oh, and the hook shot will get him! Supreme with a double kill. And they're going in for the tier 1 tower as well. What the hell is going on, man? What the hell? Oh god. I can't wrap my mind around this. It's just too much to handle. Supreme going in for the good old E-Blade. Additional range with the magic damage increase. And of course a little bit of safety to go about. Otakar is just free farming this game as much as he can. Going in for the tower pushes. And still doesn't have a Maelstrom available, but still he's out and about. Vazia slow farming, doesn't have the gush at all, just going in for the Anchor Smash and Kraken Shield combination. 1 level on Ravage has already been placed, but it's gonna take another minute until it gets off cooldown. A little bit of a hook shot coming in from Skylark, but he will miss out on the chance to get Lupicione, who has died 6 times already. This Shadow Demon has been a free farming dummy for KZ all games so far. And KZ are not shying away from the pressure. They find Borania in the top lane and make an insanely easy job out of him. Supreme rotating on the other side. They have eyes on Vazia. Spartan instantly throwing himself with the ink, so Illuminate is gonna connect with the silence will not though, but still another 25 seconds without the Ravage. He will not be able to survive this. That shot is gonna miss though. but they will eventually manage to get the kill. Skylark scouting from the back, trying to find more targets. But will he find Luciana? Answer is yes. Instantly disrupted into the rod, but he's just gonna prolong the inevitable. The dismember is gonna do its bidding. Already 7 stacks onto the flesh keep, 14 additional strength for this hero. Like, oh god. That's just too much. It's really too much to handle. Last game of today, ladies and gentlemen, game 3 between KZ and Level Up, and this is just a full-blown onslaught. KZ not stepping up the pedal to the metal and forcing Level Up to pretty much try to find an exit in this game. Vazia, he's gonna find Skylark, but instantly gonna get greeted by the dismember. Thankfully, this guy can survive the duration of that spell. Enough time for the rest of Level Up to show up. Rolling Boulder incoming with the Shadow Step, and finally, this might be a chance for Skylark to be punished. The answer is yes. Borania still rolling around, finds Supreme and Astral, but the rest of the Level Up are not gonna devote themselves for any further onslaught. They do have their Ravage still kept up if they want to proceed with some further aggression. But they're not willing to commit fully for a jump just yet. Still, Vazia is gonna show himself silenced for a little while. Once again, gonna be caught into the Revenants, but there goes the Ravage finally. But is there any follow-up coming in from Level Up? There's only Lupicione on the side. Desire throwing in a Fisher onto Supreme. Soulbind with a double silence to keep them locked up. Borania coming in. Astral out of mana completely. It's looking like this Muerta might be taken down, but Level Up choose not to overextend this, as they don't have eyes and ears on Otaker, who is seconds away from getting the Chronosphere for yet another time, so definitely they don't want to jump into an unpleasant surprise here.
Dire are scanning.
Nope. I hear the punch yet again, and it's Desire who will lose his life in the process. Inching closer and closer to the Scepter upgrade, and things are gonna get a lot more disgusting with the upgraded rod.
Radiant are scanning.
What can Level Up do here? I mean, I don't think they were prepared against this level of aggression. Focus has the Midas going up, has the Blade Mail going up, but still not fully effective into the game. Spartan, oh, he finds Vazia once again, double silence. Doesn't have a Ravage this time around. They try to buy him some time with the disruption, but oh, just nick away from the Illuminate. Focus will obtain a double kill in the process. Desire instant jumps on Spartan, and finally, signs of life coming in from Level Up. They will claim 3 clean kills in the attempt of taking down Vazia. Even without a Ravage, he is a pretty tanky boy to deal with, and pretty much just walked away from his own demise there. A few steps away, he would have fallen prey to the Illuminate, but the one thing that's easy to predict about the Coddle, if you see that thing charging up, you just run away to the side and you're not about to get hit. If you walk away straight, you're definitely gonna get messed up. Skylark pops into Shiva, instant jumps onto the Shadow Demon. No way for this guy to be safe, still silenced up. He will finally be able to throw in the disruption, but taking damage is gonna do its bidding and he's gonna get burned down to 0. Vazia TP's away in the very last second back to safety. So that's one less hero for them to claim. Otaker eyed out, instant jump with the Echo Slam and the additional lockdown, stunned up, and that was a very big waste of resources for a hero that lives to see another day. (21 on to 11). A free farming Faceless Void, a free farming Keeper of the Light, a Pudge who is just scouting out and taking down every hero he can find in his paths. KZ are looking like they're having a very, very free game, as Level Up are actively playing this super reserved up. Well, they want to get some Blink Daggers up and going. They already have one on Borania and one on Desire. But they still haven't found this momentum. Desire went in for a couple of blind attempts for a kill there, which pretty much resulted in none. And now they're going in for a smoke, but KZ are lurking in their triangle, so it might turn around very fast. Vazia has been spotted. Supreme pops his ultimate form and will keep up the charge onto Vazia, who's gonna get leashed up with the anchor for a little while. Focus coming in, nice ravage. They're gonna get a lock on to the Keeper of the Light. Skylark though with the hookshot is gonna make sure Lupiciona gets taken down. Otaker keeps up the pressure, wanted to land the Chronosphere over there, but the nice defense observer ward will make sure that's not gonna be the case. But even without the Shadow Demon, it's really difficult to fight this, and the Ravage has already been used up. Echo Slam still on cooldown, and a Pudge running rampant at every chance he gets. About 1,500 gold away from getting the Scepter upgrade. And another tier 2 tower. Well, all tier 1s have been claimed by KZ for the time being. Level Up have gotten none so far, which is... I mean, they still don't have that pushing power whatsoever. And they are falling behind on farm. Even with the Diffusal Blade, they can only melt through one target, more probably a support here. But yeah, even so, once again the hunt is on. Double damage rune is available. Or this is just an amplified damage. Okay, this is a new rune even. Is it though? Increased base damage. Aha, so it's no longer a double damage rune. It's an 80% and 15% spell amp, so... Because it looks like a double damage rune, but it doesn't feel like a double damage rune, unfortunately. Skylark will find Lupiciona once again. Otaker, in the meanwhile, will use the amplified damage to claim Roshan, probably by himself. Even though this might be something that Level Up are aware of, as Desire was in extremely close proximity to Astral and Skylark as they were coming by. And they're gonna add up to the fight, claim Roshan sooner than later, even though Level Up don't have absolutely any response against this. And they're just gonna let it slide. Quick and easy. Focus Radiance is up and going, but still slacking in the damage department. This Spectre hasn't really found any good initiations and any nice jumps, and Skylark just got about 4 bounty runes, which were pretty much left up. KZ have been fully residing into enemy territory, fully neglecting theirs, but yeah. This Spectre has been on the farming side versus a team who is actively on the hunt and on the kill, and this is Vazia being jumped upon once again. He will survive the dismember, but maybe he's not going to survive anymore from that. Hookshot back with the blinding light. And no Ravage for another 45 seconds. And this allows KZ to keep up the pressure, getting closer and closer towards Level Up's base. Desire, he showed up his position, which is something Spartan and Supreme are not gonna hesitate to exploit. Spartan also with a Blink Dagger, so it's a... Is it a 3-man Blink Dagger already? No, it's a 2-man Blink Dagger for the time being. Otaker can do the jumps by himself, but yeah, putting a Blink Dagger onto Grimstroke definitely adds up to the momentum that KZ have with this draft.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Time off figure.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Give it edge up.
gonna see that shot? Probably not. Looking at the observers,
Dire are scared.
Level Up are pretty much walking around blindly, as Casey do have these deep wards and instantly see what's up, initiate onto Lupisione, who's gonna get silenced up. Skylark instantly greets him up, and pretty much this Shadow Demon has been free farming for this guy to receive 13 stacks of everything he needs. Borania manages to pop the Rolling Boulder to try to run away. They will try to slow him down, bind him and everything they have. Otakar keeps up the pressure, really wants to throw the Chronosphere, and he's gonna miss out on the distance. Time walk available for 2 more seconds, but Borania is gonna blink away back to safety. Supreme, oh, with the E-Blade. Oh my god. That was disgusting. It was a long-range pursuit, but eventually the Pangolier will meet his demise. Skylark, I hear that once again. Another kill in the bag. I mean, I don't want to, like, out of 14 Flesh Keep stacks, probably 12 were Lupisione being taken down by Skylark, who has 28 permanent strength in the bag. And there are KZ going in for the tier 3s along with a set of juicy racks, which Level Up have no way to respond to. Focus is in the bottom lane, trying to farm up, trying to have at least one lane under control, but that's not scaring off KZ in any way. The least they could have gotten at least Send and Skylark to try to take him down for one time.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
I mean, yeah, this is a very, very unconventional play here, but it's pretty much you're facing off versus 5 melee heroes, and this is something that Pudge really does thrive upon. And Focus, Supreme and Spartan do find him. No way for you to TP out back to safety. You're gonna get instantly bursted down. Rest of KZ are residing in front of level up space. Otakar keeping up the pressure onto Lupisione. They will fisher him away and throw in a Ravage for a little while, but the damage output is just not enough. Skylark is already way too tanky. 3k damage, 3k health available for this guy. Otakar a couple of seconds away from the Aegis timer, and he's very well protected. Hasn't used up the Chronosphere or anything of that sorts. And they're going in for yet another set of racks.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Glyph tries to buy some time, but Level Up are not gonna defend this. Oh god. I mean, yeah, this was worth for the tips. I mean, Lupisione got so freaking farmed up. I mean, Skylark got super farmed up thanks to Lupisione. The one range target that Level Up have on their ensemble, and the one hero that can at least try to save somebody else's butt is insta-targeted every single time. I mean, this is I feel like I'm casting a pub game here. I mean, just the presence of Pudge, man. In a patch where you have harpoons and everything like that to get in close and personal, you're going in for the Pudge. Yes, you do have the stat play, but you do have also this very, very high level of toxicity, which is as good to watch as it's like, I'm just holding my head like, oh my god, how can this be a thing? How is this thing winning? But it does make absolute sense. It does deliver. It does win the game so far for KZ, as I think Level Up are, well, they're not completely panicked up. They are trying to make this game worthwhile, and they're gonna smoke up, go deep into what was once their territory. Spartan's gonna pop the smoke, Borania initiating with the Rolling Boulder. Vazia, they will find the Keeper of the Light leashed up, nowhere to go, tries to run away, and he's gonna be bursted down. Disruption for a little while onto Otakar. He still pops the BKB, finds Focus, instant throws him in the Chrono, and deletes him on the spot. At the other edge is Borania, who doesn't have a Rolling Boulder this time around, and he's gonna try to run away, blink out. Lupisione buys back for the occasion to at least try to protect somebody during its duration, but without Focus, without anybody for the extra damage, there's not much Level Up can do here.
Dire's top tower.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna be having the Shroud popping up for Skylark, going in for the Boots of Travel right after. Pretty much does have enough money to buy the recipe in a little while. Oh god. Last tier 2 tower claimed by KZ. It's gonna take some time as the glyph... Well, it wasn't the glyph, it was just the backdoor protection doing its thing.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
And yeah, Skylar just walking around. He could have just thrown in a blind hook shot there to try... Yeah, there was the blind hook shot to try to handpick somebody out of level up off of the high ground. Luciana keeping up the pressure, but yeah, like, to just try to hit this guy. This guy has almost 4k HP onto him. You can't touch him in any possible way. Oh god, here he comes. Once again, blinking up on high ground. Focus will throw himself onto him. They do have the Ravage. They get a lock onto Skylark, looking pretty bad. Leashed with the Anchor, and they will throw in the Ravage. But he's gonna be assured bounty as the tower will claim his life along with Borania and Lupicione for yet another time. Focus looking very low there. They will protect their buddy not to fall prey thanks to Supreme. But even so, Autechre is still alive and well. They do have the pushing power to keep up the pressure. They lost the punch, but they only lost their frontliner. Will level up basically through everything they had here. And eventually Autechre will be bursted down once again by the tower. Nobody claims these kills. It's just the tower just doing the heavy lifting. Astral tries to run away, and nope, he's not gonna. Intercepted with the enchanted totem, and Focus finding an entry with the shadow step. It's at least something. 4 kills, as Borania did buy back as well to make sure things are fine. But even so, no, it's kind of looking devastating. Still stuck on the Radiance. Does have the Monta style at the very least. And Supreme, uh-oh, Skylark, here he comes again. Tries to dismember Desire, but he's gonna get stopped for a little while. Throws in a hook shot and delivers a very easy kill. Borania dancing around, tries to stop Supreme in his tracks, but is it gonna be enough? Answer is no. 1 by 1. Well, 2 get taken down. Borania finds some safe distance to run away freely. But man, 4k already. 19 stacks of Flesh Heap. Scepter upgrade done. Boots of Travel done. Going in for the second upgrade right afterwards. But first it's gonna be Roshan for another 20 seconds. Oh god. I mean, Casey, this is the 6th match that they're playing today, and they went from an all serious type of a play where they fully respected their opponents. They went for the slow chess-like type of momentum to going into full-blown meme packs versus a level up, and this is insanely I mean, it's as fun and as heartbreaking to watch at the same time, but KZ are obviously having a lot of fun with this draft. They're delivering a lot. And when was the last time you guys saw a Pudge on a pro match like this? I mean, it's just... I mean, we see picks like this happen ultra rarely, but when they do, we see things like this happen, which is just brutal. Just ultimately brutal. I think they're willing to go in for the last final push, secure the Megas, even though level up, have everything up and ready to go with their own spells and ultimates. We already have the Vlad's offering onto Vazia to try to help out in some way here. I would have went for the Orchid a lot sooner, but we'll see how things turn out to be. Spartan, eyes on him, Shadow Step. Right into the Grimstroke for at least 1 kill, who does have the Hex onto him, so this is a pretty farmed up Grimstroke, not gonna lie, in terms of items. Blink Dagger, Hex, like this is a support thriving, man. And there's the jump once again. Eyes on Lupicione. He's gonna get stopped by Vazia for a little while. But no, they don't budge. They can't touch this guy at all. Even if they do, they will throw in all resources they have. And at this point, they don't even have any buybacks. Even if they do manage to take down Skylark, everybody else will just destroy everything they find. And there's the Shadow Step one more time. Eyes on Supreme. Not the best kill in the world. Attempts were being made, but this does leave Focus out in the open. They're still playing around with Skylark. Vaziel left up all alone. Tries to get some distance with the Shiva's guard, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case in the backlines. As Borania rolling around, they have a lock on to Spartan. One kill has been secured, but there is a Chronosphere dedicated for the two core players. Focus is slowly but surely melted down. Supreme is going to follow on the other side, but it doesn't look like it's going to be fine and dandy. Long range hook shot from Skylark. They will take Borania off of the high ground and into enemy hands. 100 seconds without the Pango. It's all the way to the tier 4's last blip of fortification, but what can you do here? Skylark is just gonna go in for handpicking whoever he finds from the fountain. Vazia keeping him leashed for a little while with the anchor shot, with the anchor smash. But even so, not sure what you can do here anymore. You're just gonna watch their ancient bird smithereens. No glyph of fortification, no nothing. What are you gonna do? Risk Lupicione one more time. He just got hook shotted out. Manages to save his butt with an Ogre Totem. Vazia throwing in the last Ravage of the game. Desire with the Echo Slam. They will burst through Astral, but Lupicione will be taken down one more time. Hook shot Desire back, and GG will finally be called out. It's the end of the line of this match. 37 minutes. Oh my god. This was too much to handle. I mean, KZ team. 3-1 games. Oh, I mean 4-1 games, 2 losses, and these guys delivered in the most meme fashion to wrap up the day. What a team. What a force to be reckoned with. I mean, not gonna lie. I was hoping for a bit more of a response coming in from Level Up in this game 3, but I guess, I mean, the Push player pretty much overthrew everything. He did die only 4 times, but 16 times. A lot of flesh heap damage, a lot of flesh heap stacks. 24 multiplied by 248 additional string. This guy was walking around with 4.5k of HP worth, and it was not something that Level Up could have compared with. Yeah, they did brought in the Spectre, but it was not enough damage for them to kick things off with. Lupicione was super shut down, like barely having any net worth compared to Spartan, who had 11k with a Hex and with a Blink Dagger and was involved 100% into the team fights. But yeah, I guess end of the day, the players also wanted to just wrap things up and go to bed. But they delivered a fun game, they delivered a fun time, and I'm very glad to have shared that with you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking around for yet another exciting games of the European Pro League Season 15. This was the weekend group stage, and tomorrow we have 4 insanely fun matches to watch. It's gonna be a long week ahead of us. Next weekend, we're jumping off into the playoffs, and yeah, this is gonna be the last EPL before New Year, so make sure you guys stick around and root for your favorite teams. We'll be here to make sure to deliver you the bestest of experiences. So, without any further ado, have a very pleasant evening, and I will see you next time. Bye bye.
to change your